Looks first off. Okay, can we do a comment check? Are we live?
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah.
Microphone check 1, 2. What is this?
Stream going on.
Well, I can hear you, Mike.
Yeah, I can hear Sean, I can hear Carbon, and Dan was just chatting.
Right, cool. So we're good.
Yeah.
Right, excellent. Right, let me do the intro. So, hello all, and welcome to the first bite of the elephant. So, just this is completely caveated. This is the first live stream of the channel, but also the first one I've ever hosted. So, be prepared for sound quality and gaffes, probably worse than GB News at this rate.
Won't go that far.
Calm down.
So, before the panel introduce themselves, I just want to give you a quick background into why I organised this discussion. So, like a lot of you, I've basically been watching hours upon hours of analysis and commentary about what's actually going on in the world, how insane it's getting, but very little is being discussed about what we can actually do about it. So the most obvious response is people protesting, but I think it's fair to say that, you know, in terms of they've not been that effective as the government and the media just basically not listening at all. So I'm a natural problem solver at heart. So I spent a lot of time trying to think, like, what can we actually do here apart from violence and forcibly remove them from the government, which obviously shouldn't be removed from the table. Just want to make that clear. And basically all my thoughts kept coming back to a few problems and then naturally on the solutions that focused around removing that power and basically giving it to the people, but not in a communist way, which would require us effectively to just build everything from scratch. Literally everything we do, we know we'd have to rebuild it in a kind of decentralized fashion. So I'd floated this idea a while back on Twitter to start a series discussing it basically. And then on the difficult second album last week, one of the panel, who I'll ask to take their own credit for it, said that when you start talking about solutions, that gave me the kick. And I thought, well, we just need to get this sorted. And basically here we are. So this is just going to be a completely open discussion between us all. We'll have a few themes to look at, but then we'll see where we end up. So just my intro, my name's Dan. I go by the name of Liberty Biscuits on Twitter. I work in investment technology. I'm a nerd, a trader, programmer, and would class myself loosely as a libertarian, but from a philosophical point of view. And basically, I want the government to just get lost and leave us alone. So without further ado, I'll introduce you to the panel. So Carbon Mike, do you want to go?
Thank you, sir. My name is Carbon Mike. I run an outfit called the Foundationist Society, which I founded a few years ago. Kind of I guess a cross between a think tank and a trade school for politically homeless people who are kind of conservative leaning. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Cool, thanks. Sean?
Yeah, my name's Sean Walsh. I'm a former university lecturer who dived into a bottle of wine about 30 years ago, then emerged from it to, via homelessness, to become a part-time writer. And I suppose I'm not really sure where I am politically, but trying to find my way. So thank you for having me.
No worries, thanks for being on. King Bingo, so there's going to be a few Dans on this call, so King Bingo.
Yeah, hi. Name's Dan. Obviously, I go by the Twitter handle of King Bingo. I spent about 20 years in venture capital looking at emerging technologies and digital trends. Although I am currently, I haven't decided if I'm retired or unemployed. I think that really depends on whether the workplace returns to sanity, because I'm not wearing a bloody mask and I'm not standing on a yellow circle. Pick up on Sean's last point, I did know where I was politically 16 months ago, and I've suddenly realised that I don't know anything about anything. So I'm relearning all of my assumptions at the moment.
Couldn't agree more. Yep, same. And lastly, Michael, not least.
Yeah, I'm Mike Livesley. Hello all. Yeah, thanks, Dan. Comedian is sort of been what I've been doing for a while, acting and singing and voiceovers and stuff. But then with the sort of, you know, the totalitarian takeover of our globe, I suppose, my industry shut down. And so, like the rest of you, I'm completely itinerant in all possible ways, both psychological and philosophical. So yes, the rug has been pulled from under my feet as well. Glad to be here, and yeah, I'm really pleased and excited to hear about the solutions.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads we can choose from. Just before we go on, like King Bingo, what was that transition for you? Like, where did you start, and where do you think you've ended up? Because I think I can relate to that story. Like, you kind of class yourself as a libertarian, but then actually, when you find out when something like this happens, you do start questioning yourself, thinking, "Am I really?" Do you know what I mean? So, can you just give us like what happened to you?
So I mean, I started off. I mean, in my teen years, I was like one of those guys who did work experience in the House of Commons for like Tory MPs. I started off there, and I did that sort of usual thing of a lot of people on the sort of libertarian side of the party, which is I sort of strayed over into UKIP for a while there because of the EU thing. And actually, that wasn't particularly unusual. I mean, I know people who are who are ministers in this government who voted for UKIP in the EU elections. So I thought that I was, on perhaps the more the libertarian edge of the party, but I thought I was in it. And I'd always listen to people like Peter Hitchens make a case over the years, basically since Cameron came along, that the Tory party were a complete obstacle towards real change in the country, and they needed to be destroyed. And they'd basically been a Blairite party since the days of David Cameron. But I never quite believed it, although I could always tell there was something a bit wrong. I mean, they were always saying, what more can government do? It was never, where should government get out of the way? And of course, I completely smacked into the wall in the last election when I voted for Boris, and then just watched him enact CCP policies one after another, a complete absence of reason. And what's really shaking for me is if I'd gone back 10 years ago and you'd said to me, select your perfect government, I would have gone, well, Boris Johnson, he's sound. He's writing about liberty in the Telegraph. Michael Gove, he was on Newsnight all the time making the case for liberty, and Dominic Raab, he wrote a book on liberty. So I thought, and I was still in the stage back then where I thought it was just a question of getting the right people in the government. And I think what the last 16 months have shown me is actually it's probably not people, it's the system.
Mm.
And there were a couple of big trends. I mean, I won't go into it too much now, but maybe we'll come back to it. But I think there are three really big trends that are pushing governments in this direction, because there's remarkable uniformity all across the globe. And, it could be a deep, dark conspiracy with Satan pulling the strings. I don't completely rule that out, but I think what it is there are bigger trends that have been in play for decades that are sort of reaching their natural conclusion. And it probably doesn't matter that much who you put in. You probably would have ended up with very similar outcomes. So yeah, that's how I've sort of rethought about everything recently.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry to butt in, but I mean, I agree with all of that. And my own journey has been, that sounds like a sort of horizontal journey. My own journey has been sort of from the surface inwards. I wrote an article in March 2020 arguing that this government had inhabited or had acquired a liking for authoritarianism. It was obvious to me last March. But I thought it was just what normal governments do. They just get a bit of power and they enjoy it, and they just enjoy promulgating the power and prosecuting the power. Now my journey is that now I'm thinking that maybe there is something satanic going on, because that seems to me to be on Occamist grounds the best solution. Sorry, the best explanation of what's happening, because I can't make sense of it except in those terms.
Have you listened to the latest podcast with Downpole with the guy from UK Colin?
I didn't get a chance to today, but I meant to.
It was really interesting. Yeah, definitely recommend it, because they were talking about Satanism, and they kind of actually went. It was like not necessarily, it wasn't the David Icke version. It was actually the spiritual, effectively, analysis of Satanism and evil and stuff like that. It was really fascinating. But now I'm kind of with you on that. It's like that's definitely playing an element, and it just becomes overwhelming, and so you can't help questioning. And then just going back to what Dan was saying is, I was the same. I thought, Boris seems like a reasonable guy. But then
I take Dan's point about it being probably a systemic thing, but these people, when they get into people like Johnson, when they get into a position of power, why did they not push back?
Well, I mean, Johnson himself is obviously spineless. No, I mean, this seems obvious to me. It seems obvious to me that Johnson doesn't have any real coherent political philosophy. I mean, he's a libertarian. Okay, well, no offense to libertarians on the crew, but libertarianism is not a coherent political philosophy. And it seems to me that, look, you can account for the presence of evil in the world, and I do, right? And you can account for malfeasance, incompetence, stupidity, all those things. But fundamentally, what this is something filling a gap, right? I mean, we hollowed out our ability as a society to reason about, to reason and to kind of infuse our politics with any sense of ethics. That was the outcome of the Cold War, right? We came out of that conflict with no real conservatism and no real liberalism.
Well,
and then on the political side, and then on the civic side, we've spent the last few decades kind of denigrating civic virtue, things like courage, which is the thing that's most lacking when you look at people, kind of grown men panicking in public about this disease outbreak. So I just think, evil. Let's by all means account for evil. Let's not ignore that. But I think the simplest explanation is that there are always very many bad actors in the world, and there's always evil in the world. And when a good political systems tend to mitigate that evil. And we've spent the last half century constructing a perfect storm and hollowing out all these things so that bad things could rush in and fill the vacuum.
It goes back to, I'll just say this because I keep butting in. I'll just say this. It goes back further than that, Carmen, Mike, doesn't it? I mean, we could go back to the Enlightenment times and just past that, when Nietzsche made the point that if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in truth. If you don't believe in truth, everything's up for grabs.
Well, I'm kind of with you there. Although I would say that, and to someone's point about Peter Hitchens pointed to World War I as the beginning of this seismic change, this set of seismic changes that was just not good for us. And I think there's something to be said for that opinion. But my most recent obsession is the fact that we have destroyed actual conservatism. We no longer have political parties that reflect the actual differences in society. And I think we did that because we fell into this kind of fallacy of opposition, where everything that capital did was good and everything else was bad. And so now we're being instrumentalized on the one side by big capital, which has always tried to instrumentalize people, and its kissing cousin, big government. And that's kind of where we are.
So Mike, what I found so interesting about that is you talked about a number of points, several of which I'd like to come back on, but the main one now is when you describe the problem, you make it sound like it was outside the political sphere. It was more sort of cultural. It was what's happened to us as a sort of people and our values, and that is largely outside the political sphere. But then you sort of started to hint about the solutions, and it was about the weakness of the political. So I just want to pick on that aspect. Do you think that the problem is with our sort of culture and society, and that sits before the political, or are you saying that the political, if we could make political changes? Because I'm sort of at the point now where I'm thinking that all of the problems we're facing now are bigger than politics, and the politics is simply a reaction to a whole series of trends that have been going on for a long time.
Okay, I see where you're going with that. I would actually take a step back from that and say the fundamental problem, this war that we're in, and it is a war, and the adversary is making war on us. It's neither purely a cultural nor purely a political war. It's a spiritual war. It has a political dimension. It has a very big cultural dimension, but it's a war of spirit, and it's war against human spirit. And it's going to be won or lost primarily on the basis of spirit. But I think that what has gone into it, the things that have gone into it have been the degradation of a certain kind of civic culture in the West, specifically in the US and the UK, and the destruction of political culture by the Cold War. That's what I think.
So is it sort of literally a religious angle, or is that what you mean by spiritual?
No, I don't mean. Although I've been talking about with Danny Duran, who some of you know. I think Mike Livesley did a podcast with Danny Duran. Yeah, so the Infinite Jigsaw. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Yeah. Y'all were great. I've been talking about religion as, without getting into a belief in a specific deity, religion being a hierarchy of values, right? Everyone has values, so having values is not necessarily any a thing to recommend one. But the question is, do you have a hierarchy of values? And Christians, believing Christians, have a hierarchy of values, and there's an aim point, an immovable aim point at the top. And Muslims have a different hierarchy of values, and there's but every hierarchy of values must have an aim point, must have an apex, right? And so when I say that this is a spiritual phenomenon, and when I say that we have become irreligious, it's not that I mean necessarily that we've abandoned our Christian roots as a society. It means that we've abandoned the idea that our values must be in a hierarchy for them to mean anything. If you have values,
sort of sounds like what you're describing is a sense of obligation to something greater than yourself, which could be religious, but it could also be a sense of obligation to your family or your community or something like that.
That's correct. Well, that's correct. And the reason there has to be a hierarchy is because those things in normal life, your values with respect to family and community and so on, there is an ordinate placement of those things, right?
What's interesting about that, Mike? Yeah. What's interesting about Mike is there are people very prominent in our society today who very much do have that. And what I'm talking about is those people whose sense of obligation to something greater themselves are those people who believe in the state. And you see a lot of them these days. And so, I mean, the Democrats in the US, most of the political sphere in the UK, including the Conservatives, they have this feeling that the state is the answer. The state is their savior, their sort of parent figure, their solution. So those are the only people that I see following your prescription.
Sometimes they believe that the state is I'll give you an example. What are the actual values of Black Lives Matter? Whereas sometimes they're statists, right? Sometimes they say, yes, we want the government to come in and mandate this and that and make laws about gender pronouns, right? And sometimes they want to burn it all down. And sometimes they distrust capital and they think capitalism is the devil, right? And other times they're all on board with what big capital is doing. Feminism, same thing. What is feminism? It's modern feminism, the collection of values in no particular hierarchy, no particular order. You can shuffle them like cards. Okay. And so is sexual harassment wrong? Well, sometimes. But what about Andrew Cuomo? Well, that's different. What about Joe Biden? Well, that's different. Okay. So in other words, yes, these people have values, but if you notice the way they reason about things, that you can't discern any fixed hierarchy between their values. They change.
Well, and that's anything that advances their power.
Well, anything exactly. Which right. So when I say, to me, a religion means a hierarchy of loves. That's the thing. And what do you love the most? And what is immovable? What is the aim point, right? We do arithmetic. You can't do arithmetic. You can't reason about numbers unless numbers are sacrosanct, unless numbers themselves are axiomatic. Okay. So why do we expect that we can reason? Why do we expect that we can reason about morals if we don't have some set of values which are sacrosanct, which are immovable? Sorry.
And where do you think those values come from?
I think they're supernatural, and we can get to that. They come from outside nature, obviously, but separate from that, I just want to say, we don't have to fix that problem necessarily. We don't have to fix the problem of the decline of religion as such in the West in order to fix this specific problem. I think the larger problem is part of the larger war. But I do think that that so much of what we see is just something bad filling a vacuum. Sorry.
To build on what Dan was just saying, we do have a problem of religion, which is that we've now got false religions. Well, that's true. There are two forms of idolatry going on in the UK at the moment. There's the worship of the body. COVID has shown us that your health is the most important thing. And there's the worship of the state in the form of the NHS.
Oh yes,
and it's draining the religious impulse out of my church. I go to my church. Well, actually, I don't anymore. But I was going to my church and I was seeing people wearing a mask while taking communion. I'm thinking this is an invasion into the church of state secularism, and it is idolatry. And idolatry, if you're a religious person, is the worst sin. I want to hear from. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
Well, wait a minute. I just want to, Sean. You and I were talking about Chesterton before, and you probably remember the passage where he says that the worship of mere health always degrades into something profoundly unhealthy.
Absolutely.
And so I'm with you 100% there.
It's a difficult thing for a Catholic though, because I'm a Thomist, and I think that I think that the soul. How can I put it? I'll put it like Aristotle put it: that the soul is the form of the body. That your materiality, your material existence, is just as important as this is to the soul, and that's what the point of the resurrection story is. Jesus did not come back as a ghost; he came back as a resurrected body. So the body is important, but there has to be an emphasis there. And now, I think people are just worshiping their bodies. At the expense of something.
But that's an obsession with the now, isn't it? Rather than an obsession, there's no belief in the metaphysical or the transcendental. That's the way we've been programmed to think over the last 100 years. Really, when you speak of Chesterton, when he says, man, when he stops believing in God, it doesn't mean he believes in nothing. He'll believe in anything. And that's where we are now. People will believe in anything, and the removal of some kind of accountability toward your eternal soul and atonement for every decision you make on earth and its consequences, that removal of accountability leads to people, nihilism is, I would say, the overriding cultural drive in our society. Growing up, that's the thing that I experienced. And I think that when people are in a world where they think that nothing they do matters, then they will just do as they please. And so it's like the old Solzhenitsyn thing, isn't it? The society that you live in is one that's more or less an amplification of your own values.
See, in terms of like nihilism and just giving up, basically, but there's so many, I would expect more people in that frame of mind not to do what they're told in terms of like the restrictions. But
but it's been adapted, hasn't it, by the obsessive torment of mortal dread. You see, this goes back to what Mike and Sean were just saying. Now, there's this obsession with the body. There's this obsession that this is all there is. And so if you have no belief in any extension of your soul or your spirit or your consciousness beyond this existence, then what happens in the moment is all that matters.
But you see, the only reason I don't disagree with you, Michael, but the thing I keep coming back to is that let's assume that kind of belief in something in a moral aim point, in something outside yourself. Let's say that is important. But it's also true that people who are atheists, for example, can be courageous. The problem is that we've destroyed the concept that courage is a good thing. And so we're seeing the whole thing of this mortal dread. Well, we're mortal creatures, and we live in a very dangerous world, right? It's like we live in a world that only a third of its surface is habitable in the first place. There's animals running around trying to kill us that we can't see. There's weather patterns. There's natural disasters. We're awash in microscopic animals trying to kill us that we can't see. Okay, so there is cause for mortal dread. But which is why there's the necessity of courage exists. And so if you don't have, if you destroy the masculine concept in society, if you destroy courage in your society, then you're going to see that, yes, whenever something is fearsome, right? Whenever there's something to be afraid of, well, you find the people who know how to manipulate fear can make you do anything they want.
Absolutely.
Yeah, by itself, I suppose more accurately, I meant the individual as opposed to the collective. And when you talk about courage, I think that courage does have an impact upon how you conduct yourself, because you do not only what's expedient for your own safety, but you do so for the collective, for the community. And that's where individualism overrides that. And I think that's what's certainly in England, Britain, that's encouraged.
Well, if you're saying, Mike, that individualism is cancer, I agree.
Yeah.
I reviewed Laura Dodsworth's book. I don't know if you've read it, Carbon Mike, State of Fear.
State of Fear, yeah. I haven't read that yet.
Really, really good book. I reviewed it for an online magazine called The Article, and in which she describes how the British state, and probably other states as well, had put in place apparatuses of oppression and fear prior to this virus coming along. And I thought she did a brilliant job in that. But in my review, and I said this to her, and I think she took the point on board, is that you also have to be a little bit critical of people who decide to live in fear.
Yes.
The people who put the mask on when they don't need to.
That's right.
Well, this is kind of why I was asking, right? Because if we're talking about solutions, that, I mean, again, in order to know about solutions, you need to know the size of the problem. And we've already established, like you said, about the political party, it goes way above that. So, when you're talking about solutions, it's multifaceted, isn't it? Right. So you've got the religious, spiritual aspect. You need to solve that bit of it. But then how do you bring down effectively or remove, if you remove that political influence or whatever it is that's causing this, state of fear, is there then going to be, like, what would be the response in the public for that? Do you know what I mean?
I think the obligation is on every single person to take their mask off and to just fight back in little bits of rebellion. And if they're not prepared to do that, they're not going to get their freedom back.
I like that. I mean,
not everybody can be Nelson Mandela, but everybody can actually have a little bit of pushback.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
I think that's really important to say, actually, because I know a lot of people. I don't know if anyone else has picked this up, but there's a lot of despondency on Twitter, like, "Oh, just fuck it, I'm just going to give up." You know what I mean? That's it, we're done.
Yeah, and after that, though, they shape the algorithm, don't they? Or the algorithm, I suppose, is a good way of thinking about it.
Al Gore has no rhythm. Come on.
I've never seen him dance.
No. Well,
I'm not missing much.
Twitter leads. Well, you've seen Ted Ross dance now, but I mean, Twitter leads you a merry dance anyway, because it will.
Correct.
They admit in the the Social Dilemma, that movie, where they all get it off the chest. Really, these guys, how they had to get out of the belly of the beast, because they were aware that what they were doing, they were shaping people's perceptions, and when you shape perception, you control behavior. So those days, and I know exactly what you mean, Dan. You'll get onto Twitter some days, and I need to stay off there many days. I think a lot of us would, benefit from a break from it. But the AI, the algorithms that are going on in the background, they are maybe they are that clever that they're thinking to themselves, "This guy's getting a bit too big for his boots. We need to."
They're not. Wait a minute. As I neglected to point out in my biography, I'm in the tech world as well. I've been a software developer for 26 years, and I write code every day. No, the algorithms are not that bright. No, they're not. They're just not. No.
So they can't push certain opinions and worldviews. They can't stack them up on a feed and get you in a certain frame. And that's certainly what Facebook have said. They've sort of admitted they do that. Is that just bullshit?
They've admitted. Yeah. Here's the thing.
Right.
They like to admit more than what they can actually do, because it sounds good in terms of right. But here's the thing. What they can do is influence mood. They can definitely do that, no question. But no, they can't actually induce you to have a specific belief or a specific word. They can't do that. And to your point, by the way, which is a very good one, about Twitter leading you a merry dance. And about doom scrolling, which is what I call it. You get on Twitter and say, "Oh, it's all that," right? All that stuff. Again, I think Dan mentioned something about kind of inducing a state of fear. My point is that it is natural for human beings to live in a state of fear, which is why courage is a bedrock requirement of human existence. 100%. Courage is the thing.
Courage is the virtue.
Courage is a virtue.
Courage is a virtue, not fear.
A virtue.
But
Exactly.
Can that be learned when people have been brought up?
Yes. The answer is yes. Yes, courage can be. And by the way, that's
is that it is extremely expensive to be courageous in today's world.
Listen.
You don't mind being poor, or you're already rich. Being courageous today can cost you your job.
Wait a minute. I'm with you. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother, but it's like I'm with you 100%, except for the fact that, remember, we're in a war. And I don't think anyone will disagree that courage is not just expensive in a war. It is very often infinitely expensive in a war. You are called upon to give up your life. Now, we're not in the kind of war where bombs are falling, but we are in a war that is economic.
Yeah.
It's psychological. It's mimetic. It's biological. Okay. It's legislative, right? And it's cultural. Okay. And because our governments are combatants in this war, because our governments hate us and despise us because our political parties, you guys in your country have a party called Labor, that hates working class people, despises everything working class UKers think is good and proper and normal and righteous in the world. Okay. So yes, courage is expensive. You will have to take risks. If you're not willing to take risks, you will definitely lose. If you don't put your hands up, you're going to get your ass kicked. And that's how it is.
You can't comply your way out of a tyranny.
That's a brilliant point. Can I just point out something about the nature of courage as well? And it's to do with, these are not things that are mere feelings. Aristotle pointed out, and he was absolutely right, that you have obligations not just of how you act, but of how you feel.
Yes.
And you're not just a passive recipient of what goes on around you.
Yeah.
You can educate yourself, habituate yourself into the appropriate responses. And you can be courageous in any situation. It doesn't flipping matter, Dan, whether you're going to lose everything. You can habituate yourself into courage. I know it's not easy, but that's the whole point, that it's not easy.
Well, of course, it's the whole point, but that's why so many of us shirk our responsibilities in that regard, don't we? Because it is bloody difficult.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: we're a victim of our own success in some ways, because the fact is that for small civilizations, for small outposts, walled gardens in the wilderness, someone's got to walk the perimeter with a weapon in their hand.
Sure.
And be ready to fight off the wild animals or the barbarians coming over the hill to kill everybody.
And we've delegated that, though, haven't we?
Thank you. We've delegated that. We farmed that out, and that's exactly that. Can I just, I'm on a forum with another Chesterton fan, my man Sean Walsh. I have to read this excerpt from Chesterton. It's from the end of his book, Heretics, which is like a companion piece to Orthodoxy. And remember when he was writing this, what he said was, the great march of mental destruction will go on. Everything will be denied. Everything will become a creed. It is a reasonable position to deny the stones in the street. It will be a religious dogma to assert them. It is a rational thesis that we are all in a dream. It will be a mystical sanity to say that we are all awake. Fires will be kindled to testify that 2 and 2 make 4. Swords will be drawn to prove that leaves are green in summer. We will be left defending not only the incredible virtues and sanities of human life, but something more incredible still, this huge, impossible universe which stares us in the face. We shall fight for visible prodigies as if they were invisible. We shall look upon the impossible grass and the skies with a strange courage. We shall be those who have seen and yet have believed.
Spot on.
Well, he had a habit of compressing truth into a few sentences.
Oh my God! Yes. Oh man.
I listen to that. I just want to listen to that and then go invade France. I mean, that's it.
Exactly right. I'm trying to draw my sword right now.
That's it.
Well, actually, if anything, I'm hoping the French are going to come and save us, because at least they're standing up at the moment.
Oh God!
No, that's true.
Imagine
That's
the
true.
sarcasm you'll have to endure if they do.
That's fine.
Do you know what? I'd
don't
take
mind
it.
They'd force us to wear
take
they'd force us to wear like Gaelic things around our neck and striped
That's
shirts.
right. Yeah.
That'd be worth it.
Humiliate us, yeah.
Snails.
How many more stereotypes can we compress into the next?
Oh, we've got loads of them, Sean. We've got loads of. But I mean, the thing is that you're right, Mike. We've never, we had a politician in this country called Harold Macmillan, and we have never had it so good. We've not had it this good ever, I don't think. I do wonder if that, when they talk about the illuminated ones and they talk about, the Illuminatists or whatever you want to call them, people who have the knowledge, is this a big, long game and that civilization has reached this nexus point,
No.
many times before? No,
because here's the problem with that. The elites, again, a couple of you have, are familiar with the financial tech world, the venture capital world. I've been adjacent to that world because in most of my career, I've worked for startup companies. Okay. So I know what these people are like. It's like, these people are not impressive. I'm sorry, the elites, as you go higher up the power chain or the power structure, so to speak, the people there become less and less impressive, to where you have people at the very top who really know a lot about one thing, which is making and or keeping money. So I don't, the reason I accept the presence of the idea of evil and even demonic evil, you could say. The reason I don't give any credence to any of this Illuminati stuff is that most of those people are just pathetic. I mean, they just are. So it doesn't matter if
if you don't have that, sorry, if there aren't this strata of people who do have this knowledge that this has all happened before, right? So I suppose that's a bad framing device, but has this all happened before? Has society, you know how, I mean, this is a bit of a shitty example, but you know how in the Matrix movies, Zion gets to a certain point and then they destroy it and allow it to build again?
I'm not, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot, there's a lot around the world to suggest that society has.
So actually, Michael, I think I'm with you on this one. So, I mean, I agreed with everything Mike just said, but I do disagree with this point that it isn't a cycle. I think a lot of this is a big trend. And I'm going to oversimplify it for the sake of getting the point across in 10 seconds, but it's the whole, strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. I think there is a lot of that going on, but there are other trends that I've talked about in previous podcasts, and maybe we could touch upon a bit later in this one. But I think a lot of it is a big cycle, and a lot of the actions going on. I mean, everybody is an autopilot, which is why I made that point early on about government. We now have a government with what I would have previously regarded as three of the best people to be in government, and yet they're behaving this way anyway. And I think it really doesn't matter the personalities.
Do you not think that Johnson was a sleeper, though, in that regard? Because you've seen footage now come up in the last week or so where he's one of the World Economic Forum's young global leaders, 25, 30 years ago. And so is it possible? I mean, you've seen the writing from Boris in 2007 where he talks about how, which world statesman's going to have the guts to deal with the impending calamity of overpopulation. So he's always, and his father certainly, even though they've sired more. Yeah. So is it possible that,
so I certainly don't deny that there is a rot in the establishment. And that permeates its way through everything. So I certainly don't deny that at all. But however, I also think that's part of the sort of the broader trend. It is, it's because we've got to where we've got to with our system that you end up with weasels like that coming into power, because effectively the system where it is at this point, as I sort of mentioned earlier, courage is so expensive. If you are a decent character, you get weeded out long before you get to the top of any of these organizations.
Yeah.
Courage is less expensive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut him off, but courage is less expensive now than it's been at any time in human history. I mean, I have a believing Christian on the panel here. Okay. And 2,000 years ago, right, when Christians were some weirdo group living in the catacombs, okay, getting canceled meant that they would grab you by the scruff of your neck and nail you to a structure to die of either thirst or asphyxiation, okay? Or they'd feed you to animals for everyone to look on and cheer, all right? So courage is expensive, but in a big, well-defended civilization, courage is actually quite inexpensive. It's become so inexpensive in immediate terms that we've forgotten that it's necessary. I read a quote somewhere that said, that tradition is a set of solutions to problems that we've forgotten existed. But if you get rid of the solution, you get the problem back.
So, Mike, you're absolutely right that courage is cheaper, even though it's expensive. It is cheaper than it's ever been, because early Christians would have been thrown into the arena. But the contrast to that is also true. So the rewards for going along and getting along are also better than they've ever been. So it used to be bread and circuses. Now it's Netflix and payments for being off work at 80%. And so you can live a very comfortable life by nodding along and not thinking too hard.
That is true.
Do you know what's happened to me in the last year or so since I built up? I don't have a particularly big Twitter following, but I've got about 4,000 people follow me, and which is nothing. I know it's nothing, but about a year ago, I used to wake up in the morning, and the first thing I would do would be to do my readings of the Bible and the early church historians and the early church people. Now I wake up thinking, I hope I haven't lost any followers overnight. How pathetic is that?
I don't think it's pathetic. I think it's coming down to that funnel, isn't it? It's the attention funnel in terms of getting you hooked. I think the the big thing for social media for me is the whole liking and stuff like that, because as soon as someone likes some stuff, it's like a rush of
dopamine.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a dopamine rush, right? And then
I wouldn't have invited onto this panel if it wasn't for Twitter. Because that's how we found each other. So, you know, and for me, it's someone as an aspiring writer, it's a sort of contacts list.
Oh no, totally. I think that's why. Again,
but it can colonize your mind very quickly. Social media.
Absolutely.
Well, again, if there isn't, well, here's the thing. I'm glad you said that, Sean, because what is required in order to colonize, to establish, to kind of take possession of a piece of territory? That piece of territory needs to be undefended.
Yeah,
that's the problem. And I'm going back to the thing of us having hollowed out certain essential structures because we've forgotten the importance of those structures. We abandoned the proper humility in terms of those structures. I mean, if I could just go lateral for a bit, my dad was in the construction trades. He was a carpenter. And when you work heavy construction as a carpenter in the union, you on big jobs, what you do is you build the forms that they pour the concrete into. And so he has literally, built foundations for much of his life. When we bought our first house, it was a rundown, ramshackle, boarded up. It's called a handyman special. That was why we could afford it, because it was this abandoned house. We bought it off the government, so to speak. And my father gutted and renovated that house from the inside out, room by room. I watched him do this. Now, as a young boy wanting to help his father, I pick up a hammer and I want to help him do demolition. We're going to knock down this wall. And I want to swing the hammer. And he's like, wait, stop. You can't just start knocking down walls. This wall here, what is it? A bearing wall? Is it holding up the ceiling? This wall here, does it have plumbing behind it? Does it have so in our societies, we've decided we can dispense with certain things because they're inconvenient, because they have a manifestation that maybe isn't always what we like, because they're in, what have you. And now we find that the things that those structures were holding up have started to collapse.
And you never know. Right. You never know what you're bringing down.
If you had no hand in building it, you don't know what you don't know what's behind the wall.
That's the purpose of tradition. That's the purpose of stories and myth and great literature and religion and what have you. That's what the Bible is, essentially.
You mentioned Black Lives Matter and feminists. I mean, they are more keen than anyone to go knocking those walls down.
That's correct. That's correct.
And feminists, for example, you got a situation now where young women, they've made it so expensive for men to get married and commit, and actually for the top guys they really don't need to, that they just go down the Tinder route, and for the top 5% of guys it's a different girl every night, but for the average girl, they validate themselves on getting with one of these guys every once in a while, but they can't get anyone to commit. It is absolutely toxic for young women. Yeah. But that's what the feminists have done. They've knocked down the walls without thinking about what that wall was holding up.
Correct. The married family is, among other things, it's a protection for children. It's also protection for women. The marriage contract protects women from. Now, does that mean that there aren't men who are abusive husbands? Of course not. Does it mean that every marriage is going to be happy? Of course not. But fundamentally, it means that we used to have a tradition that said, listen, if some woman decides to take up with your sorry ass, okay, and she gives you the best years of her life, her childbearing years, you have no right to just, decide one day to pick up and go elsewhere and leave her destitute. We've forgotten that. We knocked that structure down, and it wasn't just girls doing it. It was our legislative systems that made it that stacked the deck against men in marital disputes. Hitchens pointed that out again.
Actually,
the marriage contract
is a bigger question. Yeah. So we accept that politics is downstream of culture, but maybe culture is downstream of law, because things like that, the no-fault divorce that came in the late 80s in both the US and the UK. And that led to the family situation, which gave us the culture, and then the culture gave us the politics and so on.
Well, it's not. But at that point, you're not talking about upstream or downstream. You're talking about a feedback loop, right? Because obviously the law itself is the law is an instrument that encodes the people's will, And if the people decide that, I think what happened was we had a societal revolution. And a lot of us just decided that, yeah, it was time for a revolution. And then the law came to reflect that change in the culture. And then in turn, as you say rightly, now the updated laws have a follow-on effect on the culture. So now we have marriage being maybe the only contract I can think of where the person who violates the contract is rewarded for doing so.
Well, marriage should not be a contract. It should be a system of vows.
Yes, but what I'm getting at is marriage as enshrined by the state is a contract, and it's a contract that you are. In other words, if I borrow $1,000 from American Express and then I decide I don't want to pay it back, well, then they can take me to court. All right. And I can pay, I've been made to pay damages. I have to make them whole. Okay. But somehow if someone swears to promises to be with you and then forever and then decides not to, you have to pay them. That's extraordinary.
Those contracts.
This is why I didn't like the idea of no fault divorces.
Yes, terrible idea. Terrible idea.
Because it drains the situation away from culpability, and there has to be culpability. You have
Correct.
Someone is wrong. Both of you could be wrong.
That's the whole thing about accountability that we were saying earlier. You know, when accountability is taken away from us and we are told we can just ride roughshod through life and do what the fuck we like, well, we're living in the consequence, aren't we?
Yes.
In my case, it was because I was shagging 4 women on the side.
Well, you are the problem, young
damn,
man.
Sean is a fucking savage.
No, but that was a long time ago.
You took a sledgehammer to the walls of society, Sean.
I know I did, but
he was smashing something. He was smashing something. Goddamn.
If my then wife didn't say it's a no fault divorce, because obviously there was a lot of fault involved.
No, you're right. Yeah,
mainly on my side.
What you're saying, Mike and Sean, what you're talking about here, it's interesting. Like I say, I always learn lots on these things, and those contracts that you're speaking of, be they marriage or whatever they may be, financial, those are the support structures of society, aren't they? They're the walls.
Yes, that's right. Well, civilization is built on promises.
It's built on, by the way.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not like that now, by the way.
Man, thank God. You got to leave some girls for the rest of us. God, too old. Jesus Christ. You know, things like, calm down. No, but civilization is built on promises, isn't it? It's that there are the implicit promises between citizens, right? And we call those morals and ethics, right? And then there are the explicit promises between the state and the citizen. That's what we call laws. Okay.
So Mike and Sean, you've laid out a pretty convincing case as to why spirituality and values have led us to the situation that we're in at the moment. But I'm just mindful that this podcast is focused on solutions. So can you guys lay out for us what the solution is to get us out of this problem, having identified that problem?
Well, I'm not sure we have identified the problem. I think the problem is an endemically cultural and religious one. And
see if you just take that one on its own, though, just so like the marriage contracts, no fault divorce. That's thank you. Just take that one on its in isolation. How would you
probably should steer away from that one, shouldn't I?
Well, no, we've already gone down that path. But like, would you see, like, again, talking about laws, would you just reintroduce laws? Actually, no, this is now against the law.
I'm not sure that you can propose solutions in the sense of advocating something that's society-wide, but I am sure that people can impose their own solutions from the bottom up, and like I believe we're living in a tyranny at the moment, and I think the tyranny is being embedded more than the disease is. And I think all that needs to, not all that needs to happen, but the only way to fight back against it is to just do your own little systems of rebellion.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
so a global, I can't offer a solution apart from that. So someone like me, I'm relatively lucky. I can write an article slagging off Michael Gove and calling him the class swot who used to cover his homework up while he was drawing an exam. So I have that little bit of a platform. Other people, they can do it in their own different ways. I mean, it has to be little. It's like it's like kindness. Kindness isn't about giving £1 million to charity. It's about how you interact with people on a day-to-day basis. And rebellion has to be the same.
So
But
it's
it's
individual
difficult,
improvement.
Sean, isn't it? It's difficult when the entire subversion of the fabric of this entire structure that was built by people, that are long gone. As I often say, we are barbarians standing in the ruins of empire. It's very difficult when the subversion of that is so mainstreamed, and to go against that orthodoxy, you were seen as the enemy. It's a weird.
But wait a minute. I would say, I mean, I don't mean any disrespect, but stop saying it's difficult. That's war is concentrated, distilled, purified difficulty imposed on a people on
But
mass.
that is predicated on the once you get your head around the fact that we're in a war, and that's kind of when you say that. And I wanted to ask you this earlier. How do you define this war that you say we're in? How would you define that, just so that we all understand it?
When you say how would I define it, what do you mean? How would I define it? Dimensions?
No. Some people define it that the West is in a war with the CCP over currency.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Some people define that, why have, and this is a question that I can't answer. So why have our, the people who are meant to, that we pay to look after us, why have they turned against us?
Okay, so let me break that down as succinctly as I can. It's a very good question. Fundamentally, this is not necessarily a war of the US or the UK against the CCP, although yes, they are. We could see ourselves as being under attack from that quarter. Fundamentally, this is a war of the forces of order and civic virtue against the forces of chaos and nihilism.
So is this a kind of Gnostic thing? Is this light and darkness?
Not necessarily. I mean, you don't have to take it. It doesn't have to be that deep. It's just like, look, at a certain point, there are people. Look, you could make it really simple and say this is a war of big and top down against small and bottom up. You could say that if you want, right? Where the people. Look, you said something that I wanted to take issue with. You said the people who we pay to look after us. That in itself is part of the problem.
That is the perception, though.
Pardon me?
That is the perception that we pay them.
That's
like we said earlier, delegating our responsibilities.
Yes, because what I'm saying is the government's not supposed to look after us. That's one of the problems. In other words, we've hollowed out that civic tradition of no, the job of politicians is to run the mechanisms of government, the things that we cannot do for ourselves, right? And we can't. Our nations are big enough that we can't just pick up a weapon and go defend the perimeter directly. We need some kind of army. You can't just jump in a rowboat. You need a navy. Okay, fine. But over the years, what has happened as a consequence of the success of our system is that we've become more and more comfortable with delegating things to government that we could do, but we just rather not. But I want to go back to you answered a question. I definitely want to answer that. So how would I define this war? Yes, I would define this as a war of the rooted ordinary people versus ruthless chaotic people, right? Elites in government, elites in big business. You could say it's a war of the somewheres versus the anywheres. But at the end of the day, it's a war for sanity. Sean mentioned he was a Thomist. I like that a lot because I don't know. I know much less than he does about St. Thomas Aquinas, but I know that he believed in reason, and he believed that reason was a superpower. It was a supernatural thing that we were given. It was a gift, and
he believed it was the expression of God's mind in the world.
Expression of God's mind in the world, right? And we're in a war against unreason. Now, right? And so that's more or less how I define it. And I would say, Dan asked a good question too that I don't want to let go unanswered. Or at least put my 2 cents in. I think it's a mistake to talk about to even ask the question, what is the solution? Because if you when you embark on a war, you don't know when or where the last shot will be fired. And there is no one tactic or strategy you can employ that's going to be the thing that guarantees. That's not how it works. It's like, it's right away, it's a million little skirmishes across some vast front. And we're going to try to take this river crossing, and those guys are going to try to take it. And we're going to say, okay, you took it. I'm going to blow that bridge sky high. I'm going to raid your command center. You're going to try to raid mine, and we'll go back and forth. And that's how that's going to be. Right. I would say that the number one thing, first and foremost, we need to do, to Michael's point, you got to seed, you got to grow, you got to cultivate, you got to broadcast, right? All agricultural terms, right? The fundamental truth that you are in fact in a war, that the systems and the institutions you trusted are making war on you for whatever reason. The reason doesn't matter, but they are hostile to you, and you must defend yourself.
I just thought of a better answer to what to Michael, but I want to hit. I'm going to hold it in my head because I want to hear what Dan has to say.
I was just going to say, I was going to completely agree with that. The first problem we need to solve is how do we get everyone to realize that they are in a war? Because whether you think it's a spiritual war, Cold War, whatever it is, you're right, it's a war. And we frame it that way. So that is the first thing we need to do.
That's why you need to define it, Dan. Because that's the question people ask us all the time.
But it's difficult, right? Because everyone feels a different angle of the war. Some people don't feel any. Some people are just completely ignorant of it.
Pick the smallest possible thing. Pick the smallest, simplest possible point that you can get one person to agree with you on, that you can persuade one person of, which is why I tend to shy away from all these theories about the Illuminati and all this. It's like all that stuff makes it harder to convince people. I would say, like, you could say, for example, look, no to medical apartheid and no to experimenting on children. Just start with that.
Okay, but this is the one area that I'm more positive on than anything else, because 18 months ago, I didn't know I was in a war, and now I know. And so many people are like this. There's so many people just 2 years ago thought the government was probably a bit incompetent, but basically good and on their side.
Yes.
So this is the one aspect that I'm least concerned about. People are waking up every day.
People are waking up to it. Yeah. And I know what you mean. And I think you're right. And it's also the case that since the enemy is ascendant, right, that they're overconfident, which is good for us. Right. And in my country, they stole a whole election. OK. And they got away with it.
They did. Yeah.
Right.
And Carbon, Mike, to answer the question of what weapons we have and how we fight back. Well, Mike is the weapon. It's laugh at them. Use humor. Laugh at them. These people do not like being laughed at.
Ridicule them.
They hate it. So someone like Mike is, obviously is a professional comedian. Is that right, Mike?
It's spiritual energy, isn't it? Laughter is
just laugh at them because they hate it.
Yeah.
That's the main weapon you can use.
And when I was talking about that, Mike, about we rely on these people to look after us, that's the kind of the current social compact, particularly in this country, which that's the perception of government in this country.
And so that's another thing that you can get people to line up with you on. You can say, listen, let's assume that we assume that the government was supposed to take care of us. Okay. These people can't be trusted. It should be obvious. And so let's set about building new structures, and let's set about finding new ways to take care of each other.
So what you do is you point that out by draining them in ridicule.
That's one way. That's one very good way.
But we're caught in this abusive relationship, aren't we? I don't want to do this to you, but you've made me.
Right.
That's where we are now. I don't want to lock you down, but you've not done as you were told, so I have to do this.
That's pretty much exactly what that little shit. His name, Matt Hancock, said, right? At one point, he said, if people don't adhere to these regulations, the lockdowns will have to be tighter. He didn't say more people will die. That's very interesting. He didn't say this is going to be. What he said was, is a clear indication that what these people were interested in primarily was obedience, not actual public health. But so to Sean's point, ridicule is a very powerful weapon, but we have others in the arsenal. I hate it. Yeah, we have that, but we have others as well. They still remember these are rootless elites who know almost nothing about anything, right? The mechanisms that make the world run depend on the efforts of ordinary people who actually know how to do things, okay? And we can withhold our labor. Now, is that easy? No, because we've spent, again, the last few decades systematically kind of denigrating organized labor. But that's something that we did. It is something that we can undo. So to Dan's original question, there is no one solution. Global problems very specifically require local solutions. The bigger and more complex a problem is, the more decentralized the solution has to be, the more bottom up, in other words, the solution has to be.
No, exactly. I was going to say as well that in terms of like one way you I think Sean mentioned earlier about, withholding council tax and things like that. It's money. It's like if the money is where you can, I think that's probably where you can hit them hardest, the quickest.
Yes,
we do have, and this is why I wanted one of the things I want to talk about was like, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin down that way, because everyone sees it as the kind of panacea. It's like it can solve all these problems. And I think to a large extent, whether it can or can't, it doesn't really matter. We've started that conversation. Do you know what I mean? So many people are awake to actually, as soon as you start figuring out what crypto does, it then becomes part of that arsenal of like, hang on a minute. So if we do increase the capability and the adoption of like cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, whatever, we can start taking that money out of their system. Because for me, that's one of the solutions I think we have to get to quick.
You don't need
that's over to Dan, isn't it? That's his.
You don't need crypto for that. That's the first thing. And I think it's not. I mean, you guys probably already know that I'm a big cryptocurrency skeptic, but without getting into that argument, if you start talking, as Dan Liberty Biscuits has said correctly, about hitting them where it hurts in the money, hitting them in the cash flow, right? And the first thing you have to do before you talk about currency, you got to talk about trust and relationships, because currency a currency system is an encoding of a set of trust relationships. And the thing I think that so many crypto advocates get wrong is that they skip right to the idea of the value token. And okay, I can do this thing, I can generate this number, and I can encode something in an encrypted ledger, and that's a value token. Okay, fine, it's a value token.
Well,
but
isn't that the genius of Bitcoin? Because it does not require a trust.
No, because no, obviously not. Because why? Look. People talk about smart contracts, right? Zero trust contracts, right? That Bitcoin or blockchain, more specifically or more generally, enables you to write zero trust contracts. Now, here's a question: if I don't trust you, why the fuck am I getting into a contract with you? Why?
Okay, I mean, that's layering on something else. So smart contracts is a sort of a second generation crypto issue. But
okay,
for a base level Bitcoin, it does not require any trust.
Okay,
the whole mantra of Bitcoin is do not trust, verify.
Okay, so here's the question then. Here's the question. If the problem with this thing is that it assumes that you can somehow cut the trust out of the system, out of a currency system. But an economy is made of trust. Economies cannot exist without trust. If you four guys and me decided to kind of quote unquote go off grid, we wouldn't have to even necessarily set up some currency that 10 or 100 or 1,000 people accepted as valid. We could decide to trust each other and decide to on a form of value exchange that was not a pound sterling or not a US dollar, and we could exchange goods and services among each other. That is a kind of currency. Postage stamps are a kind of currency. Sorry, go on.
I wrote an article about this about 2 or 3 months ago called "The Ethics and Metaphysics of Money," and I was thinking about Bitcoin and stuff like that, and our relationship to money and how it's changing. And I was thinking, this is a bit of a dry subject. How do I write the first paragraph of this? How? And then my mate Terry, who's from the East End of London, turned up, and he said I had to give the driver a score. I'm thinking that's your way in.
That's your handle.
That's your way in. The language of the East Enders. I used to live there as well, so I'm not being patronising. There's a language of money, or used to be a language of money. So a score was £20, a pony was 25, a long un is 100, and a grand is a ball is 50 quid. So there's a relationship between money and language there, which I think we are losing.
Yes.
And that was kind of the point of.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's agreeing. That's an interesting point you've made. I'd never thought of the etymology of those phrases.
But it actually was generated because in the East End,
that's what you could get for the dosh.
It wasn't just that; it was that they didn't want the police to know how much money they had on them, so they invented this different language. But it generated a kind of relationship between.
Well, yeah, we've got all that, haven't we? With Rock Welsh, which is the sort of Romany language, and the Carney, the Carnival language. They've got their own languages and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so
what? But the point is that there was a sort of physicality about what the money was, and your language described what the money was. Now, in the days of contactless and whatever the fuck's going on with money at the moment, that's all gone.
Well, I think the money is absolutely central to all of this. I mean, my main thesis is that a big part of the problem that we've got is the monetary system is very near collapse at this point. And that is driving a whole lot of these political issues. And frankly, a lot of the time, especially on Twitter, I'm looking at these conversations and I'm thinking these conversations are, one or two orders of magnitude away from the underlying issue. I mean, shall I lay out my thesis? My sort of three,
yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So look, my 3 broad points is there are 3 mega trends that are taking place at the moment that are screwing everything up. And a lot of them relate back to 1971. So the first of those is that the monetary system we adopted in 1971 was a paper money system. But more than that, it was an inflationary system. And that meant that over time, it had to create more money. That money was always created at the government level in cooperation with the finance sector. And as a result of that, it leads to this increased centralization. Because the money was being created there, the resources were being created there, you had this inevitable drive towards larger and larger governments. So even when you had a Maggie Thatcher, even when you had a Ronald Reagan, they talked a great shop, they increased the size of government. And I wonder, would it be possible to have a personality that went in and changed it? Maybe Ron Paul in the US, maybe he would have shrunk the size of government, but he would have been ice skating uphill. Yes. Because with our monetary system, power always centralizes. So that's my first major thing.
Yeah. Dan, what do you say create money? What do you mean?
So in our system, money, as in what you think of as money, and credit are basically the same thing. They're interchangeable. So if a loan is created to go and buy something, that loan for the person who receives it spends as well as money. And actually, in our system, the vast majority of what we think of as money is actually credit. And it goes further than that. It is impossible to pay back the debt that we have because the actual amount of money in the system is something like 7% of the total. I mean, it's all credit. And that's why I think we are heading towards something like a great reset, because the amount of debt is simply unpayable. And the burden of the debt has got to the point where, I mean, it should have collapsed in 2008. But they managed to get one more side.
Okay, but that's just another way of saying that money no longer exists, isn't it?
But wait a minute.
If you think money is basically an embedded system of trust, like Carbon Mike was saying, I think.
Yeah.
And we're now saying that trust is now dissolved. That means there's no such thing as money, doesn't it?
No, I think that is true with the existing system. The existing system is on the verge of collapse, and it's probably going to happen in the next couple of years.
But wait a minute. But wait a minute. I just want to. I think Dan, your reasoning is sound here, but I have to kind of take issue with a couple of your premises. The first thing is that you mentioned 1971 as the year you and maybe us two went off the gold standard. Okay.
Yeah.
But first of all, the problem with that is that gold. Why is gold valuable? Gold as a metal, for example, is pretty damn near useless. It's one of the most useless metals in the periodic table. It is good for just about nothing.
But it's hard
the value of gold is mystical.
Because people believe in the value of gold.
No, why do they believe in the value of gold?
Because they believe in the value of gold. It's not
exactly. So in other words, it is a supernatural belief, because gold isn't naturally useful for anything. It's soft, right? It's no. Wait a minute. Let me hear me out a second. You know, all currency systems all currency is fiat currency in one way or another. Now, the difficulty of creating whatever material you use to make the value token is a separate question. But I don't necessarily see that, for example, ancient societies where they use seashells as currency, Africans, nations where they used cowrie shells, for example, were those inherently inflationary? I mean, you can always go to the beach and get more seashells.
Well, that's the issue with gold, though, isn't it? It is because gold is rare. Whatever else its properties, it is rare, and therefore it has been the money that the market has chosen for about 2,000 years.
Yes, but what I'm saying is it's not necessarily that I'm just saying that I don't see that gold itself is any big deal. In other words, why is that? Look, what is the amount of value? Let's take it back to agriculture, because this whole thing, civilization is based on agriculture, and all these systems of commerce and credit and what have you stem back to the time when human beings decided to not be hunter-gatherers and to have kind of stable places to live and work and what have you. Okay, now what is the value of a piece of land? Well, it depends. It depends on what crops you plant. And you may get a certain yield out of an acre of land if you have such and such inputs and you use such and such seed crops. But then if you change your seed crops, if you have find a new cultivar that gives you a higher yield, then the value of that piece of land has increased. Now, what is the value of a pound of gold? Well, why should any fundamental aspect of the way we run our system be dependent on how much of a yellow metal you can dig out of the ground? See, this whole thing, it has to go back to, in other words, all currency is credit, because all currency is belief, credit, credible, right?
Well, that's what it says on the back of a £5 note, is I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £5.
Exactly. And by the way,
it's deferred. All money is deferred in some ways.
And even in the case of a gold coin, if you mint a gold coin and use it to pay for something from a farmer, let's say to buy a bushel of whatever crop from a farmer, well, he believes in, it's not just like that gold is somehow inherently useful to him in his life. He just knows he can exchange that token for something else. And he's agreed to believe in the value token.
Yeah, absolutely. Money is only useful as a medium of exchange. I mean, the value of money should be the total sum of all goods and services divided by the amount of money in circulation. Well, it's not. It almost doesn't matter, what it is. I mean, gold works because it's rare and it's durable and it's all those other things.
Right. But anything could work.
But my point is more than that. Regardless of the merits or dismerits of gold, is you can't print it. Whereas the situation we're in now, the US government created $3 trillion at the beginning of the pandemic, and has created $100 billion out of thin air every month since. Now, obviously, they are not creating any goods or services. They're not creating any value in this. So whatever the merits of the previous monetary system, this one is in crisis. You can't just print money. It's about to go pop.
But this system, I hold no brief for or against that prediction. All I'm saying is that, look, yes, we've created money out of whole cloth. Well, in the 1700s, King Frederick of Prussia debased his nation's currency to finance the 7 Years' War.
Yeah, okay. Yes, he did, and basically every time that they've added base metals into the money, it has come back to bite them sort of 20 years later.
Right,
but this is a hypercharged version of that. We started debasing our paper money in a big way in 2008, and it's catching up with us.
But what I'm saying is that you don't. The problem doesn't come from. In other words, debasing one's currency is a symptom. It's not, it is I agree with you that on economic terms, it is a problem. But what I'm saying is that it is not the problem. It is a symptom.
Well, and actually, I'm less concerned with the money itself. What I'm concerned with, in the sort of first point of my thesis here, is that the monetary system that we have at the moment, the way it operates, is it naturally centralizes power in government.
I see what you mean. Yes,
that is financial services. So if you look at financials, I don't know what it's like in the US, but in the UK, we've got a population of officially 70 million. 1.1 or 1.2 million of them work in financial services. It's completely absurd.
Yes.
The outsized nature of both government and financial services is too large, and that's because of the centralizing effects of the monetary system we have. So that's my number one point.
Right. See, I'm kind of with you there, except for your conclusion. I mean, I think the reason for that is fundamentally because of a loss of civic virtue. to where we are willing to allow that centralization, and to the point of what an economy is, which is really a system of wealth allocation and value creation. In an economy, you can create new value where none existed before, and in an honest way. You can innovate. You can, look, you're Englishmen. You guys were the Industrial Revolution was born in your country, okay? And the value of all the coal in the ground before the Industrial Revolution was higher afterwards, because you had created this whole new system where now this resource that used to be marginally useful was now phenomenally useful.
So I'm certainly not disagreeing with your point about the value in civic virtues, and that can slow down the effect of what I'm talking about. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with any of this. I'm just saying it is a simple function of the fact that if you create money at the government level and then you pass it through the financial system long before it gets to people, that naturally has a
centralizing effect.
Centralizing effect.
Yes.
And that is what we're suffering from. Now, what you're describing is a countervailing trend to that, but that countervailing trend can only go so far. Because, like I said, it's always stemming from there. Right. So my second point, I want to get on to this. The second point is the media. Now, I don't know if I necessarily tie this back to 1971. I might tie it back to the beginning of 24-hour news. But the media has been traveling further and further from truth, discussion, and free speech over the decades. Right, and quickly, my third point, and that's the rise of digital networks. And what digital networks do, because of the value of any digital network is basically it's the Metcalfe law effect. It's the network effect. And what that naturally does is it strips away privacy. So we often talk about, can we win this war and stuff, and can we resist government? And we have to acknowledge that a huge part of the war that we think we're in, which I think we are in, has already been lost. We have already handed vast amounts of knowledge and power over to the likes of Google. They know an astonishing amount of us. And the really scary thing is when you tie my first theme, which is the centralization of power in government and finance, with my third theme, which is the rise of digital networks and the stripping away of privacy. If you put big government and big data and big tech together, which I think we've seen very clearly in the last few months, almost inevitably you're stripping away a huge amount of freedom there. Now, these trends, that's why I come back to Bitcoin, because if we can start to pull out power elements from the government, and maybe there's something we can do about the other bit. I think on our second point, the media angle, we are already doing that. Boomers watch mainstream media, Gen X half and half, and after that, basically nobody's in it. I think those three big themes together, they've been taking place over probably 50 years. And I think what we're going to end up with is this centralizing effect. It is so strong at this point that the option of getting away from something resembling digital communism is incredibly difficult at this point. The only way we could potentially do it is Bitcoin.
Well, see, I was with you almost all the way, but it's like, no, but in other words, when you're moving to Bitcoin, you're skipping a few steps. Okay.
What am I skipping?
Well, first of all, I refuse to call Facebook and Google and Instagram big tech. They're not big tech. Okay. Diesel engines are big tech. Aeronautics is big tech. Oil refining is big tech. These guys are big web. Google is a website. Facebook is a website. Twitter is a website. These people do not control the internet. They control what you do on those sites. Now, the internet itself, I would argue, with a lot of respect, obviously, for Bob Metcalfe, it's like, no, digital networks don't necessarily lead to a degradation of privacy. In other words, it is the reason Twitter can censor people and track people and what have you is not because it is a service you access over a digital network. It is because it's a service who's with mass surveillance built into its business model. That's why. Because it's a free service, quote unquote free service. And so because it's a free service, the only way they can pay for infrastructure and capital expenditures and what have you is to spy on their users and to sell that information to other people. Yeah, but that's not the internet. That's Twitter. That's Google. That's Facebook. The internet, the network itself is fine. We can trade encrypted traffic all day over the internet, and no one will know.
Yeah, but I mean, that aspect is fine. But I mean, take Google for example.
Yes.
The amount of stuff they know about us. I mean, just to give you one scary example. I mean, I was a couple of years ago. Google, they bought Nest, the people who do the thermostats in your room.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm thinking, when I first saw that news, I thought, why would they buy a company that does thermostats? And then I thought about it some more, and I thought, okay, what happens when you go home? You put your phone down.
Right.
Now, when you're outside, Google is tracking everything you do, where you go, how long you spent in a particular shop. You come home, you put your phone down. What your thermostat knows, what your Nest thermostat knows, is it knows which room of the house you're in. It knows when you go to bed. It knows when you wake up in the morning. It knows when you're on holiday. So that's why Google bought it. It's not because they want to keep people's homes warm. It's because they want to know about everything you do, everything you think, where you are at every moment and every day. Now, if that information is used to sell me Audis, I'm happy with it. And that was the bargain that we thought we were getting into 10, 15 years ago when we all started using these services.
Yeah.
But what I'm worried about is that if you give that level of information to government, and I think they are feeding that information to government, and government thinks it is on a mission to save us all the time, and then you get the sort of trend that you've got recently in behavioral economics, which is, we are going to nudge you, we're going to push you to do this, that, and the other thing. All of those trends together are incredibly scary, and it is hard to see how that does not result in some sort of digital communism.
Okay, well, hang on a second. I mean, I'm with you as far as the sinister nature of that, the Faustian nature of that bargain. But a couple of things, and I don't want to be pedantic, because again, I think your reasoning is sound, and I see where you're going, and I'm more or less with you. But for example, when you go outside with your cell phone, Google does not automatically know where you are. That's not true. The cell phone company automatically knows where you are to some with some slop, to some level of imprecision, because each time you walk into range of one cell phone tower and out of range of another, that handoff, and that's what they call the handoff, is an event that's tracked. And so more or less you can kind of track people with their cell phone. If you have a Wi-Fi chipset in your phone, which most people do, then depending on what Wi-Fi hotspots are around, okay, and if your chipset is in what is called promiscuous mode, which they usually default to, then even if you're not connected to any specific network, anyone who's operating that hotspot will at least know that this terminal with this ID, acquired a connection at such and such a time, and then they know where their hotspots are. Okay, so
can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
And it's a question to Dan. If you think you're being tracked that much, why don't you just turn your fucking phone off?
Because it's so incredibly convenient. And
well, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm
just as much as fault of this as anyone else who sort of got into this.
So I agree with that. Like, see, the way Dan's again framed the argument, I largely agree with. But then, would the solution not be very easy, just to introduce a privacy-based, paid-for platform? Why has that been done?
Well, exactly.
Who would control that?
Well, the point is that there wouldn't be just one. That's the point. That's what I'm always boring people online about. The whole point is that there is no business model. There's no viable business model for big social media that does not involve mass surveillance. Now, when I was coming up in tech, social media was 10,000 people operating what they call BBSs, bulletin board systems. And so you might be a member of 4 or 5 different ones. You had your computer at home, you had your modem, you dial into a specific BBS, and you'd trade messages and talk and what have you and shoot the shit. And then you dial into another one, so on and so forth. And all the stuff people do on Facebook, people did on those systems, except with not the graphics weren't as good. In fact,
I just don't understand the mindset of someone who says that whenever I take my phone, the government's tracking me, when you could just turn your phone off.
But like I said, the government is not necessarily tracking you. They have
I know what you mean.
Right, but this is important, right?
Because heavy, isn't it? Should we have a laugh in a minute?
In a minute, sure. But my point is this. Right. First of all, it won't do to be insufficiently paranoid, but it also won't do to be too
agree
paranoid,
with that.
Right?
I have a Pascal's wager version of paranoia in that I assume the government's always going to screw me over unless they don't.
Well, that's a good assumption. But look, my point is this: we're back to the thing of decentralization. And by the way, Dan Liberty's point, right? One of the solutions in this war, and one of the very first things we have to do, is to build small scale social media networks. This is absolutely imperative. Because if you're trying to mount an opposition, if you're trying to take your army into the field, the situation we're in now is that the enemy, okay, has a remote kill switch on all your radios and all your weapons, and they can turn that shit off anytime they want. And all your logistics, all your planning, all your strategy is happening on systems that they own and control. So it doesn't mean you have to get rid of your phone, doesn't mean you have to do anything like that, but it does mean that we have, people who are interested in this thing have to do something like what we've done with the Foundationist Society. They have to start their own systems, and it's like we have one Twitter's not enough. We have to 10,000 of them.
In that case, Dan, I'm sorry if I was a bit harsh. I didn't mean to be a bit sharp with you, but I'm just thinking, well, if you're that worried about your smartphone, just leave your bloody smartphone at home. I do.
Well, no, I agree with you. The issue is, I mean, it comes back to your point earlier. You mentioned that when you sort of wake up in the morning, one of the first things you check is
I did,
Twitter.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. It's because it is a source of entertainment, of banter, of argument. And it's also incredibly convenient. You can look up whatever you want. You can take pictures of your kids when you're taking them for a walk. And
I agree.
What I should do is every time I leave the house is disable, Wi-Fi and data and location, all the rest of it. You tend to forget half the time and you leave it on.
I made a cheap point, and I apologise for it. I apologise.
No, it's all right. No offence taken, because you are right. But coming back to Mike's point, that sounds like an hour and a half in. It sounds like our first solid solution, building. Smaller, more cohesive social networks
based on actual relationships. Correct. Yes.
Yeah, and
yes.
and we are sort of moving in that direction. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, which of you still use Facebook? I mean, I've got an account, but I haven't logged into about 5 years.
Not me.
I don't use Facebook. Yeah.
So there is that sort of trend anyway, that you want something a little bit more, something that means perhaps a bit more.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
all the users on Facebook have just gone to LinkedIn.
I'm on LinkedIn under my real name, and I use that as a system for allowing recruiters to get in touch with me about jobs, and that's pretty much how. And I don't even have it on my phone; it's just on my home PC.
You mean your real name's not Carbon Mike?
Nope. It's not even Michael. But no, this can't. I believe this can't be said often enough. This is one of the very, very, very first things we have to do. Literally, it means that people have. It's not good enough to just leave Twitter and go to Telegram. That is not good enough. We have to start seeing, dozens, hundreds, thousands of enthusiasts downloading open source social media software and spinning it up on a computer they control, and inviting a dozen or two dozen of their friends to log on and
start your own podcast.
Yes, that's good too. But here's the problem with starting it's not a problem with it. But what I'm saying is that the next step is that you can start to build networks that are censorship proof, so that when you do start your own podcast, if YouTube takes you down, YouTube takes you down. It's no big deal. I mean, and that's when your podcast depends on these syndication networks, sure. Anchor.fm, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and so forth. Well, those are networks owned by specific companies, but the five of us could build a syndication network overnight.
We could, right?
And it would be
we start building something, but then not by very nature, unless we use something like layer 2, like cryptocurrency solutions, like smart contracts, we can't do that without doing like centralized systems. If we want to build a Twitter clone, just hang on a minute. If we want to build a Twitter clone, we have to set up servers which are hosted somewhere. People can get at the host.
No. I don't want to build a Twitter clone. Why?
No. I mentioned Twitter as a clone, but no, whether it's a local app or whatever, wherever you host it on, it still becomes vulnerable because you're using something that's in that syndication, right?
But
no. Build everything.
No, you don't. No, that's wrong. Look, can someone? Look, I have a number of services running in my data center right now. Could someone mount a denial of service attack against one of my servers? Yes, they could. But let's get to that problem. That's a separate problem. Okay. The problem we have is not that people are starting their own websites and that, bands of statist rogues are taking them down. That is not the problem we have now. The problem we have now is that we are unable to trade certain kinds of information openly on networks that are controlled by the enemy. And the solution to that is to build our own networks and trade information there. And
back to Sean then. So Sean, he's like got 4,000 odd followers now. How would you do that? Because you don't know 4,000 people locally.
I imagine they will vanish overnight. I fully expect that to happen. The reason I'm put off this, and someone has, I've been very, very encouraged by people saying you should start your own podcast and stuff, is that I just, that's what worries me, that followership. I know it's only 4,000 people, but it's growing reasonably well.
It's a small army.
You need to use Twitter. You need to use Twitter as a channel to think in public, right? And two, a way to get people onto your mailing list. And this is what I tell everyone. Have had a few talks with Sebastian, who does the Not the BBC podcast. Great guy. Shout out to Sebastian. And what I told him, the first talk we had about this thing, we didn't even record it. I said, listen, your mailing list is where your power is. Your Twitter following is wonderful, but your mailing list is your source of power, because they can kick you off Twitter, but no one can kick you off your mailing list.
Yeah, which is why I'm on the Foundationist, and
there you go, Foundationist, exactly. So
also, I think I might be shit at it, so that's the other reason.
You're not. Don't worry about it. But you know what I mean. It's like Twitter is, and actually Sebastian was the one who mentioned this to me, the concept of anti-fragility, right? We need to have an approach where we're looking at systems that are anti-fragile, because they're small, they're local, they're highly redundant, and they're cross-networked with each other. So Twitter is fine. I'm not saying you have to boycott Twitter if you like it on there, but I am saying if you have 5,000 followers or however many followers, you should be every day trying to pull people into a network that you control that Twitter does not. That's one of the ways I use Twitter. When I get a new follow from someone, I tend to go and I look at their profile, and maybe if we've exchanged messages, I'll DM them. I'll say, hey, you want to have a chat? Sometimes I get on the phone with, get on WhatsApp or get on Zoom or Skype or whatever. And I'll say, hey, come check out my private chat room.
Yeah, it's like an interview.
Yeah. And it's like, and next thing you know,
it's not, Dan, it's not.
They're a user in the chat room. Okay. And they're on my mailing list. Now, if Twitter kicks me off, well, they kick me off. I have some number of people I can communicate with reliably, whether or not I'm on Twitter or whether my videos get taken out from YouTube.
So just kind of tying in Dan's original point there back to kind of Bitcoin and tying it into the networks. The reason you would build up that following, right? Or the reason you do a mailing list is to potentially, I would imagine, financially capitalize on it, right? So if you're looking for income, I'm not saying it's the only way. I'm just saying it's one way, right? So one way people do seek big followerships, and when they want these million followers, is because they can say, right now I've got a platform, I can start selling things. This is my life now. This is my income, and this is why I think that local stuff is really important. I agree with you, but then we can't ignore that fact that actually some people might want more than just locals. They might actually still want that, but we need to have a solution that says, right, we're going to serve you that need, but you're not tied into Twitter. You're not tied into something else. It's still, you can still be big and you can still be small. You can potentially, capitalize on it.
But remember what I said, there is no viable business model for social media that does not involve mass surveillance, except if people are paying you monthly. And listen, if you have a thing, if you have a Patreon or whatever, where people pay you monthly, then wonderful. I'm not denigrating that. And you don't have to use Patreon. There are other platforms you could use. You could cobble together a platform. That now it's a matter of technical expertise, right? You could decide to do it through some other payment system, and you might have 10,000 people through that system, ignoring Patreon entirely and paying you $20 a month or whatever they pay you, and that's fine. But there is no viable business model for free social media that does not involve mass surveillance.
I'm not necessarily sure that's a problem, because
it's not a problem.
I don't use social media to make money.
Right.
The reason I use social media is to spread perspectives that I know people are not getting on mainstream media, and to do analysis that I know will never be presented on mainstream media. So
bingo, King.
Sean is worried about only having 4,000 people in his network. But put that in perspective. That's about 1% of CNN's average viewership at any given time.
There you go.
So as long as we've got 100,
I've probably lost about 1,000 of them tonight as well.
Well, okay, as long as we've got 120 shortens, then you're competing with CNN, and that's
my
what
point.
all of us have got to do. We've got to think, we've got to do our analysis, we've got to present our arguments in a coherent way, and we've got to put them out there. And it's a generational thing because the boomers are dying off, and as the boomers die off, the mainstream media will die off. Well, I mean, a lot of their really weird behaviour. I mean, and the behaviour over the Trump era was just utterly bizarre.
Yes.
It's because it's a wounded animal that's dying.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, bingo. I mean, yeah,
I couldn't work out, Dan, what your opinion was about that. I mean, you said you're a libertarian, but you're a libertarian. Excuse me, but were you pro-Trump, anti-Trump, or?
So I was pro-Trump, very pro-Trump. I mean, I wasn't originally. I mean, before he became president, because I just thought he was this sort of garish figure, and I didn't think he had a lot of integrity to him. But I really warmed up to him because essentially he was a massive fuck you to the system.
Yeah.
And if anything, when I talked earlier about how I think that a lot of these trends are pushing the government in a certain direction. So I think the monetary system and the way we do politics and the way we do media, it naturally centralizes power. The wonderful thing about Trump is that the system spent so hard trying to spit him out for 4 years that it didn't make the progress towards the sort of Orwellian future that it otherwise could have done. But essentially, he was a he was a hairball in the throat of the machine. He was not necessarily a solution to it.
Right. I think that's.
I remember his first. I don't think it was his first, but just after he was inaugurated, about a week or two later, and he did that White House press call conference thing, and he basically just laid into all the journalists. And I was watching it. I was thinking, that's just fucking brilliant.
I think the media is a massive part of the problem. But it's the one that I'm most comfortable about because I can see that they're dying on their own.
Yeah.
Don't you think as well, again, part of the COVID problem is the fact that the reason why all of the media organizations have fallen into line, because pretty much the only money they're getting, or the large part, is from governments.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, governments and their investments and their investments behind the scenes. I would like to know, just like I'd like to know who in government, who are these vaccine passport pushers are holding pharma heavy ETFs and actual shares in these companies. I want to know if
witty
Pfizer,
balance are too obvious.
I mean, so I would very much like to see people who are on our side talk about this more. You guys have that guy, Jesus Zawadi, your vaccines minister.
The minister for the coal, as I called him.
Minister for the coal, right? So, and he had a financial management company, which he signed over to his wife in 2019. So he's no longer on the books as holding that. What are the holdings of that company? When Pfizer paid out $8 billion in dividends last year, when Moderna had a year over year from last year to this year, what is it, a 21,000% profit bump? Did his portfolio benefit from that?
Yeah,
I would like to see more of the people who are on our side answering, at least asking those questions. Go on, sorry.
Mike, what we have in this country is not a scrutiny proficient media.
No, I'm not. Wait, stop. I'm not talking about the media. I said people on our side. You do have podcasters in the UK, don't you? Okay, so how come we're
not listened to? Are we? We're doing it now, but we're not listened to.
Well, never mind that. I don't care about who's listening. That's a separate question. Who's asking the question? I'm not seeing on our side in terms of people just getting online and talking about this stuff. I'm not seeing people specifically go through and say, okay, here are the numbers. All these companies are publicly traded. We know what the dividend payouts are. We know what the profit growth is. Now let's go systematically through all these people pushing these policies, vaccine passport and so on in government, and let's see who's invested. Then let's do the same thing with media, with big social media. We know that Google, for example, has been funding a lot of things in the background. We know they're heavily invested because with companies that size, the company itself has a portfolio. Whose pension fund, right? In terms of just ordinary companies, right? How many pension funds have pharma heavy ETFs in them? And
nobody's
banking
doing that
on
research.
these. Well, no one's doing that research. That's my point.
I think some are, right? So I think there's some people who, I've seen like just I mean, they're quite terrible infographics, but people have been trying to put this pitch together. But the problem is that they don't get any reach. Like, I think the key problem for me in this, and again, another problem we need to solve is this presentable information. Because when you see things like that, it's all like all these lines drawn everywhere. You know what I mean? It's like all these little groups, and you can't really understand what's going on. What they're trying to tell you is the whole system's corrupt. And by the way, look how everyone's connected, just like you were saying there. It's like they're all connected, they're all in each other's pockets, they're all getting financial backhanders. But it's so complex. You show that in front of somebody, you think they just can't compute it. So I think that's one of the things we need to solve is like, how do we distill all of these bits of information into kind of chunks that we can throw at somebody? Because we don't need to talk to people on our own side. We need to talk to the people who are still on the fence. Do you know what I mean? They're still a little bit asleep. They're just going along with rules. We need to throw them little bits of red meat and say, did you know? Do you know what I mean? And just give them one bit of information.
One bit of,
and it's a crumb.
Yeah. Well, I can't argue with anything you've said, because that's what I'm always saying too. It's like, stop trying to convince people with this whole big pill they have to swallow about everything how everything they've ever known has been a lie, and the whole system is this. In other words, because if everything is a problem, nothing's a problem. When I was on the left, I used to get an argument with a lot of fellow lefties about triage, because the left, when I was a part of it, even back then, before Occupy Wall Street, let's say, had an unfortunate tendency to kind of to take every opportunity to complain about every goddamn thing. And so every time they'd come out and do something, it's like, oh, Monsanto and GMOs and America spelled with 3 Ks and this and that and foreign policy and Palestine and this and that. And it's like, listen, you need to focus. So to what you said, I'm with you 100%. We have to get very good at taking one salient point and pounding it. You know who was really good at this and who we should watch more, like who we should analyze like chess players analyzing old games? Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage was a genius at this. He had a couple of talking points and he would hammer those relentlessly. He wouldn't try to go and get into the arcane details of this. Now this is, he's just like this is the thing and the da 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 da. And it was almost like a routine he had. And we need to have more people who are just going on and pounding on one or two specific points.
A couple of things there. I mean, one of the reasons that Nigel was doing that is because he was a creature of the mainstream media, and he was using their sort of 12-second talking points in order to get that across.
Okay,
and
so
in our networks, we do have the luxury of being able to say something and then expand on it and give the reasonings and the whole arguments behind it. And possibly what we're doing is not so much trying to get across directly to the masses. What we're trying to do is equip the people who have those conversations with the strength of argument and the confidence behind what they say.
I think we need to do both. I think we need to do both. Yeah, that's all. I mean, I'm with you, but in other words, I don't really care if who Farage was a creature of. What I'm looking at is the what he was able to do simply in terms of getting coalitions, right, together.
Yeah.
And getting people to listen who you wouldn't have thought would listen. People who, people from communities that had voted Labor for a century were actually willing to.
That's through the mainstream media, and I don't think that option is open to any of us. In fact, all of us are probably, looking at something which goes completely the opposite way to the mainstream.
Okay, but what I'm saying is we can use those techniques. Yes, in other words, none of us can necessarily go and get on LBC or get on Good Morning Britain. Okay, fine. But what I'm saying is those techniques are obviously effective. In other words, it wasn't just that Nigel Farage was on LBC and that's why century-long communities of labor voters decided to switch. It was that he had a way of pressing the point home. What I'm saying is we got to steal these techniques wherever we see them, wherever they're effective, and use them in our little networks. And by the way, our side is terrible at that. I'm very sorry.
Well, that's because we are a broad network of individuals, whereas the mainstream media and the government, they are very good. I mean, and actually, I see this more in the US. I see a talking point come up, and then every Democrat politician, every mainstream media anchor, they're all following a talking point, and they will move from talking point to, and I don't know how they do it. There must be some sort of WhatsApp group set up, but their ability to stick to an individual talking point en masse, and none of them have an individual mind or
an opinion or an idea, right?
Exactly.
Yes,
but on our side, We are all individuals. You take 5 people who basically agree on almost everything and put them on a podcast, and they still find plenty to disagree with. It's because we are inherently individual.
What? Here's the thing. That's where I have to push back, because that sounds to me like we're patting ourselves on the back. Well, those guys are hive minds, but we're independent thinkers. Listen to me. We are terrible at that, and that is our fault. Okay, I'm sorry, but.
So define that. We are terrible at what exactly?
We are terrible at distilling, first of all, at crafting the kind of viruses, the kind of idea viruses that actually have a shot at propagating. Because what we want to do is we want to go off and say, oh, okay, download this 15-page PDF, watch these 5 videos that talk about how the Rothschilds did this a century ago and this and that happened. And you know something? It's like, no, we have to get away from that. What are we trying to get? Now, it doesn't mean that let's say there's 10,000 people in the UK podcasting, let's just say, okay. It doesn't mean that all 10,000 have to agree on a strategy. But by this time, for as long as we've been doing this stuff, more of us should be diligently and ruthlessly creating very small, very tight, very coherent talking points and hammering them home. We are not doing that. And that's not because the media is this whatever, or because Boris Johnson is an asshole. It's because we are being self-indulgent. So of course, you guys know, I mean, I'm with you. I'm on side, I love you guys for being out there, but our side has to get better at doing that.
Our side is highly decentralized versus those
that doesn't matter. Okay. That doesn't matter. That does not matter. Because at the end of the day,
surely it does.
Well, no. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter in terms of what the objective is. We're in a war. We have to attack. We have to take up a good fighting position and attack the enemy. If we pick a bad fighting position, if our aim is off, then we're going to lose that encounter. That's it. And you can say we're decentralized. You can say we're guerrilla fighters, and they're a Napoleonic army. You could say all that. Maybe that's true, but at the end of the day, that is what is required. So we have to figure it out. That's it.
Dan, can I ask you a quick question? And it would be this, because you've been immersed in these waters, obviously, for a while. I'm trying to work out if there's any single journalist in the Westminster pool who's actually reliable or honest or on the side of freedom.
Well,
so
I'll counter that. So can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah.
I think we're talking about a virus, but the host is already dead. Do you know what I mean? Because we're talking about, talking points is a great idea and doing small bits of information is great. But back to this decentralized thing, I think that decentralized bit is important. We can still send them, we can still have talking points distributed on a distributed network. But what you were saying there, Mike, earlier is like talking about, do talking points on their technology, their host, their media, and Sean, you're asking about their journalists. I'm saying there specifically because they're part of that host that to me is dead. So what we need to do is engineer something that says, right, just like how do we create our own? What is the first shot, as you were saying? And
but if you have,
I'm just going to bring it back to Dan. It's something like crypto, which I know it's not the whole solution, but it's something we can actually, that should be our first shot.
But wait a minute, why do you, in other words, we're talking about reaching to people and convincing them of something, persuading them. Okay. What does crypto have to do with that?
I think it has a lot to do with it.
Well, tell me what.
Does, because
the issue is that because government runs money, that gives them an enormous advantage. It allows them to do things that no mere mortal could. I mean, not the least, it allows them to spend far more money in any given time period because the obligation to pay off that money is always 30 years in the future. So that is a massive advantage to them. Now, like the US sort of checks and balances system, if you can split up the centers of power, you take power away from each of those individually and you sort of keep them all honest. So something as simple as Bitcoin is taking power out of the hands of government and it's going for a free market money solution.
Wait a minute.
Now, that I think is something that does have merit because you can convince people of that by saying that they have the opportunity to make more.
Let's assume that's true.
Yeah. And once they've been in it for a while, they stop thinking about how can I maximize my USD or my pounds.
Okay, but wait a minute. What does that have to do with, for example, convincing people that they should reject medical apartheid or vaccine passports or whatever, or experimenting on children? That's what I'm talking about right now.
By itself, nothing. But what it does is it takes power out of the hands of government. And if government is less powerful, it is less able to implement those things that we are concerned about.
Okay, let's take that as read. All right. But what I'm saying is that in the next 5 months, okay, you are not going to deplete the coffers of central government, no matter how wildly successful any cryptocurrency is. It's not going to happen in the next 5 months. So what I'm saying is, what we're trying to do is to get people, for example, to not give this experimental vaccine to pregnant women. Right. We're getting people to hopefully sit down with their families and have real conversations about why can't we do this other thing rather than say, no, it's OK, I'm breastfeeding, but I'm going to take this experimental drug. That's what I'm talking about. So everything you've said, OK, take granted. But what I'm talking about is retail politics. How do we talk to our fellow citizens, our fellow human beings, in a way that actually gets through to them on our ad hoc networks?
There's two answers to that, and the two answers are, what scale are you trying to affect things on? So in terms of the pregnant women and whatever else, and taking the vaccine, I can do that on a personal level by reaching out to people that I know in my life, and I can have conversations with them, and I can talk about these things, and I've had a good success rate in opening people's minds up to it. I simply do not think it is possible to implement change on the sort of things that you're talking about there on anything other than a personal level on a short time scale. I don't think I can affect the system as a whole. However, the second question, right, is how can we address these things on a more macro level? And that's where I think something like Bitcoin can come in, but it's not going to take place over the next 5 months. I think actually I'm quite black-pilled on this. I think that things are going to go to shit quite badly over the next 10 years. And actually, when I talk about solutions and talk about coming out on the other side of this better, I'm talking about 2030. I think this trend of centralization is going to continue. I think this this tendency of authoritarianism, of clamping down on individual rights, I don't see any way to turn that around in 5 months or necessarily even 5 years. So I think we need to go through a period of absolute bloody hell to come out on the other side, and you just got to build the resistance and the alternative solutions as you go through that.
So this is where we part company, even though, as usual, your reasoning itself is sound. Because first of all, if we're in a war, the first thing is that anyone who says that in a war to his or her troops would make a shit general. OK, that's not what you say to your troops. It's like our side is terrible at building morale. This is what I mean. Right now, I don't think it's true at all that look, I think this will be a 100-year war. That's true. I think that we're going to be in for the long haul, but I have no idea whether things are going to get better or worse. We should be prepared for things to get worse. We should be honest about the fact that the trend lines do not look good. We should be honest about the fact that we have so far gotten our asses kicked. But what I'm saying is that, we have to start talking about, we have to get as good as the left is at getting people excited about getting on our side. The left is very good, especially with young people, at getting them excited and getting them on side. They know the kinds of things to say that will motivate people. We're going to save the world. We're going to stop the climate from changing. Okay? Now, you and I know that's bullshit, but what I'm getting at is it's compelling. It's obvious that it's compelling. Now, where's our compelling narrative? Where's the thing that we're saying? I mean, like in the Foundation Society, we're saying, listen, come build with us, come build things, come learn how to do this kind of technology that I'm talking about. Come learn how to start your own chat server, because we got to build a foundation. This is a massive construction project. It's cool. It's exciting. You're going to learn some great stuff. You're going to talk to some new people. Whatever it is, that's just my thing. I don't expect everyone to agree with that, but I'm just saying, we got to have something better to tell people than, oh yeah, it's all going to go to shit. I mean, if that's the case, then I mean, who the hell's going to join the army that says, yeah, it's all going to shit, versus right across the street, you got Extinction Rebellion saying we're going to save the planet. Well, the young people listening to us are going to go on their side, and why wouldn't they? That's a problem.
you either decide that this is a war or not. If you decide it's a war, you don't fight nice. And this is a very, very subtle
That's
war.
true.
And
That's true.
I believe it's a war.
Yeah.
And the worst thing about this war is it's not like normal wars where governments fight governments. This is government fighting us.
That's right.
And
Yes.
once you realize that, there's no
That's right.
point in playing nice.
That's
Once you
right.
play nice, you're conceding to the enemy. And that sounds paranoia.
No, it's not.
I
It's
don't,
not paranoid.
I don't fucking care if it does or not. That's the way I view it. And I've got my 11-year-old son, and I worry about the world he's going to grow up in.
That's right. Well,
And
I mean,
I will take a bullet for this. I will not put a mask on. I will not have a vaccine passport. I will not have a jab because the government tells me to. And if that means I'm disinherited from the normal rhythms of human life, then fuck it.
so fucking be it. Exactly.
I'll reinvent my own rhythms.
That's right, brother.
What does when your 11-year-old does he ever talk about government? Does he have a sort of general sense as to whether government is trustworthy and the mainstream media can be believed?
My problem, Dan, is that he does talk about it, and I don't think an 11-year-old child should be talking about this stuff.
Yep.
So invasive has the government narrative become. An 11-year-old child should be getting into trouble for breaking a window, staying out too late. They should not be saying to me things like, I think COVID's gone away, Dad, which is the sort of stuff he says to me.
Yeah.
That's what the government has done to his mind.
Well, even a couple of years ago, I could go weeks or months at a time without having to think about my government once. For the last few months, I've been thinking about my government multiple times a day. What the hell are they going to do next? How are they going to interfere next? But, you know, and I'm sorry for you, Sean, that your kid is going through that and that so many kids are going through that. But I kind of think that so many young people today, the lies are so blatant, mainstream media is so laughable, government is so obvious that the whole generation is getting to the point where they simply do not believe this. There is a loss of faith in the system. And I think it is largely generational. I think the baby boomers are more or less taken in by it, and there are a lot of young people taken in by it. But we are moving to a point where the bulk of the population is simply not going to tune into the mainstream media or accept that the government is ultimately a force for good, apart from a few diehards. So I do feel the bulk of the population, on the whole, is moving in our direction.
But we can't rely. But we can't rely on that because, for example, talking about children, talking about young people, we saw in the summer of 2020 that there are a large number of young people who are willing to kind of overthrow or just ignore social convention, ignore respect for authority, and go into the streets with bullets, with bricks and Molotov cocktails and what have you, and burn things down. So just because the tide seems to be turning to where young people seem to be, if not embracing outright rejectionism, rejecting things that their elders took for granted, just because that is happening doesn't mean we can kind of depend on that. That's not a strategy. That's not a tactic. We have to get better at get better at saying
no, Mike, because it's dripped down into the language.
It's dripped down into the language even. And
my son
talks
about COVID as if it's a normal thing. It's okay to go and see my friend Jet because he's been double vaccinated and all this shit. Right. There's no way a child should be talking those words.
That's correct. And by the way, listen, we're just talking about COVID now. Keep in mind, right? You also, your son is also your son, meaning he's male, meaning there's teachers now who are happy to drip poison in his ear, telling him that he's supposed to apologize for being male. Then you got other motherfuckers talking about how gender isn't even real and how if you just say you're a woman, then you're a woman. If you're a woman, you say you're a man, you're a man. And then the other thing, Brother Sean, is that your son is a white kid. And now you got these people dripping poison in his ear telling me that he's supposed to, his black classmates are supposed to distrust him and he is supposed to apologize for the color of his skin. You see what I'm saying? So,
well, we're quite lucky because this school's a very Roman Catholic school.
Thank God. But I'm saying but you know where I'm going with this. What I'm saying is that we can't rely on just the fact of, well, the tide seems to be turning. That's more of that's too passive for me. I like to fight. And
trust
and
me,
so I'm like,
my son's head teacher knows that I'm not that passive.
right, which is good. But
She
my
finds
point,
she thinks I'm a fucking nightmare.
well,
She
that's
told
her.
me that.
Good, good. I hope you listen. I hope the bitch stays up all
lost
night
mine.
in dread of. Yeah.
Mike,
No,
a,
but,
a young, in your experience, a young black men and women, are they buying into this narrative? This whole
too many of them are. That's the problem. We saw that last year. And by the way, I'm getting worked up. I need to calm down. But what I'm saying is, I can see that part of the reason why so many young black, and again, this isn't, here's the thing. What we saw in the summer of 2020 wasn't huge numbers of poor people, desperately poor people running into the streets and destroying infrastructure and destroying communities and what have you and committing crimes. No, because a lot of these kids have money. A lot of these kids have money. And the question is, there is some spiritual crisis that we have allowed to infect them and have allowed to destroy their spirit in a certain way, where they think that that's okay. And then we have these half-assed people in the media nodding and clapping and kind of patting young black people on the head for dysfunction.
Is it a lack of spirituality or is it a lack of fathers?
It's here's the thing. We're talking about two different things, because the endemic, the semi-permanent street crime problem we have in major cities in my country and yours is due to fatherlessness. Absolutely. I mean, in other words, it's due to the destruction of the family. That is true. But I'm talking about these protests in particular. These protests are criminal, but they're not street crime in the same way that a bunch of stabbings in whatever part of London are. They're different kind of crime, is what I'm saying. And so the fundamental problem with young middle-class black kids who have bought into the Black Lives Matter rhetoric, who have taken all that on board, who've taken critical race theory on board, is that our side is not good enough at talking to them. We have not put together a narrative that makes sense and that jives with reality, and that doesn't insult them. And this is a problem. And by the way, Turning Point USA and Turning Point UK, those people are part of the problem.
Really? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Goddamn right. Absolutely. And one of the reasons, sorry?
Is it simply not, to me, it sort of looks like, do you want to be a victim or do you want to be, your own man? I mean, is that in itself not persuasive? I mean, that is sort of the talking points.
Well, yeah, but that by itself is a dumb talking point. No disrespect to you, but I'm just saying that by itself doesn't cut it. Okay, because very many social, you could talk social justice movements or what have you, even if they're dysfunctional at their core, they almost always have some legitimate grievance that has gone unaddressed.
Yeah.
And so you have to address the legitimate grievance. So, for example, in the United States, we have a problem with policing. We also have a problem with a semi-permanent black underclass. Now, the semi-permanent black underclass exists because of the destruction of the family. That is the reason. Okay?
Or
we have
the abandonment of the father.
Well, that's the same thing. If you abandon the father, you destroy the family.
Yeah.
I think there's something more there.
Wait a minute. Hear me out. Hear me out.
My whole theme is that incentives drive the system, and the system drives the outcome.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. All right. Fundamentally, okay, if you destroy the family, you destroy society. That happens in the US, it happens in China, it happens in India, it happens in Russia, it happens everywhere in the world. You have high population density and low median income. If you go on to destroy families by, for example, having a very generous welfare system that incentivizes young women to have kids out of wedlock that they can't afford to raise,
that was exactly the point I was going to make.
Then you're going to okay. So we're on the same page there. But my point is this: why is it that the people who are supposedly on our side in this can't find a better way to talk to young black people than just say black on black crime? One second you say that the left is all into identity politics, And the very next moment, what do? Every time you talk about crime, you talk about it in racialized terms. Make a fucking decision. We have a problem with crime. Everywhere in the world you destroy families, okay, you have problems with crime. Everywhere. Places where there are no black people to be seen other than tourists.
Mike, let me lay it out like this. The government incentivizes single mothers. You then get single mothers. You then get young men growing up in female-run households, and even if the advice that the mother is given, the simple fact that it's coming from a woman is demasculating. They search out a strong figure, often a strong figure in a community of fatherless households are, basically just brutes.
Kids raised by the streets. Yes, right.
And once you're in that situation, is it messaging? Is it a question of one of us?
I didn't say it was. We're talking about two different things. All right. Look, I'm not the political messaging I'm talking about is not aimed at the young boys who have been raised by the street and running with a gang. I'm not talking about them. I just said that the problem, we have a separate look, the people who ring around with Black Lives Matter t-shirts and what have you, breaking shop windows and shit like that. Most of them are not desperately poor. That's not the problem. The politically active center of the black community is not in the welfare community. Most people on assistance do not vote. The politically active young people that we're talking about, okay, have embraced a nihilistic movement, okay, that doesn't have any real answers and doesn't want any real answers. And they've done that partly because no one from our side is actually talking to them.
Okay, so be clear. Who are we trying to get this message to?
We're trying to get this message to young middle class black folks. A lot of them who can afford to go to college or who have gone to college. In terms of moving the political center of gravity, that's who you want to reach. And what I'm saying is we've done a terrible job of reaching them. Now, here's the thing: if you want to, for example, make a move toward dismantling the welfare system or shrinking it or making it work better, making it other than some kind of dysfunctional incentive system, which is what it is now, then the political lift you need to do that is going to come from middle class people. And we are terrible at talking to young middle class black people. We just are. That's a problem. And like I said, going back, Turning Point USA, Turning Point UK are part of the problem.
So what would be the solution apart from, so how would we get that message to them? So how would that work?
Very excellent question. And thank you, brother. The solution is to talk to them respectfully and to not engage in a bunch of pious lies simply in the interest of getting people on side. I talk about this concept called comfort noise. And back in the day, the public switch telephone network got so good at one point. The circuits got so good that that there was this problem that emerged that people would think the line went dead when they were on a call, right? It would just go silent and the line wasn't dead. It was just the circuit was very quiet. And so AT&T, who had the monopoly on the phone system back then, introduced a psychoacoustic remedy. It was called comfort noise. They didn't inject some static into the line. And what that meant was that now there was a little bit of noise there and you kind of were reassured that you and your conversant were in the same space. Now, the same thing is true of political debate. For you and I to have we're already on the same side, but if I'm trying to, if we're arguing about politics and we're trying to get into where we're at least arguing about the same thing, then sometimes I have to make some comfort noise to reassure you that you and I are both looking at the same reality so we can then get a handle on the problem we want to argue about. Okay. And conservatives traditionally, especially in my country, have been terrible at making comfort noise. They have gone for the pious lies. Right? If I'm talking to someone from Chile, for example, most of you are part of the history geeks, you know about the history of hemispheric policy in the U.S. with regards to South and Central America. If I talk to someone from Chile and I say, America has always stood for democracy around the world and the right of self-determination of people everywhere, that guy's going to turn me off if he knows anything about his own history. Because he's going to be like, look, do you remember the whole thing about you guys coming down and overthrowing a president? You remember that? Right? Okay, but conversely, if I tell him, listen, I know that our policy in this hemisphere has not been righteous always. I'm a patriot because I believe in the promise of my country, and people are not their governments. Okay, so with respect to Salvador Allende and whatever, you and I may disagree about what kind of leader he was, but we had no right to do that shit. See, I can say I'm a patriot. I'm an irrational patriot, to use a Chestertonian term. I love my country irrationally. So I don't need to have some kind of laundry list of things that's great about America, because to say, well, that's why I love America, period. So I don't have any problem with admitting these things. And the problem is that the right is terrible at admitting what is wrong, because they think they have to just go all the way the other direction, rah for this and that. And what that means is that young people who might otherwise be willing to listen immediately turn us off.
So do you think this is? Sorry, go on.
Go on. I was going to say that.
Part of the problem is when you say that the right put off young people, is that young people think that it's part of the right philosophy to change everything, whereas often it's not. Normally, it's to conserve it.
Well, I think there's much to your point, but what I'm saying is, the answer is more complicated. The answer is that every civilization is always collapsing and always being rebuilt. And our job our in terms of the sacred oath that we should be sworn to fulfill to future generations, and to kind of preserve the trust of the past, what's been handed down by our ancestors, is to actively find the balance between innovation and preservation.
Well, what Roger Scruton said, and he was right about most things,
yes,
was the difference between a conservative and a liberal, with small L's and a small c, is that the conservative looks above the parapet to watch the things he loves and to try and preserve them, whereas the liberal just wanted to change everything.
Well, I mean, he's not far wrong there. Chesterton again said that the soldier. Chesterton said that the soldier fights not because he hates what's in front of him, but because he loves what is behind him.
Well, that's another way of saying the same thing, I think.
I think my bigger concern, Sean, is that might have been true of conservatives maybe, 15 years ago. But the conservatives of today, all they want to do is whatever the left wants to do.
Well, they're not conservatives, are they?
But I'm not holding a brief for any particular. See, that's why, if you look at foundationism, it seems conservative, and it kind of is conservative. But I'm not particularly bothered about holding a brief for any particular party or any particular, like, we believe in building things. We believe, foundationists believe in building things. And what we think that loving construction, loving building things, right, infuses you with a respect for things which have already been built.
I didn't express it very well. I'll express it in a different way. What Scruton said was that there was a difference of temperament, which is that the conservative looks for things to love, whereas the leftist looks at things to criticize.
Let's assume that's true. So what I'm talking about is how to talk to a young person who's trying to figure themselves out. We've hollowed out the mechanisms where young people have any kind of metric to say, am I a good person or not? Okay. And what that means is that the moment, and you all of you have seen this, all of you have seen that when the moment someone dangles something and says, hey, this means you're a good person. Young people, there are young people of a certain temperament who will say, okay, then I'm all in on that. And so you dangle the Black Lives Matter. It's like, well, yeah, that's good because I'm anti-racist. You say, well, you have to wear a mask that makes you a good person. Okay, I'll wear a mask. I'm a good person. And what I'm saying is that we have to do a better, never mind. Listen, we could be here from now till tomorrow talking about the faults of liberalism and of liberals. That's not the point. The point is, how do we reach young people who are trying to figure themselves out? And so far, we've done a terrible fucking job.
I think it's a totally fair point. In terms of solution, I think that's a good one.
Right.
Because it is, because you're right. It's like, it's not just, it's sowing the seeds. But shame Michael's actually dropped off the podcast. I was going to ask him about the role of comedy next, right? Because I knew we talked about it at the beginning, not just about ridiculing government, but also the role in comedy. That I wanted to know how that would land, because I think one thing we've seen as well, more so for the last like 12 months, is right-wing comedians, if there is such a thing, And to me, that kind of misses the point, which is we don't need right-wing comedians. We need comedians. You know, it needs to be equal opportunities ridiculing. Do you know what I mean? And that seems important. But this also comes back
I think
into
Ricky Gervais is a right-wing comedian, isn't he? He's in the sense that he doesn't really give a fucking shit about his political leanings.
Well, that makes him. That doesn't make him right wing, although.
Well,
it just makes him funny.
It does slightly make him right wing because over here we define comedians as always being of the left. And if he's not the left, then we redefine him.
Okay, so again, I think that's part of the problem, right? Because we're putting those labels on it, saying, well, but because
exactly.
you're doing this,
you're attaching labels to people.
Exactly, and that's the bit, as well as that messaging, that that simple, consistent messaging. We need to remove all of these labels, like
simple.
Yeah.
Exactly. In other words, if he's right wing, he's right wing. I don't care.
I don't understand why it's interesting whether someone's a left wing comedian or right wing comedian. Are they funny? Are they willing to challenge the narrative? That's all that matters, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think Dan Liberty's point was that we don't need to say, let's get some more right-wing comedians. We need to say comedy means being funny. You know what I'm saying? And so if you're funny, you're funny. That's it.
No, I agree, because I think politics infects everything. And it is at the moment, right? Everything you look at, it's there. So you watch football, it's there. Yeah.
Humor affects everything.
No, I totally agree. And I think that's why
if you can live your life in terms of looking at it as a joke, you'll be very, very happy.
No, I totally agree with it. And I think that's, again, we need to kind of push that and be solid on it, like, and just stop playing their game of saying, well, he's our right-wing comedian, he's funny. It's no, he's just funny. And that also means you can look at someone else's content you may have typically before said, oh, they were on the left, and find them funny. Do you know what I mean? It's that. Yeah, exactly. It's, back to Mike's point, he's finding that common ground.
I don't care about what people's political persuasion is.
No, but we need to solve the problem.
The point is, I actually literally don't care. If you're funny, you're funny. If you're not, you're not.
Right, but I think the point is that again, the fallacy of opposition, right? You lurch. What did C.S. Lewis say? The enemy sends deceptions into the world in pairs of opposites. When you lurch back from one, you stumble into the other. We need to get away from that. And this is another reason why I'm sorry, I'm just very tired of all these people saying, well, the liberals are the real racists, and we conservatives are the real non-racists. First of all, if you're a racist, you're a racist. I don't care. I don't care what a man's hobbies are. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that is not a way to get people on side, even if you believe it's true, which is it's a silly kind of a construction. If you're a racist, you are. If you're not, you're not.
So right? what you're saying to me is I've gently fallen into a trap of looking at the world in the wrong way.
Well, I think
which I'm happy to accept that if that's a criticism, I'm happy to accept it.
Well, I wouldn't say. Well, I got a lot of respect for you. I wouldn't say that you look at the world the wrong way. I would just say that way of looking at the world only takes us so far. It can be useful, okay, but it's not useful in the fundamental thing of recruitment, in the fundamental task of getting people young people to throw in their lot with us, with our way of looking at the world. Okay.
Fair enough.
And it doesn't, I'm very tired of, in my country, for example, conservatives saying, well, Black people are stupid to vote for Democrats because the Democratic Party was a party of segregation. Okay.
So this is essentially the Candace Owens line.
This is thank you, which is why I'm always going in on Turning Point USA. Right. So,
but is she not an asset? Because I mean, look, okay.
No, she's not. She's a liability.
So the very simple notion is that if the Democrats get less than whatever it is, like 80% of the Black vote, then they're done. Now, I'm not necessarily sure that the Republicans are any better, because you know my position that all of these problems are downstream decades of a series of incentives that have corrupted the whole process.
Yes.
But nevertheless, in the short term, the Democrats are probably worse. Was she not successful in pulling away, a percentage of the Black vote?
I have no idea if she was successful in pulling away a percentage or what that percentage was, and I don't care that much. What I care about is that she hasn't done anything to change the dynamic of how people on her side of politics, which should be my side of politics, approach the black electorate. Look, Trump got something like, what, 20% of the black vote, which for a Republican is extraordinarily high.
Who are we talking about?
I'm talking about Candace Owens.
Okay. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, now, so Trump got 20% of the black vote, thereabouts. Okay, now for a Republican, that's pretty good. And all the Republicans immediately started high-fiving and backslapping and this and that because of it. But as far as I'm concerned, as terrible as the Democrats are on damn near everything, Republicans should be clocking at least 30, 40, 45% of the black vote routinely. And the fact that they're not doing that is their fault. It is not the fault of the voters. And I don't want to, and this is the thing that American conservatives are, so-called conservatives, are in love with. The problem is black people just want free things. That's the problem, apparently. That black people are gullible and we want free stuff. That's why we vote for Democrats. So why are you talking to me like that? Why are you talking to me like that? It so happens that the Republican Party has also embarked on a decades-long campaign of having a big hard-on for organized labor, and not in a loving way either. Now, a lot of middle-class black communities in America, including the one my parents live in, including the one I live in, have a lot of black people who are part of unions, who achieved middle-class status, were able to buy a house and become stable, rooted citizens on the back of union labor.
Okay, so
and
let's
just no, wait a minute, and just
the other way. Let's turn it around the other way. Why does whatever it is, 85% of the U.S. black population vote Democrat then?
Well, why would you not expect them to vote Democrat if no one else is asking for their vote respectfully? Why would you? If you run for office, and you don't come to me and say, "Hey, listen, I'd like to, Carbon Mike, I think that this is my program, and I hope to get your vote." If you don't do that, why should I vote for you? Why? Why on earth?
Because the vote is assumed, isn't it?
Well, let's say it's assumed. But listen, when Nigel Farage went up and down the regions talking to habitual labor voters, did he say they were gullible?
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh no, I know. I'm not going at you, brother. I'm just saying it's like, when Farage went up and did, he didn't say they were gullible. He wasn't seen, kind of like bantering with his friends, saying, well, those people in the black country, or those people up in Northumberland, those people wherever, they just want a bunch of free stuff from labor. So, just whatever. What can you expect? No, he went to them and he said, I'd like to make my case to you. This is not how Republicans talk to black people when they're trying to get our votes. What they come to us and say is, listen, you're stupid and gullible and you live in a shithole. So vote for me. That's a terrible pitch, man.
Also, I'll say two things. I don't think Donald Trump has got a racist bone in his body.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care.
No,
I don't care.
I'm going to say another thing, which is that we're talking about deep state stuff here.
Well,
that's the real issue.
No, we're not. 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 No. The reason. Look. I agree with you, for example, I do, that this past election was stolen. Yeah. But the reason the election was even close enough to steal was because the Republican Party in general has done a terrible job of making its case to people who are outside of the base. That is what I'm addressing. Yeah. Now we're not gonna I can't dismantle the deep state. Candace Owens can't dismantle the deep state, but Jesus Christ, Candace Owens might think of doing a better job of talking to people, especially when, by the way, when Candace Owens is talking to some stupid liberal who thinks that the police need to be disbanded, and who think that the police are some genocidal force that is bent on wiping out black people. Some dumb liberal who believes that every time a young black man snatches a purse, it's because he's poor and he's historically traumatized by slavery. When she's arguing with someone that stupid, she has a number of excellent conservative talking points at her disposal, and she daintily steps over all of them to say black on black crime.
No, I think my point was about the Billy Crystal types who just facilitated the coup, which obviously happened.
I'm not talking about that, man. This has been going on for years. Come on. Okay. This has been going on for years.
I mean, just on the Candace Owens things. I mean, I wonder if her value is not actually the nuance of what she says, but
what
the
nuance?
fact that whatever the message is, whatever she actually says, I wonder if that is less important than simply the fact that she's young, black, beautiful, and confident, and openly Republican. And it's just having that sheer confidence to say I can be all of these things and can be Republican. Because if you listen to the mainstream media, it's almost like it is in. If you listen to the mainstream media, you would think it is impossible to be black and Republican.
Well, yes, okay, but here's the problem. That, and I'm not going at you directly, brother, but I'm saying that construction, what you said about Candace Owens, sounds to me like the soft bigotry of low expectations that
perhaps
our side is always talking about. Oh, so is that all it is? You just have to be confident and have a certain skin color, and that's good enough? Really? I thought you had to have some goddamn ideas. I thought you had to know how to persuade people. Candace Owens is terrible. She's very good at sending dumb liberals into a tizzy. But even that, how high is that bar? How easy is it to send a liberal into a tizzy? Jesus Christ, you say a man can't be a woman and they damn near pop a blood vessel.
Okay,
right?
but let's step back from this and make it a little bit broader. So as we found out here in this country, we thought that if we went Conservative over Labour, that we would be making a positive move in the right direction. And I think what a lot of us found out over the last 15 months is that actually we voted Conservative and we got something that was basically just as bad as we would have had. I mean, Keir Starmer probably would have done lockdown a week earlier. He probably would have kept the mask mandate for a week after. But basically, it's a uniparty. Now, as I said earlier, Trump was a hairball in the throat of the machine, but Trump was Trump. He was his own guy. The Republican Party as a whole, it comes back to this whole uniparty difference. I don't know how much difference there is between the two parties in either country at this point, because they're all responding to the same set of incentives, which is the centralization of power in government.
Yes, that's true to an extent, but of course they are. One way that they are at least somewhat different is that they bothered to try to steal an election. In other words, if they were really the same bunch of guys, they wouldn't care.
Yeah, okay, but if Mitt Romney was the GOP candidate, would they have bothered to steal the election?
Maybe. Well, yes. I mean, look, I see what you mean, but the point nonetheless remains that persuading ordinary people of one thing or another is, I mean, that's the soul of politics. I'm not talking about electoral politics now. I just mean politics in the sense of the arena in which we come together and argue about things, argue about what the good life is, argue about how to allocate resources. Do we have a political structure that's rotten? Yes. Do we have a party system that's rotten? Yes. Is one person going to change that? No, not necessarily. And am I saying that it's Candace Owens' responsibility to change that, or Turning Point USA's? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if we're talking about conservatives, people who call themselves conservative are doing and have done a terrible job.
No, I agree with you on that. My concern is that we are fighting over the scraps of a dead system at this point. And this is sort of what inspired this theme to begin with, which yes. I think. So I appreciate that I'm fairly black-pilled on this, because I think that the trends that are in play have been in play for decades.
Yeah.
And I think that we are heading towards basically a crisis period. And I think that crisis period could easily last for a decade. It's not that I want that to be the case. It's not that I hope that to be the case. It's just that all of my analysis, my thinking leads me to believe that we are at the start of a transformation process. Now, that transformation process is not necessarily a bad thing, because I think the arc of history shows that you go through this.
Yes,
and
correct.
When you come out the other side, we will have something stronger. Now, the UK equivalent is probably the 1840s and the crisis period that we went through then, and we came out on the other side with a Great Reform Act, and we reformed politics, and then we came up with something which basically set us up for the industrial era. We had and this is sort of the World Economic. So the World Economic Forum, I actually agree with a lot of their talking points. So they talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and obviously the first base of industry was hunter-gatherers. The first revolution was going to the agricultural period. The third was going to the industrial period, and we're now about to go to the digital period. So the 1840s in the UK was when we readjusted our politics almost a century late in order to catch up with the realities of the Industrial Revolution. And I think what's happening at the moment is the digital transformation that we're going through, the fourth industrial revolution, is starting to show up the fact that our politics, our system, our money, all of these systems that we've designed for a prior era are non-functional. And the problem is that all the people in power, all the people invested in the system that we have at the moment, they do not want to let go of their power and their influence. And that is why we're going to have to go through a period of absolute hell over the next 10 years.
But that's not some new thing about people who have power. No one wants to give up their, I mean, Jesus Christ.
No, absolutely.
English peasant revolt, right? I mean, that was right.
Yeah.
That was essentially a kind of a reckoning that happened because you had this dramatic shift in the relationship between labor and management, right? The Black Plague decimated Europe. Labor became the people who actually could do the work were in the driver's seat, and the nobles weren't having it. Okay?
And the peasant result essentially failed because the people failed had the power, but what they were not sufficiently ruthless at the key point.
That is correct.
Were ruthless. That's correct. Why the elites won.
That's correct. But let me say this: that again, your reasoning is sound. All I'm talking about now is, look, we have a chance to, if we want to talk about a fundamentally conservative mindset versus a fundamentally liberal rejectionist mindset, forget about who occupies the office of the president or the prime minister, or just for a moment. It is very important that we recruit, especially young people, to at least a different way of looking at the world, a way of looking at the world that is at least grounded in gratitude, as opposed to a way of looking at the world that's grounded in crisis and in other words, it is the war. Going back to something that Dan Liberty asked, how do we frame this war? I think I have it. It is a war between a holographic view of the world and a pornographic view of the world. That's it.
I don't understand that.
No.
So holographic really refers to a kind of an image, for example, where the whole image is represented in each part. So an actual hologram that's printed on reflective paper, you could cut a piece of a hologram and shine a laser through it, and it would give you the whole image again. So holographic, the whole is represented in each part. Okay, pornographic is the opposite. A pornographic view of history, for example, like the view of history taken by many feminists and by Black Lives Matter, takes one small part and blows it up artificially until it's everything. So it's like slavery. Okay. That's it, right? Pornographic. Okay, and
the only slavery that has ever existed was the transatlantic to the US.
That's right. There was no, exactly. Never mind the African slave trade that went on for 1,400 years. Never mind European slaves. Never mind the fact that the Romans came to your islands and enslaved people, or that burly Northern European thugs came and jumped off their long ships and killed everybody. Right? Only black pornographic. Okay, and that.
Comparison about someone getting stuck in a sink and then the usual. But carry on.
Nice one. Nice one. But you know what I'm saying? It's like that's really that's maybe one good way to frame that conflict. In other words, because it doesn't mean, and I'm trying to draw those lines as broadly as possible, because I want to have as many people on my side as possible. So I might have some person who thinks the marginal tax rate should be much higher than it is. I would probably disagree. But if they at least if I can at least get them to draw back from the pornographic view of history, then when that person and I talk about America and about what it means to us and what we owe our society, we owe our country, forget about the government, right? Then we're talking about the same thing. They're not looking at some blown up giant pornographic image of a black person in chains. They can put it in perspective. You see what I'm saying?
So maybe it's worth going around the panel and just talking about, because we talked an awful lot about an analysis of the problem and how we got there and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But the focus of this podcast was a set of solutions. And let me just lay it on the line. So my solutions are to split the problem in two. The first is the short term, which is
Mm.
I believe that we're going to go through a crisis, and this crisis is going to take 10 years. So my short-term solution is to provide as much value to my family and my community as I can. So I reach out in my community, and I do what I can, and I form local networks, and I help out with schools and other groups that need some sort of influence. And I basically just try to provide a little bit of value there, more than otherwise would have existed if I hadn't have done that. And obviously with my family, I try and maximize the value that I can provide in that. And the long-term solution for me is that I think that a lot of the structures, both political, monetary, even technological, a lot of the things that we come base the incentive structures that we currently exist on are going to go away. So what I need to do is raise awareness and talk about the implications of the different futures that we can go down. So we can turn left towards a central bank digital currency future, and we can turn right towards an open source blockchain cryptocurrency future, or possibly gold, or whatever it is, but something which is not in the hands of government. So I split it up in that two ways. So maybe it's worth going around the panel and everybody just say, what are their solutions and what are you guys doing in order to get through this period, which is obviously a great
Good
crisis.
question.
Sean.
Oh, okay. I kind of 75% agree with Dan about that. It's localized solutions, I think, that matter. But in my case, I think the localized solutions have to be the universal solutions. I don't think my localized solutions are going to make any difference in the long term. So I want systemized. In my case, I just want to be kind, set up systems of kindness, and see what happens. Because I'm not arrogant enough to think that I know what's going to go on in the future. So I'll leave it at that.
Sure. Why would local solutions not work?
Well, they do work.
But I mean, there's not just one Sean. There were Seans in every town.
That's correct.
Well, in that case, that's why it works.
Yeah, I mean, I like that a lot, by the way.
Dan, what's your solutions?
Very similar, aligned to yours. I think that short-term solution, I'm probably even more black-pilled. I think things are going to get a lot worse in a lot shorter time frame, and that's again what I referenced earlier. I think the host is dying, and I think that's what we see now. Like they seem to me, they're throwing everything now against the wall, everything against the wall, and see what will stick. Because this is why I can again have got the podcast about solutions, because if we don't solve it, it's going to be solved for us and not in a way that we like. So again, you mentioned CBDCs, digital currencies, and control. It's coming. If we don't actually, and that's why I want to focus on solutions. And the one we've been suggested, like this, the getting the meshes on point. I think that's a good first one. I think destroying their money, it's going to destroy itself. Let's be honest about it, right? So, as you said, the current financial system is coming to an end. You can't deny it. There's no way out. So it's coming to an end. So yeah, I think again, this is why I don't think cryptocurrency is the only solution, but it's the most short term. And I disagree with the 5-10 years. I think you could actually hit them harder. Imagine, right? Just take this as an example. If for some reason we got brilliant at that messaging overnight, and we managed to speak to all the young people, all the people that mattered, and said, "Look, guys, the first thing you can do to actually help yourselves and actually help the situation is start using cryptocurrency." And then the next thing is, well, why? And you say, well, do you know what? You become in control. You cut out that middleman, because by the way, the middleman's about to get broke in big time, and that means you're going to get broke because the whole system is based on, like I say, credit. And then that starts them thinking, well, hang on, if they're going to get broke, that makes me vulnerable. How am I going to feed my family? And that's exactly the path you need to take them down. So that's why I think short term, that's what I'm thinking and planning in emergency situations. And again, long term, pretty much same as everyone else. It's like we've got to think more local, because I think that's probably where we'll find ourselves anyway by default. When it gets really bad, I think we're all going to find ourselves in local situations. So
yes, I think that's absolutely right. I think it's localism.
Mm-hmm.
It's only via localized rebellions that you're actually going to get out of this situation.
So Dan, that is exactly the issue that I've been spending an awful lot of time thinking and reading about lately, and sort of trying to build my understanding of. And maybe to inject a small amount of hope, it's worth sharing my selection of pills with with you guys, because I've basically got a red pill, a white pill, and a black pill here on these potential futures, talking about exactly this and the sort of the collapse of currency and whatever comes after it. So I'll start with the black pill because that's the most pessimistic, and this is basically what Jeff Booth, who authored The Price of Tomorrow, advocates, which is inevitably this drive towards centralization and central bank digital currencies is going to result in basically a sort of digital communism going forward, which is unfortunate. Then there's the sort of the red pill, which is a sort of a Victor Shevitz who wrote The Great Rupture, which is a fascinating book that I'm reading at the moment. Now, he was a guy who grew up in communism, and his analysis, and he's a historian as well as a sort of monetary analyst, and his view is that we are going to get to a better future, which is a decentralized future where we own our own money and therefore the power of the state is reduced. But we are going to have to go through a period of massive centralization, and that we are going to have to go through that and then reject it, and it is going to be absolutely bloody awful for a period of sort of at least 10 years. And I'm not sympathetic to that view. It's just that it feels like that is something that can happen. And I think Dan, you probably agree largely with that sort of point of view. But there is a white pill as well, and this is what Raoul Paul, who is he was a hedge fund manager. He now runs Global Macro Investors, and he's a big Bitcoin bull, and he does have a white pill, and it has a sort of bitter edge to it. But I'll just explain it because it makes sense. And his white pill is that what will happen is that as the monetary system starts to collapse, people will see that. People will find that their cash savings are going down 15% a year, or possibly a lot more now that we've got to the stage of money printing that we have. They will see that the only thing holding its value and going up is basically tech stocks and crypto, but they're focused on the crypto, and more people will transition over. In addition to that, the wealthy people, because they see this outperformance, again, they will start to transition over. And eventually what you'll get to a couple of years down the line is that so many people are over here on this opted out, decentralized, cryptocurrency-based solution, that the cost of letting the existing structure just collapse will have been reduced significantly. Now, why I say that has a potentially bitter tone to it is because take someone like Bill Gates. None of us here are probably fans of Bill Gates. Bill Gates is highly against crypto. He's not a fan of it in the slightest. He didn't like it when it was $1. He didn't like it when it was 1,000. He doesn't like it. And when it goes to 100,000, he still won't like it. It goes to 1 million. Bill Gates still won't like Bitcoin. If it goes to 10 million, he can then change his mind and still have an enormous amount of Bitcoin. So the slightly bitter thing is that if we go for this peaceful solution, this white pill, where people naturally progress over to this other thing, the bastards who have done well out of the existing system will preserve an awful lot of their wealth and power. But that's kind of the price that we have to pay in order to have a peaceful solution. Because if we take this to the brink, where it's like the inflationary monetary system collapses and all of the people who are wealthy and powerful now have to sort of subjugate us, that can only last so long because there are more of us, and we will push back, and they will lose everything, but we'll lose everything as well. So you know, those are the sort of the three pills: the red pill, the white pill, and the black pill. And it could get nasty, but there is possibly some hope here.
No, again, I'd largely agree with all that totally. And I think the point on crypto is spot on. Like, as one thing I'd say though, like as the value goes up, for example, if it goes up to 100,000 then 1 million, what it's really showing you, and this people start to understand, is what it's really showing you is not that Bitcoin is acquiring more value, is the currency, the dollar, is becoming more worthless. And that's when people start to think, oh, hang on a minute, everything I've got, I'm thinking in dollars. We should start thinking of pricing everything in Bitcoin, and that is the crucible. Because
and I always use housing for this example, because I say to people, look, and this works especially with older people. I say, look, the value of your house has gone up, whatever it is, 3, 4, 5, sometimes 10 or 20 times over the period of which you've held your house. And then I say to them, has your house really increased in value, or is it just the money that's lost its value? What's happening to your weekly shop? Is it really getting more expensive, or is just the value of the money itself decreasing? And when people make that switch in their brain and they start to realize that actually the paper money itself is fundamentally flawed and fundamentally going away, then it's a great deal easier to sell them on a solution which can potentially give them a life raft out of that.
Yeah, totally. And then it becomes a momentum issue, right? You need momentum to do this. So it's like it's the rolling snowball, isn't it? Really, it's like, yeah, okay, fine. At the moment, yeah, okay, Bitcoin's there. We've got the kind of the other players and a lot of pump and dump schemes. There's loads. It's the Wild West. Do you know what I mean? So once that goes away, again, gradually build, just giving people the opportunity to say, right, this is what crypto is. Never mind. Yeah, you can get really rich. You can also get wrecked at the moment. But there are things out there that are relatively stable. Give those a try. Do you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden they start getting involved. And then as the currency starts to get destroyed, you think, oh, actually, I'm okay actually for a minute because I've got something I can go and effectively exchange. Back to Mike's original point, it's just about an exchange and agreement and what that value is. So it doesn't matter if it's $1 or whatever or a bit of crypto. But the difference is you've got that crypto and no one else can take it off you. Okay, there are ways, right? It's not infallible.
Well, and also you're not guaranteed to have it because if the consensus algorithm fails, then your money just goes away and you have no recourse. I mean,
totally.
I'm the crypto skeptic on the panel, so
we should be honest, right? We should be honest about the flaws and what that means. Because same if the electricity network goes out, then how do you do that with crypto? You can't. If you EMP attack, what I mean, how do people do it? You can't.
Well, and again, short of a grid failure and short of an EMP attack, it's just the nature of these consensus algorithms and the nature of these networks that there is no one you can call. Unlike when a spurious charge shows up on my Amex, I can call somebody and they can make me whole. There's no one you can make whole if the consensus algorithm fails and you are held by the network to have less money than you actually do.
So Mike, let me ask you the question in a different way. You've described yourself as being a crypto skeptic.
Yes, sir.
The only monetary systems that I think are really worth considering is the paper money system, the gold-backed money system, and the crypto system. Are you skeptical of all of those, and which of those are you the least skeptical about?
I think we're skipping ahead because money, the value token is almost irrelevant. The human network, the value network between human beings is the thing. And if we have solid, virtuous, durable, just value networks between virtuous citizens, then you can use whatever currency system you like. You can use whatever value token you like. But I think, so it's not that I think crypto has no benefits. I mean, those of us in the game, we always talk about blockchain as being the world's slowest distributed database, but that's us being smartasses. I just think it's skipping ahead. The fundamental thing, and going back to the original question, I think Dan Liberty asked, he said, going around the panel and talk about solutions. Right. So I don't want to spend too much time just beating up on crypto because there's positive things we can do. And I would start from the culture side, since one of the two Dans mentioned, culture, politics, upstream, downstream, feedback loop. So the first thing is culture, agriculture, and persuasion. Right. We need to stop. The people on our side need to stop thinking like politicians and start thinking like farmers. OK. Culture, cultivate, agriculture, broadcast. These are farming terms. What we're doing is we're spreading seeds.
I have a few points about that.
Okay, wait a minute. But hear me out first. Okay, so we have to get better at sowing seeds, and we have to get better at understanding and accepting the fact that the seeds we sow may not bear fruit in the next political cycle. And there's a couple things we could do, but I want to go quickly because, all right, I want to hear what Brother Sean comes back with. So, right, culture, persuasion, seeding ideas, making persuasion, making convincing people a top priority, getting better at that. Then, in terms of the economic side of things, I think the number one thing is skills and value networks. We need to start trying to convince young people that what they need to do is build skills that are actually useful. In addition to, look, you may have a young person who likes 13th century Scottish poetry. That's fine. But we should encourage our young people to learn to do something that is useful in the world. Learn to actually swing a paintbrush in a competent enough way that someone will pay you for it. Learn to, if you can swing a paintbrush and do light electrical work and cook a tasty meal and do basic repairs on a car, you will never, ever, ever go hungry. Okay. If you know how to repair diesel engines, you will never go hungry. Okay. In a post-apocalyptic world, in the kind of the world the preppers envision, people who know diesel engines, people who know how to maintain the complex infrastructure that we're surrounded by, people who know how to weld, who know how to build shelter will prosper, will find a way to prosper. So skills, okay, useful skills, concrete skills in the world, and value networks. Find people who share some of your values, people who you trust, people who trust you, and build relationships with them. The instruments, the tools, the mailing lists, the private social media, those are just that. They're tools to strengthen and to reinforce and to kind of shelter those human networks, but the networks come first, and that's human relationships. Do that. And then in terms of building alternate systems, well, I've been thinking a lot about this lately. A lot of people talk about going off grid, and to them, that means literally going out into the woods and building a cabin in the woods. I am not opposed to going out and building a cabin in the woods. I think I've been an outdoors guy for a long time. I love camping and all that business, but I think we shouldn't fool ourselves that that is a durable solution, because if you go outside the grid, eventually what can happen is the grid will become interested in you and it'll come after you. So exactly. we have to get better at going off grid within the grid, building parallel systems. I'll give you a quick, easy example. Boris Johnson or who the hell ever, whatever asshole is your health secretary, says that you need a vaccine passport to go to. Pardon me?
Sajid Javid.
Oh yeah, thank you, Sajid Javid. Says you need a vaccine passport to go to the pub. Okay, well, who is brewing their own beer in the UK? Can a dozen people get together and decide to all pitch in and get a home brewing kit and watch some YouTube videos and do some research and learn how to brew your own beer? And how can you propagate that idea so that in any one town, for example, there's 5 or 6 people who've got something brewing? Oh, so and so's got a pale ale over there, and so and so's working on some chocolate stout, and so Friday night at the pub means Friday night at so and so's house, drinking beer that he brewed, or everyone brings a bottle of something or what have you. And how will you pay for that? You'll pay for that with money. In other words, you'll be part of the grid. It's not, you're not going the rejectionist route of saying we need to make a clean break. You're building up systems of value within the existing system as much as possible, and building those skills and those those relationships as much as possible.
I had an example of this, Carbon Mike, which is a friend of mine, the late philosopher Roger Scruton.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right. His whole what did he call it? Scrutonia?
Scrutopia.
Scrutopia. Yeah. Ah, that was so cool.
Just up the road from where I live now.
And, you live near there? Wow.
He lived in Malmesbury. I live in Devizes. So it was just 20 yards up the road. Not 20 yards, 20 minutes up the road.
Yeah.
And this is a guy whose entire intellectual life was, an intellectual life, but also a working hand farmer. And he was actually on the land. He had a farm in Malmesbury, just up the road from me. So that's a connection between the intellectual and the actual spirit. Sorry, the physical life.
So one thing I'm very confident of, Sean, is that I mentioned before that there's 1.2 million people in this country who are in financial services. There should be a massive reallocation from financial services to 2 things. One is manufacturing, and the other is agricultural.
Yeah,
right. It's this sort of tragic thing is that when bright people come out of university, and they probably shouldn't be going into university in the first place, is they think about where can they make money. So it's all these incentive structures.
Yeah. But that was the point I was making.
Yeah, but they're not thinking where can I add value. And if they were thinking about value as opposed to money, it would be manufacturing, it would be agriculture.
Yeah. But no, Sean, you said that's not what you were.
That's fair enough. But he was, I don't know how to explain it. He was just such a beautiful man, and he was wonderfully clever and just wonderfully gorgeous and wonderfully well read and wonderfully irritating, because he was all of those things.
Well, you got to be. Yeah.
Can I drop something on everyone there as well, though? And it's not really a black pill, but imagine, to transition to this place, right? So if we got the messaging right, if we had more of a local culture, fix problems locally, would it almost be better if we had like a massive crash and everything literally got destroyed.
Well,
Yes.
can I pause you there? Can I pause
Yeah,
you there?
sure.
Why are you so invested in the crash? I mean, if the crash happens, it happens. Who cares? But
No,
again,
I'm not
this
invested. I'm just
okay.
saying like, it's a vehicle. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
It might be a useful vehicle.
Well, no. See, either we're conservative or we're not. And if we believe, look, no matter what, I mean, I don't necessarily buy. I buy that the system is in a crisis, but the system's been in a crisis for a long time. But regardless, we can both agree that there are enough. That there's no viable scenario in which so many people transition to even what we would agree is the ideal way of being. In other words, no matter what happens, the collapse of the system is going to cause great suffering.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like this, and this is a thing. And of course, no respect to any of you brothers. It's like I really, I'm with you, and I like the way you think. But it's just like I don't like this whole thing of the way I've noticed on a lot of chat rooms, conservative chat rooms. People talk this stuff, and they're almost gleeful about. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying it's like, yeah, I can't wait until this thing crashes. So no, that shouldn't be. That's the way lefties think. I had a lot of lefties tell me, oh, I can't wait for the system to. Sometimes they'll say, but they want the system to collapse so that people become aware of how bad it is. Now, if it collapses, it collapses. But what I'm saying is,
I have to go because of my little boy. But no. But I think that I agree with you. The goodness is deeply embedded within the system, but it's just yet to bleed through into the lives of other people.
Yeah. Well, from the inside out.
I think that God knows that we're going through something, and He'll rescue us from it.
Well, maybe
at the moment, it's just a bad time.
Well, maybe we're the instrument of that rescue. Right? I mean,
actually, Sean, the religious angle is something that I did want to come on to you about, which we're probably not going to get time now, but hopefully on some future stream.
Well, we can if you want to do it now.
Well, okay. So let me put this to you quickly now. Look, my situation is I completely understand the value of religiosity and the belief in God and the spirituality and the community that comes from that. And honestly, if I could press a button and make myself believe and therefore be able to invest in the religious community a lot more, I would do it. But unfortunately, I'm in the situation where I don't believe, and it's not something you can just flip a switch and make yourself, even if you do believe in the value of the community and the and the virtues that it gives. So what advice would you give to an atheist who sees the value in a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, but just doesn't have that belief and can't make themselves believe?
Pray for it.
Okay.
I would say, and I would say,
what else? I mean,
I would say that
work.
I would say that diligent work is a kind of prayer. See, I like to fight and I like to work, and I like to make things. So I'm like, I wouldn't contradict my brother Sean. I would just say that for some of us, work itself is prayer. And by the way, that's why Saint Christopher is my favorite saint.
And I wasn't trying to be rude to Dan by saying that. Just that I think faith is a gift, and it's a gift that I'm finding it hard. Are you still listening, Dan?
Yeah, no, I am.
It's a gift that I'm finding it hard to deal with at the moment. I mean, my faith is being stretched by what's going on. I'm having to work hard at maintaining it.
Is that okay? So look, I'll tell you this. I find it difficult to believe in an almighty, even though I want to, but I find it difficult.
Sure.
But what I find it a lot easier to believe in over what we've seen over the last, whatever it is, 15 months, is the opposite, the expression of evil. Now, my rational mind takes me down the whole route of this is a series of incentives that have become corrupted, and a power system has evolved in which the evil outcomes emerge, and we see this around sort of vaccines in pregnant women and all the rest of it. It looks to me very much like the expression of evil, but even though my rational mind is saying to me that it's a series of perverse incentives that have gone along over the decades, all the same, I feel that I feel a draw, a sort of more instinctive part of me that says, well, okay, if this is an evil, and if it is a sort of satanic evil, maybe there is a flip side of that. But
Well,
that
how-
sort of
yeah.
feels like the wrong way of coming at it. From
Well,
Well,
can
how,
I-
would, how do you know?
Can
How
I
do you
tell
know
a
that?
story?
How do you know
Can I
that it's
tell you-
evil?
Can I tell you a story? And it goes back to I basically in 2015 drank myself and my little boy homeless, and he was then 6 years old. Drunk as homeless. He had to go and live with my. I've written about this. He had to go and live with my mother. Easter Vigil, a couple of years later, in St Osmond's Church in Salisbury, when Ben was just about coming back to me, I went to that mass, and I came out of it, and it was just I just knew that God was looking after me. I just knew it, but I can't explain how I knew it. But I just knew it.
Right.
And I'm someone who's not particularly stupid. I've got a PhD in philosophy of artificial intelligence. So, you know, I'm a respecter of science, but it was just absolutely astonishing the way I felt that evening. And it cannot be explained any other way that God was receiving back to me what I'd given up.
Were you semi-religious before this?
Semi-religious, but not quite religious.
Okay. And my other question is, where have you written about this? Where can I read this story?
I don't know. On the article website. I mean, I don't know if you.
So what's your blog? I mean,
I don't do blogs, but I publish articles. The article. Just look.
Oh, yeah, the article.com, thearticle.com, yeah, or .co. You can.
And
Well,
elsewhere, CapEx, The Critic.
okay.
Do you want? It sounds like this actually coming to a natural conclusion, because what I would actually like to do is, you could do that. Well, you could do it elsewhere, but it'd be good to do that next, because that sounds like a theological solution. Do you know what I mean? You might wrap up a lot in there.
No worries.
I would just say this, that I wouldn't. I know a lot of people who are like Dan Bingo, King Bingo, and going back to Roger Scruton, who I think Sean is right to kind of quote and to invoke. When he was on a panel one time, and someone asked him how you instill, because of course he was a great lover of classical music, and someone asked him how you instill a love for Bach in young people who were raised on, for example, Lady Gaga. And what he said was that you don't directly. In other words, you're not going to get young people directly from Lady Gaga to Bach.
No, he said it the other way around.
But no. He was talking about Lady Gaga
Right.
going to Bach. And then what he said was that what you can do is you can get them from Lady Gaga to silence, to an appreciation of silence. And then in that silence, that silence itself can be fertile ground for love of things like Bach and Ellington and Mozart and
That's
Louis Armstrong and that, right? That's
a
beautiful.
Point.
Right.
That's a
And so,
beautiful point. The
right.
beauty of music is in silence.
Pardon me. Yeah, exactly. And so I think that for people, I think it's very important, talking about agriculture being a kind of an embodiment of the act of persuasion and spreading ideas. I think that it's not important necessarily. Well, we'd be wasting our effort if we tried to get young people who are way down the road of this kind of aggressive nihilism, right? If we could get them to a rejection of nihilist materialism, that would be a kind of silence in which an acceptance of the idea of an ulterior mind could begin to grow. Because there is actually, to Peter Hitchens' point, there is no proof of the existence of an almighty, but there is evidence. There's plenty of evidence, and the evidence is circumstantial. But circumstantial evidence is plenty powerful. A lot of court cases get proved on circumstantial evidence, right? So
I think there is a proof.
Well, maybe there is, but
God
we're not
talks
going
to you.
Well, okay, but that's not. We're talking about. We got to bring it back to politics. We've got to bring it back to building networks, and that involves getting people on side. I have no control over whether or not someone has a religious moment or whether or not someone is aware of God having spoken to them. Maybe he's talking to them and they're not listening. What I can do is I can say, look, this nihilist materialism is no good. So if you're on side with me, I'd say, let's start with human beings are sacred. And why are they sacred? Because now Brother Sean would say, because God said so. I wouldn't argue with him, but that's not what I would argue to somebody. I would say, can we start with the simplest axiom I can get you to agree with me on, that the idea of the sacred human ideal? Because now I've injected a little tiny bit of sacred into the conversation, and I can just let that go, and I don't have to. I don't have to necessarily turn that person off by trying to convert him or trying to. I could just say, okay, we have a little corner of the sacred in life, and I've planted a seed, and I can walk away. And then we can focus on other things that we can agree on day-to-day stuff. Okay, how are we gonna set up these jujitsu classes? How are we gonna get how we're gonna set up these how we're gonna get this home brewing network going on? How we're gonna get this I'm gonna learn how to weld or learn how to fix diesel engines or what have you. How we're gonna create this grid inside the grid, so that whether or not there's a crash, okay, networks of people, virtuous networks of citizens can make their way and prosper.
So this I think is one of the strongest points which you talked about, which is the local networks, and what you're basically describing there is a way that you can engender those local networks, and it could be, you've got a skill, and it doesn't matter whether that skill is knowing how to brew your own beer or jiu-jitsu or whatever it else is, whatever puts you in contact with people who take responsibility for themselves within a 5-mile drive of you or 10-mile drive or something like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's right. And the smallness, simplicity, I think those things are essential, and we shouldn't be afraid to use whatever infrastructure we have. If you are on Twitter, use it, get the most out of it. Build your mailing list off Twitter, because again, your mailing list is censorship proof. Build some small thing, download Mastodon and run it and see if you can get a Twitter clone. And when I say Twitter clone, I mean something that is like Twitter, but that serves 100 people, and that's it. And then get your neighbor down the street to build the same thing. I mean, Jesus Christ, if we can't, we're talking about all these things about going against the system and this and that. And if we can't even convince a dozen people to download a piece of open source software and run it and try some stuff. I mean, there's enough young techie people on our side.
Is Signal that?
Pardon me? Signal is different. Signal is interesting, but Signal is an end-to-end, is a voice and text communication network that happens on top of the phone and IP network, so that if I call you on Signal, all the packets I send, all our traffic is fully encrypted from end to end. And even Signal themselves, the company, they don't know the encryption key. So that therefore no government can lean on them to give up the keys, because they don't have the keys. That's what Signal is, which, and again, very useful, but it's just one of the instruments that we can use to bring to bear. I don't want to get fixated on the instruments. I want to bring back
I need to bow out now, and
Brother Sean.
Yeah,
always
thank you.
Sometimes I want to get a cup of tea. But it's been brilliant. So thanks so much for having me.
Thank you
for being on. Thank you for your time, Sean.
You've added a lot, Sean. Thank you so much for that.
And okay. I'm hoping I'm going to launch my own podcast in about 2 or 3 weeks, that people here will agree to be guests.
Oh, I'm down for that any day.
Definitely.
Sean, there's a lot you've said tonight that we've not had the opportunity to expand on. So I would absolutely love to pick up on some of the things that you've touched upon. I mean, especially the spirituality angle, because it is something that I recognize as valuable, but I can't understand it. My mental framework that I've developed over my life does not allow me to understand it. So listening to somebody like you,
don't want you on then. Joking. That's a joke. That's a joke, Dan. No, that'd be great.
No, it is. What you have to say is valuable to me. So absolutely, when you launch that, let me know.
Yeah,
I will
absolutely.
do, mate.
And we've talked before. You know, I'm ready. Yeah.
That was a joke, Dan. It was. I just say the wrong thing all the time. And
You're going to
the
have
other
to work a hell of a lot harder than that to offend me, sir.
Exactly.
the other Dan, Liberty Biscuits. This has been brilliant. Thank you so much for having me.
No, exactly the same. Thank you. Thank you for joining. It's been brilliant.
And I'll speak to you soon, Carbon Mike.
Absolutely, brother. Great
You
to be with
take
you
care, mate.
always. Yeah. All right.
Love you lots. Take care.
All right.
Thanks,
Love you, brother. Yeah.
Hang on. Don't talk about me yet.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you. Fucking no, I was actually going to start talking about King Bingo, because I noticed when he talked about his 3 pills, the black pill was the worst one, huh? Racist motherfucker.
I was
What
going
is it
with
with-
the
let me listen.
I was going
What is
with
it with
the
you
popular
people?
vernacular, but if you've got a different definition for the Matrix analogy, then you go for it.
No, it's fine. I'll go with your racist construction of pills. Well, no, it's funny because I was gonna break your balls because in your Twitter blurb you said something about eating tofu. Join us or be one of the. Oh,
That was me.
That was you.
me.
Sorry, that was
Yeah.
you. Sorry. And I was like, there we go with the white foods again, motherfucker. God damn, can't get away from it. It raises its ugly head.
So you're in the minority now, Mike, because both of us are. Well, not only are both of us
Don't-
Dan,
don't-
but we're
don't
both
start.
crypto fans.
Minority. There you go. Minority again. He can't help himself. Look at it. No, it is exactly. So now the 2 Dans get to fight it out, which is the Dan, which is the other Dan. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. But no,
Dan,
I am sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, Dan. I mean, did we hit upon the sort of key notes that you wanted to sort of cover in this podcast? Because you mentioned a couple of things that you sort of wanted to get across when you sort of set this up with us originally.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, it was about anything. It was anything to do with solutions, and I know we spent a lot of time on the analysis again, which is fine. But I think we've drawn out some really important stuff. Like you say, the locals bit is really important. The networks bit is important. Obviously we've talked about cryptocurrency. That's just part of the solution. So no, it has. And again, like the input from Sean and Michael earlier as well, it's just been great to have that conversation. And yeah, like I said, these perspectives are like, I think we're all thinking the same thing, but we need to start talking the same language, as to Mike's point. So I think that to me has been a key solution, is like, yeah, that messaging is really important. And then it's like the message is important, but also what is the message itself, which is why, again, I think if Sean does a follow-up on a podcast on the kind of theology and stuff, that'll be really important. Really important. Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because wait a minute, I have to just point out that I can't type in the comments, but someone named Alphabet Cat asked, "Do you think James Dellingpole is racist?" Carbon Mike, shit, James Dellingpole, that's my main man. That's my man. Come on now, James. I have to say that the reason I got to give a shout out to James.
You went on his podcast recently, didn't you?
Yeah, we had we were on a live stream, in fact, a StreamYard live stream. That was the last time we appeared online together, and we were arguing like a pair of old women. But yeah, James is my man. I mean, that's, he's solid, even though, like, we're not going to agree on everything, but that's okay. Yeah. So I have issues with a couple of the way, and James has taken the black pill, right?
Yeah.
And I think he just shouldn't. I think that was a wrong choice, right? So, but the thing I'm always telling people also is, something, in the Foundationist Society, we have a big tribe, and we think tribes are important. And something, it's very easy to be in our tribe. It's like James is against medical apartheid, and he's against experimenting on children. Yeah. So he's one of my tribe. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like he's against that Black Lives Matter bullshit and against all that nonsense. So he is one of my tribe. If he thinks, he thinks that like that there's much more to the whole Great Reset thing than I do. I think they are resetting, but that they're mostly, moneyed nitwits, Klaus Schwab and all of them. I'm just not impressed. He thinks that, okay, whatever, that's a disagreement we have. But it's like, you're never going to hear me say, Dellingpole, at least not in public. I'll talk about him like a dog in private.
Yeah. Well,
you're racist, motherfucker.
The whole racist thing and the whole sexist thing and the whole ageist thing is just these are all tools. I mean,
thank you. That's right.
There's a cartoon that I saw on Twitter recently. It made me laugh. It was basically these guys with pitchforks and torches outside a castle, and they were obviously queuing up to storm the castle and take it over. And then you got the Lord up on the balcony, and his advisor, he says to him, "Look, it's very easy. All you need to do is convince the pitchfork guys that the torch guys wants their pitchfork." In turning the crowd against each other. So whenever I see the establishment and the media and the politics pushing the racist line, pushing the gender line or the generation line, all I see is a powerful establishment saying, "You guys, please fight amongst yourselves. Don't turn your eye on us." And actually, the key thing for me was 2008. So 2008, there was a very brief period at the beginning of the Occupy Wall Street period where the left and the right were all pointed in the right direction. They were pointed at the big banks. Now, actually, they should have gone one level higher, which is governments and the big banks. But all the same, they were pointed in the right direction. And all of a sudden, after 2008, we got unleashed the whole identity politics thing. It was like it got corporate sponsorship after that point. Every company, every big, powerful institution wanted to talk about identity politics. It didn't matter if it was black versus white or men versus women or whatever else. It was, please fight amongst yourselves and do not look at us. And that was very obvious to me. But that's something I don't hear talked about a lot.
No, that's a brilliant point, because I've never thought about it in those terms before. Like, everyone obviously notices it more, but never actually thought about it in context of that before. That's brilliant.
It is exactly that. It's identity politics you can't deny identity politics has corporate sponsorship.
Well, yes,
it's pushed everywhere.
Well, I mean, that's hardly surprising, and it certainly didn't start with Occupy Wall. I mean, actually, Occupy Wall Street themselves, to be fair, they were well down that road anyway. I mean, there was a lot of talk in Zuccotti Park where the Occupy had their encampment of, what was it called? White people stepping back so that black people can step up, and this and that. And I mean, they were all very pleased with themselves in all the traditional lefty ways. I think it's no surprise to us that big capital is all into that stuff. Why? Because if we atomize ourselves, we're easier to instrumentalize. We're easier to push around. We'll never form labor unions, if I can't agree with you on what the meaning of man and woman is, there's no way we're going to ever coordinate and say, okay, on so-and-so day, if they don't come play ball, we're going to down our tools and walk off this job. And so, and we're organized, big capital is terrified of you and I doing just big capital is terrified of working class white people and working class black people actually making common cause. And this is why I'm always saying
that would kill them.
Yeah. And this is why I'm always saying, like Jeff Bezos is not white. He's a billionaire.
Yeah. It's a different race altogether.
Altogether, exactly, and that's how we have to think about this stuff. And,
so,
but to be fair,
have they been successful? So let me ask you this question, Mike: Do you have to be a black guy in order to reach young black people today? Because have they been so successful that they've pushed it to that point?
Of course not. The problem is that the white guys who are quote unquote trying it are doing a shitty job because they're listening to all the wrong people. They're listening to Candace Owenses of the world. They're in that bubble. Charlie Kirk, for example, there is nothing inherently unpersuasive about Charlie Kirk simply because he's a white person. That's not what it is. Charlie Kirk doesn't know how to speak to black people respectfully. And by the way, there's not some special thing that he would have to say to be respectful. Just to stop calling us fucking names all the time. That's all. Just stop saying I'm gullible. That's all. Stop calling my home a shithole. That's it.
I'm waiting for the day he takes a leaf out of AOC's book and puts on a voice. You know, the voice.
Yeah. Don't start.
I'm waiting for that day.
Yeah. But you know what I mean, though? It's like, I know I keep harping on this shit, but it's just like, as someone who is really on the warpath in terms of fighting against these people, and now I'm talking about the insane left and the statists and the governments, the corrupt governments themselves in big capital. As someone who really believes in taking the fight to these people, like, I'm just furious when I see all these missed opportunities, and of course I'm furious at the people, the Black Lives Matters of the world, who went into the street and destroyed, among other places where black people lived and worked. I'm furious at them. I'm furious at the politicians who thought that was okay and nodded their heads and patted black folks on the head for this dysfunctional behavior, and then turn around and clutch their pearls when a bunch of nerds broke into the Capitol building on January 6th and someone rubbed his balls on Nancy Pelosi's desk. All of a sudden, now that was a threat to democracy. No, the threat to democracy is when the shopkeeper is threatened, when the small business owner is threatened, when the homeowner is threatened. That is where democracy lives. So yes, but
is the pull of the mainstream media so powerful? So
no.
Do you think the black population in America sees through this? I mean, I guess most of them don't because of the voting patterns.
No. You're making the same mistake. No, because black Twitter is not a voting demographic. Black Twitter is not where you have like the people you have to worry about if you're trying to get or hold political office. Black homeowners are who you have to worry about. Black working class people, black sanitation workers, black shopkeepers. Okay. And the problem is not that they have been, I mean, again, look, no one says, right, that all the quote unquote deplorables, okay, who voted for Trump. Now, no one says that they were gullible all the years they were voting for the Republican Party, right? But the Republican Party had been not fit for purpose for a good long time. The Republican Party had been talking a good game about fiscal responsibility and spending more money whenever they got into office.
I mean, now you say I'm kind of sympathetic to that view.
Well, I mean, to what view? To which
that they were gullible for voting for Mitt Romney. And
well, but I don't think. But here's the thing: I don't think they were gullible. I don't know. And if you think so, that's your business. But what I'm saying is, whether or not, you could say there is a fact of the matter as to whether they were or not. Jesus Christ! If I want to go and convince those people to get on my side about something, I'm not going to go and start insulting them and say they're gullible and they're stupid and they should get off the meth, out of the meth lab and this and that. I'm going to go and talk to them and respectfully and ask them for their vote. Now, everyone understands why you should talk to them respectfully, but then no one wants to extend me that same courtesy. Everyone lost his shit when Obama said the thing about people clinging to guns and religion. But apparently it's perfectly, and that was a terrible thing. And you can still hear people who they won't let it go even to this day. But supposedly it's not a problem at all for people on the other side to come to me and say that, well, part of the problem is that you people are clinging to government cheese and food stamps.
So give me a point on this, because I mean, my approach whenever this sort of issue comes up, be it racial or be it gender or be it anything else, is to say exactly what I said a few minutes ago, which is I essentially sidestep it and I just say, look, Of course, the elites want us to fight amongst ourselves, be it on race, gender, class, age, whatever it is. But that's the wrong argument to have. So I don't even engage in that argument most of the time. I know I've talked about it here because that's the topic of conversation. But normally, I just completely sidestep it. Is that the right thing to do? Do you think?
I mean, I couldn't say. Would it be? You have context on what those discussions you're in look like, and I don't. So I wouldn't presume necessarily to advise you in detail. I would just run a couple things by you, and just see what you think. For example, I would say that if you're talking about race in the context of crime, our philosophy contains a perfectly good non-racist explanation for this stuff. The destruction of the family is the destruction of society. That's it. Okay. In the way of economics, I would say, well, people vote for complex reasons. Okay. If you have a middle class, working class black stronghold where a lot of people were in unions, they don't want to hear anything about a Republican Party that hates unions. And a lot of Republicans actively hate organized labor. That's a problem. Okay. People, and the other thing is that I don't need to guess about why. This is the other thing. We don't need to guess about why people voted Democratic. They voted Democratic for the same reason everyone else did. They toted up all the pros and cons as seen by them, and they came up with a conclusion. Respect people enough to say, "Hey, you made a conclusion. I agree or disagree, but that was your conclusion." And get on to the matter of, "Hey, let me run this by you. Let me convince you of something. Let me try to persuade you that maybe right." That's a separate question. Black folks who own houses have a problem with high property taxes. And there are a lot of us who own houses. Black folks who live in New York City have a big problem with city regulations that mean it's very hard for you to work on your house without bringing the hand of the city down on you.
You don't live in New York, do you?
I live in New York City, yes.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, that's my home. Okay. So again, if you'd like me to do something for you, like vote for you, then might I suggest that you don't show up and say, hey, your home is a shithole. I mean, might I suggest that maybe that's not quite the best way to get someone to listen to you? Maybe I'm wrong, but Mike, I always learn that when you want to get someone on your side, you kind of don't get their back up the very first thing. Who knows?
Mike, let's change it off the racial for a second, and let's change it to a different community, which is New Yorkers in general.
Yes.
Do New Yorkers in general acknowledge that the election was stolen?
I can't say what New Yorkers in general acknowledge. I can say that it probably falls on political lines. I would say that most liberal New Yorkers think the election was on the up. Well, I wouldn't even say most of them think the election was on the up and up. I happen to suspect that a lot of liberals, a lot of not just liberals, but people who voted Democratic, voted for Biden, suspect that something was up. But they're telling themselves that it was on the up and up because they hated Trump so much. And that's not surprising because people do. This is not something that's unique to the left, by the way. Everyone does this. If you believe something, you can tell yourself a bunch of stories about how this and this and that. And that's why, people do that. People rationalize after the fact all the time. This is not some lefty disease necessarily. Everyone does it. You guys are in the VC world, in the fintech world, or adjacent to that world, and you know goddamn well that all these VCs walk around when you're trying to raise money for your company. You want to raise a Series A or whatever. They know everything. They know exactly what you're supposed to do for your company to succeed, and they know exactly what to tell you. And they're full of advice. But yet, more than half of all startups fail. More than half of all VC-funded startups.
VCs don't add any value. They say that they do, but they never add any value.
Right. But my point is, yes. But my point is that everyone always has a good story to tell you about success once it's happened. And they can say how they knew all along. They didn't know any such thing. So rationalizing after the fact is something that everyone does. It's just as particularly annoying when certain people do it in certain contexts. So back to your question. I would suspect that there's a healthy number of liberals or Democratic voters who believe the election was not on the up and up, but who are telling themselves and who say in public that everything was okay and Trump was just a sore loser or what have you. I would say there's a lot of people who just simply haven't looked at the evidence, who simply don't know about, this convention center getting closed down and people dragging ballot boxes from underneath tables and all that shit. I mean, shit that we follow. A lot of people don't follow that, not because they're asleep, just because they have other stuff to do. Yeah. So it's probably a combination. I can say that on my block, I live on a working class block that's heavily Black and Latino, and people there are fundamentally conservative. Who they vote for is a separate matter. But in terms of what they believe, they're deeply conservative. If you and I could pick one of my neighbors at random, and if I went up to him and said that there were really 59 genders, they would look at me like I had two heads. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you crazy or something?
And what is, because I mean, from my perspective, is the bottom of the pile is like New Zealand and Australia, where they've literally got the military marching around, bundling you back into your home if you stick your head out the window.
Yeah, that's right.
But New York is not that far behind, and I think you've just had this thing where you can't go into a restaurant or whatever unless you've got the vax passport.
Yeah, I mean, De Blasio announced that. Yes, yeah.
I mean, is that something that you're? I mean, I don't know if you're vaxxed or not. Is that something? I mean, even if you are vaxxed, just living in a papers please society, is so fundamentally wrong. Is that something that you're going to wear? You're going to stick this out, or are you going to move to Florida or Texas? I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, for reasons I'll keep to myself for now. I can't. Moving to another state is not an option. So I'm going to make my stand here. But I can tell you that there are a lot of people who are looking at this very closely, and not necessarily, hardcore conservatives or even conservatives of any stripe, who are like, what do you mean I have to? I mean, New York is it's still, even though New York spent the last few decades, especially under Giuliani and especially under Bloomberg, kind of destroying its own personality, we've still got that kind of fuck you attitude as a city. And there's a lot of people who are just like, what are you talking about? Also, there's a lot of people, again, these people never show up in the polls, right? Because when CNN runs a poll, they're almost always polling relatively young, highly internet connected people who live in cities. And in terms of New York has 5 boroughs. Manhattan is what outsiders usually think of when they think of New York City. So if I just ran a poll in, let's say, the West Side, the Upper West Side of Manhattan, or in the Midtown Manhattan, I would get results that probably strongly skewed in favor of vaccines and this and that and what have you, because there's a lot of neurotic yuppies. Well, I call them nuppies, neurotic urban professionals, right? So the nuppie vote would be well represented. If you went out to like where I live in Brooklyn, for example, or Queens, or Staten Island, or what have you, it would skew somewhat differently. As you get more toward kind of regular working class people, they kind of have a better sense that something that it doesn't add up. And one reason, by the way, is because you're more in touch with the way this whole thing has unfolded behind the scenes of ordinary life. In other words, when this whole panic was starting to jump off last year, like everyone, I was like, whoa, is this going to be some global, Black Death type of thing or what? Yeah. I wasn't sure. And so I went to a few of my local supermarkets to stock up on dry goods and things like that, just make sure I was squared away. And what I noticed after those handful of visits, I said, okay, this is bad. It may be like bad flu, but it's not off the charts. And how did I know that? Because I'd go to the supermarket one day and there would be no eggs in the dairy section. I'd roll back in there, the same store 2 days later, and the dairy section was full of eggs. So what that told me was the supply chains were intact, and that young, healthy, strong people who are loading trucks for a living are not dropping dead. Truck drivers were not dropping dead, and no one was masking at that point. And that persisted. I mean, there was never a real long-term run on food.
So I think we all agree that the virus itself is not the problem. We are definitely to the stage where the government reaction to it is the problem. Yes,
but what I'm saying is that people who understand a little bit more about supply chains because they actually drive trucks for a living.
Yeah.
Or because they, work in a factory, or because they work. That's what I'm saying. People who do that, as opposed to someone who works in more of like a, or someone who works for CNN or whatever, right? People who are in touch with that kind of underlying fabric of life will tend to have a more just organic sense that someone's trying to pull a fast one, and that's really all it is. That's what I'm saying.
But haven't they already achieved, like, so you were saying, like, some people will play ball, some people won't. It kind of doesn't matter because the government have achieved what they want, which is splitting the society. Because all of a sudden you'll start getting the pressure. Because in order for you to live that life where you're not going along with what the government say, it becomes almost like you're outside the system that you already live in. Do you know what I mean? So it's almost irrelevant that let's say it's even half and half. The government have won. Do you know what I mean? Because half of them are doing it, and you feel like, hang on, I'm on the outside here, I better be careful what I'm doing, because if I speak to the wrong person and say, by the way, I'm not using a vax passport, you know what I mean? You're then playing by their rules. They've already got you. They don't need 100% of people doing it.
So I mean, a constant conversation that I'm having with the missus at the moment is, when do we leave the country?
Yeah.
And the big concern is, what if we leave it too late?
Yeah.
What if we wait until they close the borders and they say that you can't leave? And we're thinking, and it is a real problem, because we've got connection here, we've got family, we've got good schools for the kids. We've got access to work in a community that we understand. But all the same, you're very aware that at any point they could say, okay, right now, nobody can get on a plane unless they've had the vaccine, unless they've complied, unless they've done this, and they could apply it to kids as well.
Yeah,
and if I knew it was going to get to that point, then I would just sell the house and we would move to, I think, maybe Mexico, something like that. We would just go, but at what point is it too late?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
And we've all read history of people who lived in sort of Nazi Germany who
leave it too late.
Who left it too late.
Yeah, that's right. I think about that a lot. I think about that a whole lot. Yeah.
But the question is, like, the one thing that gets me is, like, things are so variable. Like, you could, like you say, Mexico, it could be fine now, but then look at other places where they were looked fine, and all of a sudden, no, they're in lockdown now as well.
Well, keep in mind, Mexico is not fine. Mexico's not fine at all. I mean, but for different reasons, right? I mean, Mexico, you have a failed state and an actual state together within the same national border, right? I mean, in Mexico, you literally have a parallel state that's composed of the drug cartels, and they can literally get away with murder. And when I say murder, I don't just mean like, shooting someone in a back alley. I mean, these cartels can now approach the government at gunpoint and say, give me that person who you've arrested on federal charges. And the government says, okay, here you go. I mean, that happened. It happened. And I forget which town it was in, but that happened. The government arrested someone, cops arrested someone, and the cartel showed up and said, hey, man, we're going to start shooting this place up. You better give him up. And they said, okay, no problem. I mean, Mexico has its own problems, and those are going to become much more serious, I think.
So I think the issue for me is not selecting somewhere in the world which is perfect.
Right.
It's what is the set of problems that I am most comfortable living with.
That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
And I kind of feel that, me and my little clan, we probably wouldn't appear on the radar of either the Mexican government or the cartels. They, unless we happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, it probably wouldn't be an issue. But my government have decided that I am a problem, and that they want to take the fight to me.
Yes.
And I can either try and fight them, which is probably the right thing to do.
Yes.
Or I can say, this is a fight that's not worth having, and actually I've just got to look after my own clan.
Yeah.
And I've got to bug out somewhere else. And I'm not necessarily saying that Mexico is the right solution.
But I know what you mean, though. Getting out. Yeah. Well, I mean, I definitely see what you mean. And it's so funny you say that about looking back at Germany and people. There was a movie called Shattered Glass. And it was this kind of micro macro story. This Jewish businessman, he's American. He lives in the U.S. I don't know whether it's New York or not, but and his wife suffers some kind of undiagnosed paralysis. Like all of a sudden she can't walk, but there's nothing necessarily wrong with her spine or anything. And this happens around the time of Kristallnacht in Germany, and it's I remember some of the dialogue where they're going back and forth and talking about relatives they still have in Germany and how their relatives are saying, oh, no, it's not going to come to that. The Germans are too intelligent for that kind of thing, And so, yeah, it's something I do think a lot about. Yeah.
Well, Germany was a sophisticated, developed Western
Exactly.
nation,
Right.
Which had good institutions. It had democracy. I mean, it had everything.
That's right. Everything.
For them to go, and we always used to think of it as this complete aberration from history, but there must be something about the nature of the Germans or something like that.
Nope.
But everything that happened there is. We are in the early stages of that happening here. I mean,
at the very least, it's everything there is capable of happening everywhere else, and this is the point, right? Now, can you fight these things? Yes, you can. But this goes right back to the whole thing of it. This being a war of spirit. What is?
You mentioned Kristallnacht, but I mean, let's say that we heard in the news that last night that the windows were broken on every business that did not enforce vaccine passports. That's basically Kristallnacht, and that could happen here. Nobody would be surprised at it. It is just a one step after another. We are following the same routine.
Well, except that it's not. Don't get me wrong. You and I are both worried about totalitarian governments, but it's also true that history doesn't necessarily repeat itself. It rhymes. Yeah. And listen, all the sissies, the adult sissies walking around wearing masks, are not going to pick up rocks and start to, break windows of places. First of all, I have no idea how they'd know that they're not enforcing vaccine mandates unless they have a sign in the window. That's the first thing. The second thing is that. What is also going on there are some hysterical people shrieking on Twitter about how dare you open up the country, how dare you not wear a mask, but how numerous are these people compared to the 68 million, 70 million of your population? I'm not saying there's not a lot of them. I'm saying, are they as numerous as we think? Because it's also the case that the media, the same media who we don't trust about other things, has a vested interest in making us think that the consensus is much broader than it actually is.
So that is very true. So most people, don't particularly care about this, or they're mildly skeptical, or this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
The problem is that our side tends to stand up individually, one at a time. Right. And all the time we're standing up individually, it is very easy for the apparatus of the state to send the police out to shut down that particular cafe, or that particular restaurant, or that particular pub.
Yes, exactly.
And what we are really bad at is, I've been terribly impressed by the French over the last couple of years.
Yes.
As one, they've just stood up and they say they're not doing this.
Right.
And when you've got that sort of sense of community spirit, that
spirit. There we go again.
Remarkable.
Right. Well, then this is the thing, and I've been trying to get people. I've been hinting, not so delicately hinting, cajoling, just open saying like, listen, can we get a mailing list of all the businesses in, I don't know, pick a UK town, pick one for God's sake. Can we get a list of all the businesses, and can someone go around and just talk to them? It's like, listen, here's what, can we get a list of businesses and say, okay, if you guys are against vaccine passports, then we're going to get our mailing list of people all in this area to make sure they come out and show support. Can we, who in our whole network has enough money? Do we have a number of people with money in our network who can say, okay, we're going to all pitch in, and we're going to set up a legal defense fund so that if you do go against this mandate and you do get fined or you have to go to court, we have a little something, maybe help you defray your bills while you fight it out, whatever. But I'm saying that is something that people can just do.
Well, and even simpler than that is just getting a sense that you're not alone.
Well, yeah, that's the most important thing. Sure, that's the foundation of all that. It's like, oh yeah, there are other people who think this way. But that's the point. When I talk about how I don't like black pilling, that is what I mean. Yeah, because people will be willing, maybe, or it's worth a try. They'll be willing to maybe get into something like that if they have a spirit of, okay, it's possible to actually fight back in an effective way. But if all you hear when you go on our channels or in our chat rooms or whatever is, oh, it's all over, then ordinary people are going to think it is all over. And it's like, well, the whole country is full of sheep. Well, everyone who's positing all these conspiracies about this and that and the Illuminati and Klaus Schwab, hasn't it ever occurred to them that despair is the one thing that they are conspiring to engender in the population? That the one thing they absolutely, vaccine passports aside or whatever, the number one thing they want you to do is to despair.
No,
because then you won't fight. Right.
I totally agree. And I've actually started working on that solution already, because I remember having this idea a while back, is almost doing like a rating system so people can find places that are near them that are not enforcing social distancing, not having masks. And then someone made a point that was like, well, what if it's used against them? It's like, well, so what?
So someone made that. Yeah, that's right.
We've got to have something.
You got to have something.
To see. And if it's used against them, fine, doesn't matter. They're going to use it against them anyway.
Well, someone made that same point when I mentioned it on Twitter. They said, yeah, but it can be used against them. So, I mean, in other words, to me, that is a defect in spirit. So what you're saying is, don't fight back because the enemy will shift tactics and do something else. Well, I don't know any successful general who thinks like that. We are going to mount a raid on the enemy tomorrow. And then they're going to hit back, and then we're going to have to change up, and we go back at them, and then they'll come back. And that's what war is. All right. Don't tell me, don't stop. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of people telling me what they can't and what won't work. Don't tell me about what won't work. Tell me about what you tried yesterday and it didn't work. And that's my kind of American ethos right there. It's like, motherfucker, try something. Take a shot. Put your hands up.
I totally agree. And also going back to the point about you're like not being alone. If somebody goes onto that site and think, well, hang on, this place has got like 2,000 ratings and it's people are going there. If you have that kind of nefarious mindset that I'm going to say something about this, the first thing you'll see is, well, hang on a minute, 2,000 people have been here. That means they're probably more supportive than I am, that I'm sitting here on my, you know what I mean? It's again, it's reinforcing that point that it's not
right.
It's a dual-edged sword, right? We're saying,
Right.
look, there are businesses out there, they want your business, and by the way, they're not complying, either not complying with the rules, or at least not making you feel like a total piece of shit, basically, for not wearing a mask. So
Exactly.
yeah, I agree.
Exactly. So you know, and look, most of these people, a lot of them, who knows, but a lot of these people who talk all that shit on Twitter about how they wouldn't go to a place if no one was wearing masks. First, a lot of these people lying. Because the same thing happens every time, you know, the last 10, 20 years. So every time someone is about to get into office who liberals don't like, they say, well, if so-and-so wins, I'm moving to Canada. Motherfuckers are still here. Y'all didn't do shit. Okay, please. You're not moving to Canada. Calm down. You know what I'm saying? So we have to, you know, to Sean's point, you know, that kind of that kind of atmosphere of ridicule, of like being faintly amused by the enemy, you know, that is very important. That should be the air we breathe, you know, that the enemy is threatening, but they're slightly amusing. They're like, oh yeah, that's fun. That's interesting that you're saying that, as opposed to everyone who opposes us is 10 feet tall. You know, Klaus Schwab is Klaus Schwab doesn't know shit about anything but
89
money.
years old.
That's what I'm saying. He'll be gone soon enough. He's a problem. He's not the problem. Bill Gates. I mean, Bill Gates is probably the most technical guy on that crew. Okay. And I mean, how impressive are his technical chops? How impressive were his technical chops back when he was the head of Microsoft? You remember Microsoft being an especially competent software company? Really? That's not what I remember.
No.
Exactly. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So all these guys, you know, we have to stop thinking about them as, you know, at the end of the day, they have their big force multiplier is money. That's really it. And, you know, typically old men with dumb ideas. This is what usually happens to old men with dumb ideas. They sit on the couch and they talk about their dumb ideas and this and that, and they hold forth on this and that. And what they hear is, okay, Grandpa, I'm going to the store. You want anything? That's old men with dumb ideas.
So
Now,
you made the point much earlier in the pod stream, which was something like, you know, as you've met people higher up in the hierarchy, you found them to be deeply unimpressive.
Less and less impressive, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And that is exactly my experience as well. So, yeah. I mean, I recently did some consulting for local government, and it was exactly the same as my finance experience, which is the people on the front line are generally actually quite impressive.
Yes.
The people who do stuff. But the people at the top of the organization are essentially rubber stamping somebody else's ideas, and they're just looking for somebody to present these ideas to them.
That is correct.
So I mean, I absolutely agree with that aspect of it.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's why I think that it's not so much personalities driving this; it is trends and incentive structures that have been in place for a long time.
Let's say that it is.
But those same trends are part of cycles, and they're going to burn themselves out.
Well. See, here's. I meant to jump on this earlier. I see what you mean, and again, don't get me wrong. Whether I agree with you guys or disagree, I mean, you guys are consistent. Your reasoning is consistently sound. But the reason I'm not inclined to agree with that is really, it's almost more of a spirit thing. I think there's something very, again, going back to Chesterton, I wish Sean was still here. Chesterton talks about this atmosphere in Eastern religions. You talk about Buddhism and things like that. This atmosphere of kind of futility, the futility born of recurrence. Well, it's all happened before. It'll happen again. It'll happen, and you know, so it's just a big old cycle. It's like, and to me, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But my point is that's not a plan. You know, that's not a plan. That's not a plan of battle. That's like, well, it's just, so yes, assume that incentive structures are driving things because human beings are driven by incentive. Let's assume all that. My point is that this is a problem. In other words, it is wrong, to King Bingo's point earlier. The idea of, you know, even though you are at best a deeply skeptical agnostic, right, or maybe more toward the atheist side, you nonetheless understand that experimenting on children is wrong. It's evil. Okay, so our job is to fight that. I don't give a fuck whether it's happened before. So what? Like, let's assume it has. And as a matter of fact, it has happened before, because a couple thousand years ago, Rome went to war with Carthage. And the thing about Carthage that was interesting was because they used to sacrifice their infants to Moloch. They had like a big temple and a furnace, and they used to take their babies there and throw them in the fire. Okay, so it has happened before, right? So yeah, man. Trends,
And an
cycles,
interesting question is whether
right.
the elite, especially in the US, still worship Moloch. I mean,
Well, they in one way or another they do. In one way or another they do. I mean, look, and again, that's not any kind of new thing. In the 70s, when I was coming up in school, it was the elites who got this bright idea and pushed it to the rest of the country successfully, mostly in neurotic urban areas, that it was a good idea to give amphetamines to 8-year-olds.
Yeah.
That's what the whole Ritalin thing was. Remember that?
Okay, but I like your broader point here, which is, even if I am correct that these are bigger cycles driven by a set of incentives that have been in place for decades and all this, does it actually serve my purpose to be talking about that as opposed to talking about the best effort that you can make here and now?
Correct.
To influence the next 18 months.
Correct. That's exactly
right. That is actually quite valuable. I like that.
That's 100% what I'm driving at. What can we do now? Are you going to fight or not? And the completely rational soldier will not fight. So there has to be an element of irrationality. Why am I fighting this? Because it's wrong. Why do I hate critical race theory so much? Because go fuck yourself. That's why. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't tell me. I'll decide whether I don't like somebody or whether I can talk
look,
to them.
It's very possible that what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to develop my macro framework, which describes all of this, my theoretical basis that describes the whole overarching picture, from which I can then draw a strategy.
Right.
But actually, drawing strategy that is a very niche. That is a very small percentage of the population, a very small percentage of the fighters who are going to be interested in the grand strategy.
Correct.
The vast majority of my audience are probably going to be primarily interested in the day-to-day tactics.
Correct. And it's not clear to me that having a grand strategy is of any utility whatsoever. I think it was Dwight D. Eisenhower who said that planning is priceless, but plans are useless. Because no battle plan survives contact with the enemy. And so you could spend an awful lot of time and energy, and those are both zero-sum things, by the way, right? Trying to figure out a grand unified theory of how we got into this fuck up.
Well, if I can figure out what's driving this, then I can figure out what they're going to do next.
No, you can't.
There isn't value in that.
No, you can't. No, you can't. If you listen, we know what was driving the Germans to kick off World War II and invade Poland. Wait a minute. Bear with me. You knew what was driving them, right? Could you infer from that what bridge they try to take next? Not necessarily. No.
So I think I can, because actually I think what they're driving towards is digital national IDs, possibly leading to a global ID, which will enable central bank digital currencies. So that's my main thesis of where this is going. So knowing where they're going to go next informs me of their tactics that they're going to take next, and that's where I can argue against them.
Well, here's what I would say. I don't. Again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to puzzle this stuff out. I'm merely saying that you should also take a healthy interest in triage. How important is it to understand where they're finally going, as opposed to understanding how, what's the next river crossing you're going to take? What's the next bridge you're going to blow up? That's the thing. Because this is a supply
line, isn't it? It's like it's almost like the supply line. You need to attack the supply lines, because in order for that digital ID network to be realized, we've got to have people in it.
Right.
So the strategy is, I think, I agree. The strategy is you can predict it, but then it's like, okay, well, rather than let's take a gamble on what the prediction is, and then let's just disrupt the supply line anyway.
So exactly, because sitting around doing nothing, I mean, I'm not implying you all are doing nothing. I'm just saying, taking the time to puzzle the whole thing out is a luxury, and it's a luxury we don't have. Look, there is a reason why the United States Army, and probably most sensible armies in the world, yes, they test people for intelligence when they decide who to make, which enlisted men will be made into officers, but they don't want people who are too cerebral, who are too intelligent, to become officers. Why? Because what you need to be an effective combatant commander is the ability to think about things deeply, but not too deeply. only deeply enough so you can decide what you're going to blow up next and then get on with it. Right. So if you're too cerebral, if you want to get all the information first, you cannot.
They definitely have strategists, though. I mean, they definitely have people who think about the broader issues.
They do. But my point is that on the battlefield, what you need is people who are going to be like, okay, we're shooting back now. We're going to.
So I recognize that. So when I do think there is value in the way that I'm thinking about this and what it leads to. Because, for example, to give you a practical example, I think their main drive is digital IDs at the moment, and therefore the vaccinations are a product of trying to get people into the ID system. And what that means on a practical basis is they will push us as hard as they possibly can, but then they will start rolling out exemptions, because what they really want to get is people enrolled into the national digital ID, even if they have to give you an exemption, be it some stupid reason like veganism or whatever it is. Right. So my message to people is not necessarily, take the vaccine, don't take the vaccine. I don't particularly care, but I'm not going to take it, and I'm going to resist it as hard as I can. But I don't particularly care if you do or not. My concern is reaching out to the broader population, which is all the people who haven't been vaccinated and all the people that have been, and say this is the danger of a national digital ID, and this is what it will empower, and this is the freedoms that you will lose if we go down this route.
Pause for 1 second. Either of you have kids?
Yeah.
Okay, so the number one priority in terms of reaching out to people should be you need to protect your children.
Yeah.
And they're lying to you about how to protect it. Never mind the freedoms that see, because here's the thing. There's a lot of people who you don't have a spirit in your country or in mine that's widespread enough so that has a broad appeal, like saying these are the liberties you could lose, right? There are those of us who care about those things. I care about those things, but people care about their kids. And if you say, listen, this vaccine is first of all, the narrative there is very simple because this is enormously profitable. This vaccine has put a lot of money in certain people's pockets. And the fact is that it's not ready for prime time. They rushed it. It's not ready. It's an experiment. Don't experiment on your children. You see, to me, that's easy. It's succinct. People can argue with it. They can disagree with it, but it's like there's not a lot for them to, because the moment I get into, because listen, I don't disagree with you necessarily. I'm not saying they're not planning digital IDs. I'm saying if I say, in other words, if my thing is predicated on a prediction, the more predictions I pack into my argument, the shakier it is, because all predictions are shaky. If I say, listen, you would never nominate, even if you have a daughter or a son who is, like they're 11 years old and they like aviation, you wouldn't ever nominate your kid to be a test pilot. It's like, no. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you experiment on my children. That's simple, and people can understand it, and people can get on board with it. And there's very little wiggle room. So if you say, well, they're planning this long-term thing, and you see and central banks and then there's a lot more stuff where people are going to push back and what have you. What is most persuasive?
Yeah, I think it comes down to that messaging point again, doesn't it? It's like we were saying earlier. It needs to be, like, say, small, succinct. It doesn't take them down that journey that makes you suddenly less believable.
That's correct. And listen, I'm with you about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not arguing against what you're asserting. I'm talking about how this is politics. If you are not persuading, you are losing. That's it. And so. There are a lot of very simple things we could just say to people that would at least maybe plant that seed. And the more, for example, you posit that, well, so-and-so is a sinister figure. It doesn't matter if he's a sinister figure. Some people want to believe that Dr. Fauci is a nice guy. So I don't need to believe that he's not. All I have to convince you of is that, listen, he's out of his depth. He's playing with things he doesn't understand. Everyone gets that. Or I could say, well, yeah, but he's invested in this company. He's lining his pockets. Everyone understands government hacks lining their pockets. That's simple. That's easy. And maybe, again, if you plant that seed, that might grow. And then they might come back in a month or two and say, hey, you know something? Yeah, come and think of it. No, this is odd.
So the one liner I like to use is that 10 big pharma executives have become billionaires over the course of this pandemic.
There you go.
Do you think it's possible that this could incentivize bad behavior.
And that's a good one. That's a good one. You know, I like the thing of when people talk about listening to the experts. I like to point out that, you know, the experts in foreign policy got us into a destructive war that everyone now agrees was a bad idea. And back then it was fringe to say we shouldn't have any peace.
So I don't know what it's like in the US, but in the UK we have a very strong national religion, which is the NHS.
Yes.
And I sort of sense we might be moving to the point where that faith breaks, because now the backlog of the people who have been seriously ill and not treated
it's
in the
so long.
Exactly. When that rupture point comes, it is going to be an absolutely earth-shattering reevaluation of the national psyche here. But at the moment, if the NHS says it, then it is law. You say
that, but what I think what's more true is that people are just willing to go. It's not even that they endorse it; they're willing to go along with it. And by the way, another thing I keep saying to people is that, listen, the world works, the world goes on, partly because there's a lot of people who get up every morning and just do what they're quote unquote supposed to do. Yeah. And we appreciate that when it comes to the regular functioning of the world. The garbage gets picked up, you know, infrastructure gets maintained, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, thank God most people are not like me. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Thank God for people who are very specifically not like me, the opposite of me, and just get on with it and don't, you know, like if everyone questioned everything the way I do, just nothing would work correctly. So I'm never going to be mad at the people who go along with the lie. I get mad at the liars. But that also means that when I talk to people who believe the lie, this goes back to strategy. And this is a parallel thread to what I was talking about with like talking Turning Points USA, talking to Black people. I try to talk to them respectfully. You'll never see on my Twitter feed me talking about all these sheep. You know, when are they going to wake up? Sometimes people are on autopilot because they have a lot of shit on their minds, man. It's not necessarily because they think the NHS is God. They just have a lot of shit to worry about, and like they're triaging mentally. Okay, if you tell a man is
so, Mike, you are clearly a better man than I, because it is incredibly difficult. I find on a consistent basis not to get pissed off with the sheeple.
Well, if it wasn't difficult, it would probably be worthless. So yes, doing thing. You know, virtue is difficult. Yes. And I'm not saying I'm virtuous. I'm just saying that anything that is worth doing is difficult. That's life. Okay. And again, we're in a war. So difficulty should be what we expect. But what I'm trying to get at is, look, brother, if you tell a man his car is on fire because his car really is on fire and he ignores you, is he an idiot? Well, maybe. Or maybe his house is also on fire.
Well, maybe I come up against this all the time because I'm the guy who was always going around saying that the monetary system is on fire and is about to collapse.
Right, but it's like
the amount of traction I get on that is minimal.
Right, well, because ordinary people don't think about the monetary system, and you can't say they're stupid because they don't think about the monetary system. The monetary system, if it's being run correctly, the whole point of it is you don't have to think about it, right? So when you're trying to convince people who do ordinary work for a living or people, whatever, just people who are not us, okay? Then we have to come at it respectfully and come at them respectfully and not say, well, these people don't understand inflation. Well, motherfucker, you know, half the people in government don't understand fucking inflation. Okay. And they're paid to understand inflation.
Oh, no. It is worse than that. I would say 99% of people who work in finance
don't understand inflation. Okay. So, but that reinforces my point, right? So why are we expecting that someone who works behind the counter at Tesco's or whatever is going to get exercise because you said the inflation is doing something and no. But if that woman behind the counter at Tesco has a kid, and if you tell her, listen, don't let them experiment on your kid because they're getting rich from experimenting on kids.
Maybe this is a question of audiences because the sort of messaging that I put out in Twitter and elsewhere and on my blogs and so on, it is I'm not necessarily trying to reach the mass market. I'm trying to reach the people who consider themselves to be the sort of the local influencers. So what I'm basically trying to reach out to is the people who have a network of a couple of hundred people on social media, or maybe even 10 people in the real world who listen to them. Those are the people I'm trying to arm them with an intellectual rigor and bedrock that they can say something grand like the monetary system is collapsing and be able to back it up. So I'm not necessarily trying to reach the mass market, but I think what you mean. Mike, you are actually trying to go directly to the people as a whole.
Well, because I mean, if so, I'm doing a terrible job of it. But I would say that I just, in my personal life, you know, the thing that hits most, and again, I'm on board with everything you have to say about the larger picture, but in the immediate term, I'm like, these people are experimenting on children.
Yeah,
these people are injecting thousands of people with something that could cause them to be more severely ill in the next wave of whatever comes. These people are injecting thousands and thousands of women of reproductive age with something that could cause serious problems with pregnancies down the road.
And that is the bit that severely concerns me. So I've got two daughters now. Mercifully,
there you go.
They are below the age where even at the moment in the UK they are thinking of experimenting on them.
Right, but not for long, because not long ago they were like, teens don't need to get it. Now they've
Yeah.
So
and we know that these spike proteins, they accumulate in the ovaries. We know that it causes a massive increase in miscarriages if you have the vaccine in the first trimester, and the fact that these issues are not being had is genuinely worrying.
Correct. And
the Armageddon that we could be walking towards a couple of years from now, when people look back on this, is absolutely monstrous.
Right. Yep. This could be another. I mean, this could be worse than thalidomide. Remember thalidomide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. There you go. Right. And all the experts said, yeah, thalidomide, definitely go to it. Right.
And that was a drug that was rushed through its clinical trials because it was felt that it was so urgent that it needed
you didn't have any time to wait. Okay. Now you see my point about like what you thought before. I'm just, that's a point that has a lot of immediacy. It doesn't require anyone to, become an expert in macroeconomics. You can say it in 15 seconds. You remember thalidomide? This shit here is thalidomide. And you don't have to posit that there's a network of evil people doing anything. You don't have to posit that Bill Gates is having a black mass on our mountain in Switzerland. You can just be like, listen, smart people get it wrong sometimes.
So I guess the key thing for me is that I agree with all of that, but there are probably people who are better at expressing that message than me.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying.
However, I do believe that there are very few people who are better at expressing the monetary policy and the CBDC thing than me, because I think that's my competitive advantage. So it's not that I disagree with any of that. It's just that if that's the messaging, James Delingpole has better reach than me and has a better ability to convey it than I do.
Yeah. Although to be fair to Brother James, he's using that ability, that greater reach, to say things that are not as persuasive. That may even be true. I take your point.
James Delingpole or Alex Bernstein or yourself or there are people who have a better competitive advantage in expressing those broader issues and health issues than I do. And especially Robert Malone, the guy who invented mRNA vaccine. I mean, he is going to be far more effective at expressing that than me. I think what I have an advantage on is expressing a fairly narrow point, and that's what I'm going to focus on. Not because anything that you say is unimportant. It's simply that where can I add the most value and influence most people, and I think that I have to go niche.
I have to say that is airtight reasoning, and that makes perfect sense. But those, I think it is also true that those on our side, whenever possible, whenever we have the chance to talk to each other, need to keep keep the other thing. So what you're saying is absolutely right. And if you know that because I was just talking about value networks, if you know that is the value you can add to this network, then you should pour it on. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely.
Can I just bring up one comment from from the questions that have come in, and this is from Ben Green, and it's a little while back now, but I want to come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Does anyone believe that the governments are really in control? Shadow governments have the real power?"
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of interesting to me, because that comes back to the point about incentive structures and whether the people are whether governments are necessarily evil,
Mm-hmm.
or whether it's a question that they are responding to a whole set of incentives that are perverted. So let me give you an example. Let's go back in time. Imagine that you're the CEO of Blockbusters in the year 2005. Your business model is going to die.
Yes.
And 2005 is probably about the sort of time that you start to realize it. And you also start to realize that it's too late to do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, put it this way, let's say you were to take the chief executive of Netflix today, and you were to send him back in time 15 years and put him in charge of Blockbusters.
Yes.
Could he save them? The answer is, even with all of his knowledge,
couldn't save him. Yeah.
He probably couldn't, because of the cost structures that were in place for Blockbusters. They had their 9,000 stores, and so even if you had perfect future knowledge, that the baggage that you have to deal with is so immense that you wouldn't be able to save it. Now that's what I think where governments are. So things like the World Economic Forum, I don't know if they are necessarily evil. I think their actions, the result of their actions, they are evil.
Right.
But I don't think their intentions are necessarily evil,
right.
because they think that what they've got to do is preserve the power structure, because that is the basis of everything they know.
Right.
And in order to preserve that power structure, they end up doing things that are evil, but it is not necessarily intended. And so actually, this is one of my fundamental questions is, does the government know that it's doing something wrong?
Right. And my answer to that would be, who cares? I don't care, certainly. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care if the WF knows they're doing something wrong, or if they're evil or not. I don't care. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to agree with you. Again, I don't think it matters. If they're doing something like that and it's classified as evil, it doesn't matter why, or whether they know about it or not.
Correct. Yeah, I couldn't care less. And just same as if literally, if I'm fighting someone, kinetically on a battlefield, I care about what objective they're trying to take next. I care about where they're going. Where's this column of infantry headed? I don't care what their general is thinking outside of how he is thinking to deploy his forces. I don't care about, I only care about his philosophy of warfare. I don't care about all that other stuff. It's irrelevant to me. It's like, how can I cut him off at the pass? That's the question. Simplify, triage.
So to come back for a moment to the Blockbuster analogy.
Yes.
If I was the CEO of Blockbuster back then, how would I have dealt with it? And the only way that you could have dealt with it is to set up a subsidiary and basically recreate Netflix. You couldn't do it within the existing. You couldn't do it within the existing structure. You'd have to set up a subsidiary, and you'd have to basically push that subsidiary out and say, "Okay, you go and fend on, and you basically take over from us."
That is correct.
And this leads me back to the central bank digital currency thing.
Yep.
I don't think that the guys running the system at the moment believe that it can be saved, because it obviously can't be. I mean, I could go into nth degree of detail as to why it cannot be saved.
Well, why does it matter? Why does it matter if they believe it or not? Why does that matter?
Okay, why it matters is because it allows me to predict what they're going to do next. So what they're going to do next is they are going to create in parallel a central bank digital currency.
But they've already created digital currencies. JP Morgan is on one right now.
They haven't got there quite yet. But what they're going to do is they're going to walk us into the next crisis. And what they're going to say is things are really bad. It's like 2008 all over again. We don't know what can do. The money system is in huge trouble. What the solution would be a central bank digital currency, but we don't have one. And then they're going to say something like, we're going to put our smartest minds on this, and we're going to see if we can create one, and it's going to be the vaccine all over again.
Nothing is
And
nothing.
they're going to build up this demand that this is the savior, that we can go over to this new thing, and it's going to be exactly like the vaccines. It's going to be, they're going to transition us onto this thing. They're going to make us want it, and then they're going to transition us to it.
None of this sounds like a battle plan. This all of this sounds remarkably passive, even assuming that everything you say is 100% true. All of this sounds remarkably passive. This is, put it this way: if I were your general, okay, and you were a combatant commander, like I would be most displeased to hear you talking in this way. Well, what he's going to do is okay, now what's your battle plan? That's what I want to hear about.
So that is the second part of the conversation. But all I'm talking about here is I'm trying to understand what their battle plan is, because if I understand what they're going to do, then I can understand how I can resist it.
Okay, now here's another question: why do you think, going back to this thing about a Blockbuster, because you and I can look at Blockbuster. There's a bunch of other businesses we can look at too.
Almost any retail business prior to the internet.
Correct. Now, the Blockbusters of the world did not actually create some kind of, I mean, actually being all of us being in tech or tech adjacent, remember businesses that managed to grow their way out of crisis by doing just what you said. The HP LaserJet, like the first, real commercial kind of retail laser printer that really went platinum, was created in just that way. HP said, hey, you guys, you team of engineers, go to this other building and forget about the HP philosophy, do what you want, come up with this thing. And they came up with the HP LaserJet, right? Lockheed Martin had Skunk Works, and so on and so forth. So there are examples of companies having done that, but there are examples of companies, to your point, not having done that and gone out of business. Now, why do you assume that they're smart enough to actually do that? Why do you assume that they're not just trying to stack up as much money as they can? And I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying, tell me your reasoning about why you think that they're actually planning instead of just stuffing their pockets as much as possible and waiting for the whole thing to shake out.
Okay. So essentially what it is any organization which has a huge cost structure, even if they recognize what the future is going to be, they have to do it in a sort of a spin out way. So the best example I can think of from the UK market would be British Airways.
Yeah.
For a while, British Airways thought that low cost airlines were going to be the future. And they recognize, because British Airways, if you look at it from a fundamental business perspective, British Airways is a pension fund that also does flights.
Yes.
So
yes,
the way and
that's brilliantly put, by the way. Yeah.
Because I'm a finance guy, so I just look at the balance sheet first, and I see what a business really is.
Yeah.
And I think the CEO at the time, Bob Ayling, he recognized that, and so what he did is he started up Go Airlines, which was a subsidiary focused on the EasyJet model, which is low cost local flights.
Yes.
And then they spun it off. Now it turned out that actually the long haul model didn't go quite as bad as he thought, but he set that up. Okay. And that's what I think that they're doing at the moment. The elites realize that and I can demonstrate this a number of ways. The elites recognize that the monetary system that we have is going to die. And so what you see is central banks setting up a side hustle, which is the central bank's digital currencies, and they are getting that running up in parallel. And if you look at the elites, what they are doing is they are faking divorces, or maybe they're real divorces. But the effect is that it gives them an excuse to sell down their financial assets. So it allows them to sell vast amounts of Amazon stock or Microsoft stock or whatever it is, and then do something with that money. What are they doing with that money? They're buying real assets. So Bill Gates is buying massive amounts of farmland.
Yeah. That's right.
Jeff Bezos is buying massive amounts of real estate. They are converting their financialized assets into real assets because cannot be printed away, that cannot be destroyed by a monetary collapse.
I see what you mean.
And this is the thing. Whenever I look at this, and whenever I try and refute my own hypothesis, I keep coming back to examples which reinforce it.
I see what you mean. Now that's actually a very typically that's a very sound bit of reasoning, because you're inferring, you're not just inferring superior knowledge on their part. You're looking at what they're doing, and you're saying, yeah, this fits the profile of someone who is worried about basically a lot of these paper assets going up in smoke. And so they're saying that they're shifting positions, and that's how you're inferring. I came up with this idea
that the monetary system is collapsing, and then I asked myself, okay, what would I expect to see from the people who would be best positioned to know that this is going to happen?
No, I see what you mean. Yeah.
And then I look at what they are doing, and everything that I see. So every central bank that I see is making announcements that they're doing two things. One, they are very softly opening the door to Bitcoin. And the reason they're doing that is because that's their plan B, because they don't know if they can get their central bank digital currencies launched in time.
Pretty sure they can't get it launched in time. Yeah.
And just in case they can't, they want a backup option, because otherwise the backup option is the digital yuan.
I see what you mean.
And they're also hiding inflation as well, so they're doing
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
And they're moving financialized assets, so things that would be wiped out by monetary collapse, into farmland, real estate, assets, anything like that, anything that can't be printed.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Here's a question for you. Talking about, again, I'm sorry, I keep going back to the warfare analogy. Well, you were talking about central banks. I was thinking about things like hedge funds and organizations that have a lot of paper value, whose entire business model is almost predicated on ghost value, right? It strikes me that, okay, so talking about value networks, talking about networks of people who can do interesting things. Wall Street Bets was interesting to me because it was an example of asymmetric warfare. Even though it kind of, I guess it fizzled out after a while with the connivance of government and some of these trading, brokerage companies like Robinhood. I thought it was very significant that a bunch of motley renegades on Reddit.
You say it fizzled out. They did take down Citadel.
Well, but this, I mean,
an enormous hedge fund. They destroyed it.
Well, my point, I was just getting to that. It's like, my point is that they nonetheless managed to put a genuine hurting on $1 billion hedge fund. That is not insignificant. That is,
and it went higher than that. I mean, I know people in the market who are saying that they, for a sort of 18-hour period, they were looking at a mini long-term capital collapse situation.
LTCM. Yes. Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
it's the same dynamic, right? Same kind of dynamic.
This went all the way up to almost certainly. Well, I mean, not this president, because he was probably asleep, but the people who managed the president. I mean, it went up all the way up to that level. I mean, the system was incredibly concerned for a short period then.
Yeah, that's right. So I really like that kind of thing, and my question was then, and I guess still is now, what could a team of people like the Wall Street Bets people do if they had, for example, better trading software? What could they do if they literally had some kind of trading front end desk that actually was tied into 5 or 6 or 7 brokerage companies? And so if Robinhood refuses to take your trade, you have a software backend that basically round robins between this and that many. So your signature, you have less of a signature to begin with, and things like that. I'm sorry.
Well, the advantage
more fundamental. Sorry, go on, Dan.
No, I was just going to say that the advantage of the apes, as they call themselves, was it was not in trading. It was in fundamentals. It was doing the research and then just basically sticking to the guns. And the asymmetric bet that you were talking about is, what happens if 50,000 people put in $100 each or $1,000 each or something like that, and they're prepared to lose it. And I was one of them. So I mean, I put in $5,000, and I was perfectly prepared to lose all of it.
You were doing God's work. Let me tell you right now.
Because the asymmetric bet was, scenario 1, I lose the $5,000. Scenario 2, it turns into $50,000. But whichever of those 2 scenarios plays out,
the enemy gets hurt. Right. The enemy gets hurt.
Perfect asymmetric bet, and it doesn't matter what the sum of money is. You basically just pick something, and
Right.
you're fucking with the system. It's
Right.
exactly the same as voting for Trump. You are fucking with
the system, right? Sorry, go on.
Do you know what else it did as well? It actually taught people a little bit about how debt is destroying the system.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
Because basically the strategy was, no, we're going to buy and hold. Because people who have bet on this, or betting it and betting effectively with fake money, are going to lose it. Because
right, that's right.
By nothing else than fact, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to keep it as mine. You're not betting with it. And that's the bit that messed everybody up. So no, it really educated people.
Right. Well, again, and the reason I understand that they were looking at fundamentals, and the reason, but it's also true that some of the gas was taken out of that movement by Robinhood deciding not to clear their trades. True. And so what I'm saying is better software, better automation could have allowed them to put an even bigger hurting on the enemy in a shorter period of time. That's my point. And by the way, someone mentioned Mitt Romney. Of course, you guys both know that Bain Capital was an example of that kind of enemy, right? They used to go around and do. They did to KB Toys and a few other companies what these guys were doing to GameStop, which is to hold no brief for GameStop's fundamentals, which were which were not the best, let's say, but. Yeah, I very much like your way of looking at this stuff. This makes a lot of sense.
It sort of validates your point about the growth of the networks. And
yes.
I mean, this one is not a local network by any means. I mean, it is a very decentralized network. And
yes,
if we can get to the point where these decentralized networks are unbannable, because at the moment Reddit can.
That's my point, right? Just
shut it down.
Exactly.
But maybe there is something in the blockchain that will allow these sort of decentralized networks to exist independently.
But why you keep going to blockchain? You don't need blockchain to have a private Reddit.
Okay. Okay. How do you have a globally reaching network without a blockchain? I understand how you have a local one without a blockchain. I don't understand how you have a global one.
Well, when you say globally reaching, what do you mean? If I have a globally reaching network right now. I have a server running in my data center that hosts the Foundation Society chat. By the way, I'll send you guys invites.
Okay.
Put your DM me privately. DM me or send me an email. And I'll send you about. Anyway, my network has global reach right now, and I'm not using blockchain for anything. Right?
Are you talking more, Dan, about the financial side?
I'm talking specifically about the ability of a dozen or 2 dozen or 100 or 1,000 people to talk to each other and to coordinate activity. So that's part one, and then part two is execute. Pardon me.
I said that's fine about the talking stuff, but again, we're talking about this asymmetrical stuff where you're talking about AMC and things like that, but we can achieve the same thing. And okay, fine, it's blockchain now, but that's just the first thing.
But why is blockchain even relevant?
Because it's there. Because it's the weakness. It's a weakness.
No, wait. I'm not saying. Let's assume that it is. I'm saying I don't need blockchain to go on TD Ameritrade and buy stocks and hold them.
I know you don't, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is it's there. It's a tool we can actually use.
No, I know. I take it as read. You said specifically you have to have a global network with blockchain. I'm like, why do you need a global network of people buying stock? Why do you need blockchain for that? I think you don't. That's my point. In other words, because what that means is that literally, man, if you download Mastodon or Rocket Chat or whatever, and you invite 2 dozen of your fintech friends to log on to your private chat room, you all can coordinate your activities privately, okay? And if what you want to do is get together and decide you're going to put a hurting on the next hedge fund that tries to take down the next GameStop, then all you need is a half-assed software front end that has credentials already plugged into it for half a dozen trading systems. And all you do is you place a trade You take a position, and the back end will literally round robin between however many trading systems you have plugged into it, and that way that diminishes your signature, and then and you can, that's a force multiplier in terms of that asymmetrical person network that can do research, share research, okay, make decisions, take positions, and go after the enemy. Now, none of that, forget about the merits or demerits of blockchain. Let's assume blockchain is hugely useful in its own rights. I'm just saying none of that requires blockchain at all.
No, I agree. I
Right.
totally agree with you. But what I'm
That's all.
saying is that because you're saying, like, again, for GameStop, what actually happened is we took stock out of circulation, and
Yeah,
that's what
right.
caused the problem. And what I'm saying is, blockchain as a moment as a tool, we can take money, we can take currency, we can take dollars, pounds out of the system and put it onto Bitcoin. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the solution. I'm just saying it's there now. That actually we can disrupt
So
that
yeah,
system using that tool.
Now I see what you mean, and there may be like, I think your point may have, again, your reasoning about it is sound. I would say that, and by the way, I would say that the extent that any kind of blockchain is useful, it's useful in that respect, is that you can simply decide, but there again, you could, for example, start your own Ethereum ledger. I mean, there's a million of these things, and it does. In other words, if and I've said this before, one of the reasons I'm skeptical about blockchain is not necessarily because I think it's a bad technology. I just think people are thinking that it's going to do things that it can't possibly do. No, there is no blockchain currency, in my opinion, that is stable enough to become the kind of reservoir for value that you need in a national currency system. But as an asymmetrical warfare tool, that's different. Because again, if you and me and what, both you guys and me and like 20 other people, 100 other people decide to create our own ledger, and we decide to pool our money in that ledger and use that and buy and take value out of the system, if we trust each other, well then, we're not trying to make this thing into a national currency. We're literally just taking up a fighting position and firing at the enemy. And
But Mike, you
like that.
acknowledge that the existing paper money system is massively advantageous to the governmental powers and the elite at the moment.
I think the way the system is engineered is massively advantageous, and paper currency, in other words, it's advantageous not because it is a fiat currency, because all currencies are fiat currencies. It's advantageous because it's been engineered that way. That's why. I mean, the financial, the 2008 financial crash did not happen because we were off the gold standard. The 2008 financial crash happened because we took our eye off the ball in terms of regulation, because during the Cold War, you couldn't say anything about regulating markets, and everybody was reading Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand and all that shit. And Milton Friedman's a real guy.
But the area I disagree with you. So what I would hope to convince you on is that 2008 was the inevitable consequence of having a system which always increased the amount of debt.
But wait a minute. Here's the thing. In a system that has too much debt, you're going to have collapses. Yes. But the reason why that particular collapse was so damaging wasn't because there was so much debt in the system. It was because that debt was instrumentalized and sprinkled over everyone's portfolio. That's why. Now, I'm not holding any brief.
That's how it manifests. So in the period since 2008, let's take the US, because I'm more familiar with the US because they're better at producing the numbers.
Yes, sir.
Is you guys have created 200 trillion in money in order to achieve 200. So you've created 200 trillion in credit in order to achieve 50 trillion in economic growth.
Madness.
That is the problem with the debt-based monetary system. Is the amount of debt that you need to create in order to create economic growth will always outstrip the amount of economic growth, and it will accelerate. The point is, with our current financial system, is most of the inflation is ahead of us, not behind us, which is astonishing when you look at the amount of inflation that there has already been.
Yeah, I see where you're going, and much of your opinion. The thing I would disagree with you on is that that is, that is not the only way to create value in the economy. And my
Oh,
point
it's
is
got
that
nothing to do with value.
what
It's quite separate from value. I mean, money is not value.
well,
Money is
I know, but
supposed to be an expression
no,
of
but
value.
no, but can we agree that if you just create money and don't create value, you get inflation? In other words, if I genuinely
Well, no,
add to the
that is my central point.
right, but and all I'm saying is that it's possible to create money and create value at the same time. I'll give you a perfect example. If we went all in on nuclear energy, I mean, good luck, but one can hope. If we went all in on nuclear energy, one thing it would mean is that we would literally be creating value in the economy, because all of a sudden, for example, the cost of energy to places like aluminum smelting plants would go down. And, I know a little bit something about this. It's like their biggest line item expense is electricity.
So,
And that would be real money that you create. It wouldn't be just printing money. It would actually be real profit. Go on, I'm sorry. Pardon me?
And I don't think you did this intentionally, but you have hit upon
Mhm.
the absolute core point here.
Tell me.
What you are describing is that technology is inherently deflationary. Now, you use the example of nuclear energy, where you can get more for less. Let me give you another example out of random. Okay, so we used to spend an enormous amount of money on buying camera film,
Right.
photos, getting it developed. What has happened now is that we've all got the ability to take photos on our phone. Photos have become free.
Right.
This happened. I mean, books. I mean, you pick almost any.
That is wow. That should go, brother. That should go on a t-shirt. Technology is inherently deflationary.
This shit is deep. Technology is inherently deflationary because what technology is, technology
that's good.
Is providing more output from your work for less.
That's right.
The very most basic technology is the plow.
Yeah,
it's probably even more
boom.
basic than that. But okay,
boom. Yes.
You get more output from your field for the same amount of muscle energy if you have a plow.
That's
all
right.
technology is like that, and technology, this deflationary effect is pushing up against our monetary system. Our monetary system cannot survive unless it is expanding the amount of credit in the system. It cannot survive because the amount of money in comparison to the amount of credit is wildly out of whack. You cannot pay off the amount of credit with the amount of money, because the amount of real money compared to the amount of credit, it's a relationship of something like 50-1.
Right.
So you have to always expand the money supply, and you are constantly battling the deflationary effects of technology, and that is why the two systems are incompatible.
But wait a minute. But if the only thing
why the monetary system worked in the 70s and 80s, and then it started to go seriously wrong, because as the speed of technology increased, the deflationary pressure increased. They had to increase the supply of credit, and that is why from the 80s onwards, interest rates went from whatever they were, 8-9%, they went down to zero because they needed to increase the supply of credit.
Right.
And that's why now interest rates are zero and they have to print money, because the deflationary effects of technology are accelerating massively. We've got the advent of 3D printing, of AI, of a whole bunch of trends that are emerging at the moment.
I mean, AI is mostly smoke, but yes, I agree with you.
The monetary system cannot survive this.
But wait a minute. Here's the only thing I'm not with you on, and not because I disagree, but because my understanding is lacking. In other words, the monetary system is like this, not because, in other words, technology. Okay, let's go back to, in other words, is there a scenario where you have technological innovation, which is, as you point out, inherently deflationary, and it doesn't create that kind of crisis? I mean, are we in other words, are we talking about something that is inherently a feature of a structural feature, or is it a function of the way the system is being run by the people in charge of it? That's my question.
So the system that we have at the moment,
yes,
if you do not expand the supply of credit, you cannot pay the interest on the existing amount of credit. So our
Okay,
credit-based system will collapse and die. It will go into a deflationary death spiral unless the amount of credit is always expanding.
okay, wait a minute. What if, and what happens if you simply increase the amount of real value and therefore the amount of real money? What happens then?
Well, that's deflationary.
Well, okay,
so
but
if you increase real value. So I'll give you an example. So this is the same in the UK.
Oh, wait. Hang on a second. One second. Wait a minute. I think I'm getting you, because, and it's not like I'm clever. It's just like I remember hearing an economist talk about this, is that inflation, you're saying that because inflation actually erodes debt, then it must be true that deflation increases debt, so that if technology exerts a deflationary effect on the economy, then it may be increasing the amount of value, but it's also increasing the amount of your debt. Is that what you're saying?
It is, yeah, because you're
Okay,
getting
okay,
more
okay,
from less, and therefore the value of the debt is increasing. So a classic example. So the way that we measure inflation in the UK and also the US,
Mhm.
this is a bit of a head trip. Okay, so smartphones have gone up in price. So say the Apple One, whatever it was, you could
iPhone
buy
1,
that for
whatever.
like $500.
Yeah,
The current Apple 7 or 8 or 9 or
right,
whatever the fuck it is, that's going for over $2,000.
right.
It is recorded in the official figures as a decrease in price.
Huh?
And the reason they've argued that is because they say that the current iPhone, it has 3 cameras, it has the ability to play video, it has the ability to
Oh,
play video games,
yeah.
it does all of this stuff, and therefore the price has gone down.
Mm.
The whole thing is a massive con.
That seems like a con to me. Yeah, yeah.
If you
But
if you just look at the technology, you are getting more for
for
less.
less,
So
right?
I agree that, but our monetary system, it has to constantly expand.
Okay, but you keep saying it has to constantly expand. But what I'm saying is, there is such a thing of growing your way out of. Let me give you another example. And I know I expect this to be flawed, but I think you pointing out the flaw in this reasoning is going to help me understand better. If I'm making $100, if my salary is $100 a week, okay, and I owe you $1,000, then it's going to take me 10 weeks, right, to earn enough money to pay you back, right? Now, if though I decide to go and, let's say I know short time skills. Let's say I just go and I take an overnight course, and now I know how to write software, and so I can go from making $100 a week to making $200 a week. Well, then if I do that, then it'll take me half as long to pay down my debt. If I have a tenfold increase in my salary because I've just increased my skills, then I can pay my entire debt to you in 1 week. So how come, why is it not, well, let me back up a second. So is it possible for an economy, forget about our debt, which is so enormously huge, but just as a general principle, is it or is it not possible to grow one's way out of debt in that way?
Yes, but that is the problem, because what you've just outlined is the example of the entrepreneur who
Yes.
hits it big.
Yes.
And there are enough of those, even though that they are rare, that everybody else can point to it and say, look, Carbon Mike is an entrepreneur who started in this situation and he made it big.
Mm.
And there are always examples of people who can do that. But what actually happens to the masses? So the masses are earning $1,000 a month or whatever it is.
Right.
And more money is created at the central bank level. It passes through the finance system.
Mm-hmm.
And what that does is it increases the amount of money available in the financial system.
Yes.
And all things that cannot be printed moves up.
Ah,
So
right.
land property,
Right.
commodity,
Yes.
prices of the things that you pay in the shop, they
Mhm.
all move up first.
Yeah.
And eventually, and I do mean eventually, as in 5 or 6 years later,
Mhm.
you get a pay increase. So the experience of the average American or the average Brit
Uh-huh.
is that their house goes up in price, or if they're a young person, the house that they want to buy
It's no longer affordable.
increases considerably faster than the rate that their wages go up,
Okay.
because
Now,
wages are at the bottom of the pile.
right.
But
Now go.
because to your point, there
Mhm.
is the occasional guy who has a brilliant insight, who's an entrepreneur, who gets ahead of it. We all look at that person, we think we can be that.
But wait a minute. I want to just hold up 1 second, because what I'm talking about is not the occasional entrepreneur. What I'm talking about is it's almost like if I'm earning $100 a week, right? And I double my salary by learning how to weld, I haven't become an entrepreneur. I
Yeah, but you
haven't.
don't. But the thing is that's not reality, though, is it?
No. Wait a minute. Wait. Just bear with me. I know. I'm making an analogy. It's like, so. In other words, I'm trying to paint. I'm trying to understand what are the circumstances in which a country can grow its way out of debt. That's my thing, because it seems to me that human beings can grow their way out of debt. They can, rather than extensive expansion, they can choose to go with for rather than extensive growth, they can go for intensive growth. It's like if you just develop your skill. In other words,
what you are conflating is
Mhm.
the idea of value with the idea of growth. You're sort of assuming that they're the same thing. Individuals can grow the value that they contribute, and this is what I talked about earlier when I said that there are, in the UK, there are 1.2 million people who work in finance,
Mm-hmm.
and there are far too many people who work in manufacturing or agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that those two latter sections, they provide real value,
Yes.
whereas the financial sector does not provide real value. But what they do provide is financialized growth.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, when you say financialized growth, implicit in that phrase seems to be the idea that there is another kind of growth. So I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying, is there another kind of growth other than financialized growth?
So the big problem that our economy has is it creates credit.
Yes.
Credit is basically just debt.
Yes.
Now, in the 1950s, take it, or not even that. Okay, so our new monetary system came in the 1971.
Yes. Yes.
In the 1980s, if you were going to take out a loan, it's probably because you felt that you could invest it in machinery, equipment, a new business, a new bar, something that was going to add a greater amount of value
Yes.
further down the line.
Mm-hmm.
And you were happy to take on that loan because you felt that you could pay it off. And
Mm-hmm.
actually, that works for society as a whole, because you do create additional value going on.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you get to the situation we're in now, where the credit that's being created is not even asked for by a business, because all
Right.
the businesses are shut down, they're not allowed
Mm-hmm.
to open.
Mm-hmm.
All of the credit is being created by the central bank because they're printing money in order to keep the stock market high.
Right.
Because in order to keep the stock market high, you keep tax revenues high. The reason you
Right.
keep tax revenues high is because 60% of taxes are paid by the top 5% of income earners. And
Right.
the top 5% of income earners, they get all of their, well, not all of their, but a large proportion of their income from dividends and capital appreciation.
Yes, exactly. Not from wages, in other words. Yes.
You're not creating any value in that
No,
process.
but wait a minute. I'm again, I'm with you, but I'm trying to get a theoretical understanding of. I understand the dimensions of our problem. What I am saying is, to take the central bank's printing money out of the equation for a second. You have a certain amount of debt as a nation. Is there a scenario in which that nation can grow its way out of debt? If you're saying that there's a way in which you can get deeper in debt, what kinds of things would one do?
It is impossible.
Well, wait, are you saying that all? Wait a minute. Wait. Just wait. Wait. I'm not talking about. Wait. Just stop. I'm not talking about our current system. I am saying, okay, look. Let's say our debt were only $1 million. Is there a way to grow your way out of $1 million worth of debt?
Okay, so look, This is the example I gave you just a few minutes ago.
Because if you're saying that no, then what that means is all debt is permanent. A government can, the moment a government borrows any money and goes into any debt, it's doomed because you can never pay down your debt. Right?
With our expansionary
I'm not wait, stop. I'm not talking about with our current policy. I'm stepping back from it. I'm just trying to understand understand the system better, because I am a relative dunce when it comes to economics.
But it is fundamental to this. So I pointed out a few minutes ago that the US since 2008 has increased growth by something like 48 trillion.
You keep talking about the U.S. I'm asking you about a fundamental economic principle, not about how to quote unquote save this system. I'm asking what, for example, if I ask you as an economist, how do you create inflation? You start printing a bunch of money. Okay. How does a nation grow out of debt? Not the U.S., a theoretical nation that has some amount of debt. How would one grow out of debt?
I can't answer that without reference to what system you're trying to grow it out of. So I need to give both answers. So let me give both answers. In the system that we have at the moment, since 2008, the US has increased growth by 48 trillion.
And when you say increased growth, you mean increase the money supply, yes?
No, I mean it is increased, productivity or whatever.
Okay. Productivity. I see.
The economy by 48 trillion.
Okay.
And it has spent 200 trillion in debt in order to get that.
Jesus.
And going forward, the amount of debt that it will need to increase in order to get a smaller and smaller amount of actual economic growth will go forward. So the amount of economic growth will shrink while the amount of debt will increase. So this is what I'm saying. The largest amount of inflation is in front of us, not behind us, and that's just. I mean, I could sit you down. I mean, this is not the occasion to do it, but I could sit you down and demonstrate this on a mathematical basis why it has to be the case.
But again, I'm not arguing that is not the case with the United States. I am trying to learn more about the fundamental principles behind debt and growth. And what I'm saying is there a theoretical scenario in which a country can grow its way out of debt? Let's assume that it is not printing huge amounts of money.
Yes. But you're not going to like this because I'm going to come back to the Bitcoin standard.
Okay.
If you have any monetary system that is not inflationary, then yes.
But all monetary systems are potentially inflationary if the leaders decide to debase the currency. Yeah.
Well, that is why so many of us like the Bitcoin system, because there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin.
But that also,
you cannot expand it beyond that. So if you borrow, so for example, let's assume we get to the situation where Bitcoin is the global monetary asset reserve. If you borrow money, you have to do it on the basis that you think you're going to add more value than the general deflationary rate. Because the general deflationary rate of technology is going to be saying, so for example, photos went from something you needed to spend $30 a month on in order to get your photos developed and buy the film to free. Music transitioned from something that you needed to spend $10 for every album you spent it on to something.
So if you got $10 a month or something,
$6 a month to Spotify or something like that. So the general trend of technology is deflationary.
Yeah.
So you only borrow money if you think that you can generate a return which is in excess of the standard rate of deflation.
That makes sense. Now here's the question though. It seems to me, and based on almost nothing, because again I'm almost a complete dunce about this, it seems to me that there are scenarios, again, taking the US and the UK out of this, I'm just saying in our theoretical world, it seems to me that it's possible that there are occasions when one should, just like even if you're on the gold standard, a kingdom that is on the gold standard, whose currency is gold, will not necessarily have all the gold in the kingdom struck into coins. There'll be some gold just sitting in the king's basement or whatever. Now, it seems to me that there are legitimate reasons why the king or the monarchy would strike new coins. What are, from an economic standpoint, what are those legitimate that is non-inflationary reasons, what would be a good reason to strike new gold coins or make more money?
I mean, are you talking about Bitcoin standard or the monetary system we have?
No, I just mean any currency doesn't matter. I'm just saying we know that trying to just increasing the money supply by printing more money is a bad idea. But but to me, that means there must be a corollary. It means that there must be something you can do in terms of actually creating real value that eventually translates into, okay, now the sum total of goods and services, produced by our economy is higher. There is more real value. And so in this new scenario, more money, more actual currency in circulation will not be inflationary because we're actually more productive. Am I wrong, or how does that?
It's not necessarily wrong to be in a situation which is permanently deflationary. Because what that means is, if you want to save, rather than having to invest your money into some speculative asset or give it to some wealth manager who invests in whatever, you could simply hold the money itself, and the deflationary effect will increase that over time. So that's enormously valuable for people who are saving for old age, because they don't need to be financially sophisticated. They can just put money aside, and that money will appreciate over time.
Interesting. This is absolutely fascinating. I feel like I'm just learning. Yeah, this is awesome.
We need like a special just exploring this.
Just for talking about this, yeah, this is totally cool. This is so awesome.
Wow. I get really nerdy on this stuff, on the whole monetary policy thing, but
well, that's why I like hearing you talk about it. Yeah.
But I think that this is the root of almost everything. So I think all of the political discussions that we're having at the moment are a down the line effect of the monetary system.
Right. Yeah.
System, so imagine this inflationary system where new credit is created constantly. Where does that money get created? It gets created at the central bank level. Where does it immediately wash through? The financial system. What does that result in? That results in an excess of money, an excess of resources, an excess of the ability to fund things at the governmental and financial resource, at the financial level.
Yeah.
How would you experience that? What you would experience is a government that is way too large and a financial sector that is way too large. Now, I would attempt to demonstrate that by saying, does the UK, which has 70 million people, does it really need 1.2 million of them, a small but large percentage of them
working
in the financial sector?
Yeah.
Then you look at government. I don't know what the government employee payroll is, but it's well above 1 million. It's probably going to be 5 to 10 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Does it really need? That is the effect of having a monetary system which centralizes money there in the government and the financial system, and then it spreads outwards. If you had a system that was independent of government, where would the money be created? Well, the money wouldn't be created. Okay, so where would it be accumulated? It would be whoever was adding the most value.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
And
so that's
a completely different conversation, because value would be driven by something like manufacturing or agriculture.
But is that okay? Here's the question. I mean, you said manufacturing and agriculture. I just love the sound of that, right? I love the sound of creating real value as opposed to just playing games with spreadsheets. But here's the question. Have we seen, and again, your reasoning is sound and convincing as far as inferring things from the behavior of governments and central banks. Now, you said if we had a system that were a parallel system based on a cryptocurrency, then what you would see is value accumulating on the basis of people doing real things in, for example, technology, agriculture. Okay, are we seeing that with the holders of Bitcoin? Because it doesn't seem to me that we are. That is most of the people I can think of who are very vocal about holding Bitcoin aren't doing anything especially interesting. They're not 3D printing toys in their basement. They're not.
Yeah,
I mean, and God bless them, but I'm
they,
just saying.
they sort of are, though, aren't they? I mean, they
How?
sort of are, because
How?
let's say you've gone into crypto. Let's say
Hmm.
you've gone into Bitcoin and you put most of your net worth into that. What
Yes.
is going to tempt you out of it? You're probably not going to move out of Bitcoin into fiat currency.
Hmm.
But what you might do is start looking at some of the other projects. And what you might do
What
is
other
say,
projects you mean? Other crypto
okay,
projects?
so for example, Cardano versus Solana, or Ethereum,
Hmm.
or Chainlink,
Hmm.
or Matic, or any of those,
Hmm.
or any other of the vast array of shitcoins that are out there.
Yes. Yes.
What you're probably doing is saying, okay, which one of these horses can run faster?
Yes.
And what you're looking at there is what is the speed of innovation, and what is the growth in the network effects that they are having. So um,
But that
let's
would,
pick a
but
random
that would,
example.
but that would be just moving. That would be just moving my currency from one coin to my holdings from one type of coin to another. That wouldn't be necessarily me.
If you did it randomly, yes. If you are looking at the growth of the value that they are providing, no.
Mhm. But wait a minute. That is still. I'm sorry. That is still not deciding to, I don't know, restore diesel engines and resell them, or deciding to, I don't know, manufacture whatever. And like, well, I actually have a wood shop in my basement, so like making furniture. In other words, like if I decided to pull a certain amount of my money out of the bank and put it in Bitcoin, and then yes, I might well decide that Ethereum was a better bet, or to split my holdings, but none of that necessarily makes it easier for me to buy machines. None of that is an incentive for me to buy machines and make more furniture and sell it, and thereby create actual value in the economy.
Do you want to tell you what it does do, though, and not just about Bitcoin, but things like decentralized finance, which is the kind of still, I mean, it's everything. I mean, even Bitcoin's reasonably new, but decentralized finance, just going back to that 1.2 million people in Britain who work in financial services, decentralized finance disrupts all of that.
Oh,
So again,
and listen, I like, listen, if it hurts them, I like it. Okay, but I'm just saying that's not that. Again, we were talking about something very specific. We're talking about people actually creating value, and I'm saying that it's not apparent to me that just the fact of more people investing in Bitcoin, it's not at all clear that that translates into individuals who've kind of safeguarded their money from the rapacious government. We can all admit that that's what's going on. It's not clear that that's translating into, okay, so this guy who's a gunsmith can get parts more easily, or this guy who makes furniture can buy lumber more easily. So
Okay,
where does
let me give you a practical example. So
yes, sir.
something that happened to me today.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a local network of people who are broadly libertarian and think the same thing as me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've got a contact in India who I get ivermectin from, and I get a bulk supply of ivermectin coming through on a regular basis.
Oh, you and I have to talk. Go on. Yeah.
And this guy reached out to me and said, "Can I have a box of 100 ivermectin?" And I said, "Yes, you can." It's going to cost about £80 because that's what it cost me. Plus, well, it cost me 75, and then it cost me £5 in postage.
Yes.
And I said, "Look, you can pay me either through the banking system or you can pay me in Bitcoin."
Yes.
And we did it for Bitcoin because he's on Bitcoin. And basically what happened is we were able to do that transaction between us without any bank getting involved. There were no banking fees. It was done in 10 minutes.
Right.
You know, that's the advantage, is that we get to be our own banks. Nobody gets involved in that apart from the two transactional parties. So on a very basic and simple level, you know, it works, and you can scale that up to whatever level. It doesn't have to be £80. It could be 80 million.
Right.
It works at any scale.
So now I like that too. What I don't like, well, I shouldn't say what I don't like. I see that some kind of decentralized system, and look, I know, the technical reasons for why people like a distributed ledger. I mean, well, the thing about the ledger is it doesn't, it's distributed so that you don't have to trust any one person or any one group of people. But at the end of the day, you do have to trust at least a handful of actual consensus servers that participate in the consensus algorithm in order to clear transactions. I mean, you do. And of course, the exchange itself is a single point of failure. The exchange is the thing that can be attacked, and the exchange, of course, is the thing that if I wanted to attack your currency, I could simply send a bunch of teenagers with automatic weapons into your data center and say, turn that shit off right now. But I would also say that what you said about that, like, that resonates with me because I've been thinking a lot about how, I mean, you can imagine, right? Like as a software guy, like my paycheck has
something outside the system. So
pardon me. Well, no. What I was going to say was my thing is just my paycheck has been. I was just thinking about this recently, right? Because my paycheck has been getting massacred forever, right? I've been in the shittiest tax bracket forever, all through my career, and it's only now that like I work 2 jobs and I can actually afford to like call someone in and say, hey man, I got some side work for you, because at least now I feel like I'm not always playing catch up with bills and the huge chunk the government takes out of my money. And if I had some way, in other words, if the tax rate for people like me were half of what it was, I could have been creating more work for people over the years. Do you know what I'm saying? So what you said resonates very deeply, but then it also strikes me that again, that kind of thing tends to work best.
Is there anything that you do that has to be done in New York? Could you do everything that you wanted to do in Panama?
No. But there are some things I could do in Panama. But I mean, there are other things where New York is the best place to be, or the continental U.S. is certainly better than Panama. Absolutely.
If you subtracted your cost of living in New York against the cost of living in, El Salvador or whatever it is, you might find that you're better off. And it doesn't necessarily matter if you are. All that it necessarily matters is, so New York, it has a huge amount of people in financial services, a bit like London.
Yeah.
A huge number of those have recently discovered that they can work from home.
Oh yeah.
A lot of those people are going to be high income paying people.
Yes.
At some point, they're going to think to themselves, well, fuck it, why don't I move to Mexico or El Salvador or somewhere else like that? Get to live basically like a king. Okay, I don't have as many restaurants, but I mean, they're all closed anyway, and they won't let me in because I'm not vaccinated. And I pay a fraction of the tax rate. And even if I earn less, I can work half the number of hours and earn more money.
Yeah, but wait a minute. See, now you're skipping ahead, because again, how much money I make is important to me, but that's not the only important thing to me. My family is here in New York City. Yeah. My parents are here, right? And I like Brooklyn. I like living in Bushwick. I just like it. I don't want to live in Panama. I want to live in Bushwick. Now, at the same time, I don't.
You're in your 30s or 40s.
I'm older than 40. Put it that way.
Okay, so you're in your 40s or 50s, but what about a guy coming up behind you? Let's say you end up mentoring a young guy from your neighborhood who's in his 20s who's got.
That is actually the case. Yeah.
So, are you going to say to them, make your roots here, where you can be taxed to death, where you can be bullied by your government, or are you going to say, develop a skill set that you can sell online from anywhere, and then if you want to, fuck it, move to Mexico, move to El Salvador?
I wouldn't say either thing, because, for example, the young man one of the young men I mentor, teaching him how to code and what have you, he's got family here, and I happen to think that he's got a girlfriend who he loves very much, and I'm rooting for, she seems to actually be sane and rational and like treat him right, and I'm rooting for them to get married and put down roots near other people who think that way and who can put that, so they can mutually defend each other. Literally, that means not just having a stable source of income, but being able to physically be near each other, being able to, for example, to have 5 families living in the same town who could all trade off on childcare. Okay, so and so wants to stay at home, no problem, because that way the kids can get homeschooled at so and so's house, and and my man can go out to the workplace and kill it and do whatever, what have you. So none of that. And again, this is where I begin to part ways with that. Even though I understand in a way I didn't before why you like crypto so much. Now I'm kind of getting to the roots of what you're getting at, and I just think that being able to not, certainly all of us would like to pay a much lower marginal tax rate, but building a good life involves having meaningful work and having friends who are physically near to you and having your family there and being able to defend each other and look out for each other and take care of each other and take care of the old folks, when they get old and things like that. And that I can't take care of when my parents, thankfully, my parents are still ambulatory and they're still in pretty good health. I can't take care of them from, I'm an only child. I can't take care of my parents from Panama. And fuck if I'm going to pay some stranger to come and look after them. That's my job. So
yeah, that's what hooks you in. But I mean, all the same, if I met a young person who had the ability to move away relatively costless, I certainly wouldn't advise them against it.
Yeah, I would because the thing is, even as much as I hate the government of New York City and I abhor the government of New York State, as much as I'm delighted that Andrew Cuomo appears to be going down in flames, at the end of the day, tribes are important. Tribes, and that means people with their roots in a place who can defend each other, who can look out for each other. And you can't do that when you live in this place and this other guy lives in the Dominican Republic.
The most powerful repudiation of the Cumos is that people are just moving away en masse.
It is. Well, yeah, people are voting with. I'm there. I'm not. Listen, you're not going to hear me holding a brief for Andrew Cuomo. Of course, people are voting with their feet. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, where you settle down, where you decide to live, matters. It's not just a question of where I can work from anywhere. Sure. But I can't. I'm not going to move to Texas. Again, who's going to take care of my parents and everyone has parents, and everyone should be thinking in that way that like when my parents are old, they're going to be able to move in with me. I'm going to make enough money so that if I have to, if something goes, whatever, my aged parent or parents can move in with me, or there's people, I know people in the neighborhood. I can say, go check on my parents, go bring them some food, and that's how we rebuild civilization. We're not going to rebuild. We can definitely shelter our assets by moving elsewhere. We can do that. But that is not how we're going to rebuild our civilization. And if we don't rebuild our civilization, doesn't matter where the fuck we live, we are lost. That's the thing.
And it's coming back down to the local thing again, isn't it? Basically, everything's coming back down to localism. They say networks.
Right. Yeah. And so now I'm still a crypto skeptic because I think you don't necessarily need that particular kind of ledger technology to do what you describe. But now I can see that it's in a way I didn't see before, that some closed circuit, and that I think I'm going to use that term because that's a way for me to get my head around, a closed circuit value system, a closed circuit currency system, enables you to pull money out of that. Out of the main system where your money is essentially rotting away because of inflation.
We extract it from the banking system. So my
that's right.
Is that I believe the banking system is going to go kaput in the next few years. Because let's say you have a central bank digital currency. You don't need the banking system anymore because the relationship is a direct one-to-one between the citizen and the central bank. You don't need central banks, and they're too expensive anyway, and they're too slow.
Right.
If all of that is going away, what's your life graph? You can either wait until we get to the point where you have a central bank digital currency,
right?
And what that will involve is UBI.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Again, tying it up there, like the talking points again. That's a very simple point to make, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Do you know what I mean? You could, because that's again something very digestible. You can say, because CBDC has been dressed up as it's been dressed up as the savior, but your counterpoint to that is no, it's slavery. That's it.
That's a nice simple one. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I mean, this is again. We got to talk offline more because one, I'm learning a shitload. That's the first thing, but also it's like I would really like us to have a private discussion about these systems. I think. Again, closed circuit systems I like a lot, and closed circuit systems of value exchange are no exception. It's just that I think that many of the people who designed these systems or were pushing them have left out a critical step, and the critical step is the human network. A town with a population. In other words, for example, you have small towns up and down your country, just like we have small towns over there. Now, it makes perfect sense for a small town to have its own digital currency. That makes perfect sense, right? I mean, why wouldn't they? Right? Does it have to be a blockchain currency? Not necessarily. There are disadvantages to the blockchain. Again, as far as reconciliation, as far as well, here's the thing. Liberty. No, it was King Bingo that you because when I was on the Gulf Stream, we talked a bit, and you pointed out that there was another. What did you? It was shit.
Solano?
No. Lightning. Yeah. Because I was talking about transaction speeds, and you mentioned Lightning. Now there's some problems with that too, but as usual, your point was sound. If you're talking about, for example, a small town having its own currency, then transaction speeds are becoming almost a non-issue. I mean, in a town of 5,000 people, like who cares about the transaction? If it's reasonable, you know what I'm saying? You're good.
There's two aspects here.
Yes,
One
sir.
is a small community having its own currency. So
Mhm.
there's an example from the UK from a few years ago, which is Cornwall, which is a sort of a section.
Oh, Cornwall,
of the
yeah.
UK, in the sort of the lower southwest.
Lower Southwest. Yeah.
They came up with this idea of the Cornwall coin, and it was
Oh,
basically
no
a way of
shit.
transacting between shops in the region.
Right.
Basically, what happened is central government and the central bank came down on it like a ton of bricks within about 10 minutes of it gaining any sort of national exposure.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you would expect from a centralized
bank. Yes, sir.
monetary system, because they
That's right.
cannot allow any competition whatsoever.
Right.
The reason why Bitcoin is powerful is because it is bloody impossible to ban. You can't ban it.
But that's not true. That is not true.
You can ban the easy on ramps. So
You can
say, for example, in the UK that no exchange system is allowed to operate. So you can shut down the KYC and all of the you can shut down the banks from allowing you to put money on it.
Well, you can also shut down the exchanges that allow people to get money off it.
Exactly, but what you can't shut down is the system itself.
Yes, but if you shut down, in other words, the whole reason, and again, I do recognize that it is a valid rationale for people to create these local systems of value exchange and to pull money out of it. It's not to just keep your money. In other words, if you have a certain amount of money, if you personally have some amount of money in the world, then naturally that money can't all stay in Bitcoin. That's got to come out and kind of circulate and it's got to, move around somewhere. And the exchanges are a point of failure. And if you attack the exchange, then your currency is done. I mean, and a hostile government could literally they can literally blow up a data center if they have to.
A government can.
Yes.
It's highly unlikely that all of them will.
Well, I agree with you, but
there will always be governments that can. So let me put it this way.
Yes.
Imagine, for example, you're a Saudi prince.
Yes.
You've got 2 billion in assets somewhere or other.
Yeah.
If you're a Saudi prince, you are always in fear that one of your brothers or cousins or uncles or whatever it is going to launch a fucking helicopter raid on you.
Correct. Going to slit your throat and take your money. Yeah.
You are always very aware that that you have enormous riches and that they can disappear at any time.
Yes.
Why the hell wouldn't you put 10% of your money into Bitcoin, memorize the seed phrase in your brain?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if you get put in jail for 10 years. As long as you can remember that seed phrase in your brain, you can access that whenever you want. Apply that logic to CCP, Chinese Communist Party officials, to people who are oligarchs in Russia.
Yes.
Just that corrupt elite alone, if they put 10% of their wealth into it, would propel Bitcoin tenfold from where we are.
Yes, but I guess I'm less concerned about the Bitcoin rising. I would have no problem if it stayed stable exactly as it were in terms of its. What I'm getting at is the currency is like how, again, I make furniture in my basement. Okay, so how do I buy lumber? How do I buy lumber?
So the answer is you reach out to the people who are selling lumber and you say, I want to buy lumber. How can I pay you? and you offer them, I can either do you a bank transfer, or if you like, I do Bitcoin.
No one in anywhere in the tri-state area that I can think of takes Bitcoin for lumber. Cannot say same. By the way, same thing with so wait.
Today,
Same thing with
that's
machine.
true. Maybe you ask that question in 6 months' time, and one of them says, "Yeah, I got a Bitcoin wallet."
Yeah. No, that's. I mean, if you know something, I'm down to try that experiment, definitely. And actually, now that you mentioned,
I sold something today,
Uh-huh.
and I said to the guy, "I can do a bank transfer, or I can do a Bitcoin wallet." And I fully expected him to say, "I don't have Bitcoin," because they always say that.
Right.
The guy today, he said, "Yeah, I've got Bitcoin."
Okay.
So I was like, "Okay, here's my wallet."
But what I'm saying is, but what is it okay for me to ask you what you bought, or can you not disclose?
That was the ivermectin.
Okay, but that's something a bit different, okay, because that's something that isn't available over the counter, and so that's kind of a black purchase. Now, no one who is selling machine tools takes Bitcoin. I know that for it. At least no one I have access to in my network. No one reputable, in other words, takes Bitcoin. Literally, I'm planning to buy a vertical milling machine for my metal shop. I cannot pay for that using Bitcoin.
But also, when those people experience their weekly shop going up by 15% every 6 months, some of them will.
Well, but over how many months has their weekly shop been going up already?
Well, this is about the hiding inflation bit, though, isn't it? Because they've tried and they're trying, and it's not yet. Even like over the last 6 months, you can see it, and people have seen like the gas prices, the most obvious one, right? Everybody knows gas prices are going up, and that's the thing. It will soon get to a point where you can't hide it anymore. They're trying it.
Right, and I can see that, because what's that law? It's like anything that simply can't go on won't. Right, so I'm with you there. I guess, and you have to excuse me because I do this. I'm a fucking pain in the ass. But what I'm thinking now is, look, let's say we had 6 people who decided to coin, quote unquote, a closed circuit currency system. And whether it was the distributed ledger, I don't care. That's an implementation detail. But we decided to figure out a closed circuit value system that we could. Now, if me and 6 friends said, okay, we are going to buy this much. I mean, again, as a sop to you, because you mentioned the gold. Let's assume that we said, it's a good thing to have actual gold. So we said we're going to buy $10,000 worth of gold, or whatever amount worth of gold, and we are going to agree between us that we are going to respect each other's exchange tokens, and it's going to be some kind of digital currency. Again, I don't care whether it's a blockchain. I care whether it satisfies the fundamentals, right? Authentication, authorization, non-repudiation, so on, right? And if it does those things, well, that is a good. That's a decent. That to me, makes sense as a local value system, and we can decide beforehand what elements of what units of real world value we decide to exchange for how much of that currency. So if I'm a baker, I can say, okay, my loaves or whatever per this or that whatever, and but it's small, it's local. We're not trying to make this coin a national exchange currency. We are trying to literally create local value networks and kind of hide that value in a way that is not trivially easy for governments to go after, but also recognizing that if a federal government decides to go after us, we're pretty much done. I mean, that's my case. I mean, yes, my network is reasonably censorship proof, but if for whatever reason my government decided to go after me, I'd be done. That's it.
So let's address that. So let's break down that problem that you described there.
Yes, sir.
First
yes.
of all, if you're talking about literally 8 people, then fine.
Well, let's say 2 dozen or whatever. Yeah.
Whatever. Two dozen. Use the honor system. Use local bartering. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. When you're talking about that smaller number of people, it literally doesn't matter whether it's an honor system or a token system or a barter system or whatever it is, because it is a small enough number of people that almost any monetary system is going to work.
Yes.
The more interesting question is, what happens if you then want to trade with somebody on the other side of the ocean who's delivering, I don't know, metals that you can't get, or
the next village,
technology that you can't get, or whatever.
Right.
That and at that point, I say, okay, why wouldn't you use Bitcoin? Because it gives you that advantage. Right. And the second question is, and which you talked about, is the variability in the money. Which is, if I want to do a transaction from here to here, how can I have the confidence in it? Well, if you're doing point to point,
Yes.
it doesn't matter. So let's say, and this is something that I come up against because I buy pharmaceuticals from India.
Yes.
I don't care what the Bitcoin price is. I don't care how volatile the Bitcoin price is. All I want to do is take money in British pound sterling and put it into rupees. And the time that it is on the Bitcoin network is about 20 minutes. Because I need to upload the transaction, I need to sort of download it on his side.
Right.
It takes 20 minutes. I don't care how what price the Bitcoin is. Bitcoin could be $1, it could be $10,000.
Yes.
It could be any level of volatility because I'm basically just in it. It's a transactional medium. And what I'm doing is I'm bypassing the banks, I'm bypassing the 3-day system for transfers internationally, and I'm transferring the £25 that I'd have to pay for an international transfer.
Yes.
So I don't care about any of that stuff. So it removes a whole load of those issues that I have. So whatever way you approach it, Bitcoin is always simpler, it is always less cost effective, and it's always faster.
You mean more cost effective?
Yeah, you're more cost effective. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't see how it's faster in terms of international monetary transfers. It's not faster in terms of buying a cup.
If I want to do a bank transfer from here to India,
I know I've done bank transfer before. I'm with you.
Faster for me. Wait.
Stop.
Take money out and fly.
Wait a minute. We're not talking about that. Again, I concede your point entirely. I'm talking about, again, man, I make furniture in my basement. I want to go to the store and get a cup of coffee, right? Now, 20 minutes for a transaction is not acceptable then, okay? It's just not, all right? So all I'm getting at is that I'm thinking about this thing, again, skeptic though I am. Skeptic doesn't mean I'm just going to rubbish it every chance I get. I'm really trying to get my head around what is the fundamental set of capabilities, okay, that Bitcoin gets close to, and maybe Ethereum gets closer, and Lightning gets close. Okay. I want to get down to a capabilities set, and then see, okay, what is the actual?
Let me boil it down even more fundamentally than that.
Yes.
There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin.
Yeah, but I don't care. I don't care about that so much.
No, but you should, because how many US dollars can there be?
An infinite number.
Yeah. Your government can print an infinite number. So all the time that you are able to go down to your hardware store and buy wood and buy a coffee while you're there, and that price system is relatively stable, why should you care about Bitcoin? As long as what you've got is working for you, fine, keep using it. The problem becomes what happens 6 months, a year, 18 months from now, when the US government, the Federal Reserve, is continuing to do what it's doing now, which is printing 100 billion of currency out of thin air every single month.
Yes.
And I don't think they're going to stop there. I think that they're going to do another. They're going to do another 3 trillion stimulus
of quantitative easing. Yeah.
And I think they're going to do another 3 trillion stimulus, if not a 6 trillion stimulus, reasonably soon after that.
They certainly seem to be signaling like they're going to do that. Yeah.
Exactly. And what happens to your ability to go to your local hardware shop and buy a cup of coffee and some hardware then? It's probably not going to be the experience that you have now. What you're going to find is that the local the place that you buy your coffee, instead of having a printed menu with a price on it, they're going to have a chalkboard, and they're going to wipe that chalkboard down every morning, and they're going to write the prices on there because the prices are moving so fast.
Yes, but that's the same. Yes, although the value of digital coins is also somewhat volatile, even though it's volatile mostly in the positive direction.
Measured in US dollars. Measure it
yeah.
in something else.
Oh,
Measure it-
that's into. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, I see what you mean. In other words, like one Bitcoin is always 1/x of
Mhm.
the, and X is a constant. I see. I see what you mean.
So
Right.
this is the point that I'm always getting across to my friends. So I'm trying to get my mates and my friends interested in Bitcoin.
Hmm.
And when they start off, they always measure it is how many
As a
Bitcoin
US
against
dollars.
how many pounds.
Right.
And at some point, you need to make the transition to what is. So when I think about asset values,
Yes.
I do not think about them in US dollar terms. Or I do not think about them in pound terms. I think about them in Bitcoin terms. How
1
many
over X. Yes.
How many
Right.
Tesla shares? How many Amazon shares? How many Solana tokens can I buy
Right.
measured in Bitcoin? Right. So and let me break this down to a more fundamental level. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
We think that the stock market has gone up a lot over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
We think that house prices have gone up a lot over the
Which is
last 10
not
years.
necessarily. I see where you're going.
Change the
Yeah.
denominator.
Yeah.
Change the denominator to gold.
Right.
And you look at the stock market, the bond market, the housing market. In fact, you look at anything you want measured in gold. You use
Mhm.
that as the denominator. Everything is flat.
Very interesting.
Everything is flat, with the exception of cryptos and tech stocks. A few select tech stocks.
That is an
What
absolutely
is happening
fascinating way of looking at it.
is not that everything is going up, not that everything in the bubble, is that paper money is being devalued at a rapid rate.
Rapid rate.
Exactly. Yep.
Wow, that's right. And you were insulated from that simply because you're within this, and they keep doing it. And now I see what you mean. That is absolutely
And
fascinating.
this is why I
Yeah,
say to my friends, because most of my friends, they've got their money in a bank account.
yeah.
I say, you are crazy if you don't move at least 20% of it into crypto.
Very interesting.
Because it is an asymmetric bet. Okay. So the asymmetric bet is that the downside is a minus 100%. But that crypto will go to zero. Now,
Yes.
why would that happen? It would be because your government basically makes it impossible. They outlaw it. They say,
Yeah.
we're going to send agents to your house if we even suspect that you're buying crypto.
Mhm.
Police will turn up on your door. So the downside of your bet,
Mhm.
and I got a friend of mine. He said, look, I've got £10,000 to invest,
Mhm.
and I said, look, if you put it in crypto, the downside is 100%. You'll lose 100% of it.
Yes.
Probably not actually, because Bitcoin will probably go to 20 grand, so your 10 grand will go to 5 grand.
Mhm.
The up grand is 2,500%,
Mm.
because something like cryptocurrency will become the base layer of a new monetary system.
Very interesting.
If you take the monetary system, you divide it by 21 million of the Bitcoin standard,
Mhm.
you get to $14 million per
Mhm.
Bitcoin. And that is why it's an asymmetric bet. The downside is a minus 100%. The upside is plus 6,000 something percent. It's enormous.
I see what you mean. No, that again, the logic behind that is sound, except of course that um again you still have the thing about exchanges being single points of failure, and you still have the problem of taking value out of that system. In other words, the system becomes unusable if the exchanges go down. That's really
So
the thing.
all the time,
Hmm.
the US dollar and the British pound continues to exist as a functional system.
Yes, sir.
That is a viable attack line. The secondary issue is what is supporting that network. What backs it up? The reality is, what backs it up is political support.
But wait a minute.
How is political support
I'm sorry.
derived?
Which network? The U.S. currency network or the Bitcoin network?
Any of them.
Any of them. Okay. Political
Okay,
support.
so but I mean, in this particular case, I was talking about the Bitcoin network.
Okay.
What supports those?
Yeah.
Wealthy people. What are we seeing at the moment? We are seeing hedge funds are moving into Bitcoin. We're seeing insurance funds are moving into Bitcoin. We're seeing family offices are moving into Bitcoin.
Really?
These people have political influence. And so what you're seeing is the
I
chairman
get
of
you.
the SEC,
Yeah.
Gary Gensler, was it, or something like
Mhm.
that? He was coming out and saying, yeah, all of the other coins I don't like, but Bitcoin, there's something there. He likes it.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
And the reason he's saying that is because wealthy people have moved their money over into it, and basically wealthy people control government.
How,
They're
how
saying,
much? How much of their money would you say they've moved into it? In other words, are you seeing wealthy people? Are you seeing Jamie Dimon or Warren G. Buffett or someone like that investing as much as even 20% of their holdings in Bitcoin?
yeah, who was it? There was a major hedge fund guy. I can't remember if it was Ray Dalio or maybe it was somebody else. It was the name will come to me, but there
Okay.
was a
Okay.
basically the top of the food chain
Yeah.
in hedge funds. He recently said you should put 20% of your money in Bitcoin.
Now here's the question. I mean, I know that's nothing to be sneezed at, right? Or nothing to sneeze at, I should say. But hedge funds and hedge fund managers specialize in ghost value. That is their stock and trade. If, for example, if I were to hear that someone like Warren G. Buffett was putting his, because talking about Wall Street bets, people doing the fundamentals, he is a guy that's kind of notorious for kind of bypassing fads and looking at the fundamentals on the companies that he buys, that he invests in. Now, who in the community of people who really are kind of old school, looking at fundamentals, kind of like hard nosed, not interested in kind of hedge fund ghost money, which of those people are putting their money in Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I mean, there are a number of them, and the one that
Okay.
immediately leaps to mind is Ray Dalio, but there are a couple more, and for
Okay.
whatever reason, the name escapes. It will
Okay.
come to
Okay.
me in the next couple of
Yeah.
minutes,
Yeah.
and I'll
Okay.
give it to you.
That's
But
fascinating.
what we are seeing is established people within the hedge fund community who are making this move. But more than that,
Mhm.
what I'm looking at is people who are giving up jobs in the hedge fund industry. So
Interesting.
this is the thing. This is the world I come through. Getting into private equity, getting into
Mhm.
venture capital
Mhm.
is enormously difficult. I mean, you
Yes.
need to have superb grades. You need to have superb connections, and even then,
Yep.
it's difficult.
And
Then
then
you
some
get
luck,
in.
right?
You do
Exactly.
not give up that job lightly.
Yes. And you're
What
seeing
I
people give that
Yeah,
up.
what I'm seeing is people in the top positions here
Mhm.
giving up their job to go and work on cryptocurrencies. This thing
That
is
is
real.
fascinating.
There is a value network. Now, what I'm thinking from somebody who is a finance person
Mhm.
is that I think that 60% of my skill set is going to be obsolete in the next couple of years. So,
Interesting. So,
the,
of your finance skill set, in other words.
yes. So the
Huh.
judgment element, the ability to understand people,
Mhm.
the ability to understand network effects and company growth, all of that is going to remain.
Mhm.
But the ability to understand the financial framework, which is sort of 60% of it, that is going to be obsolete in the next couple of years, and it's going to move over to this decentralized finance system.
Fascinating.
And what I increasingly see is that the people who are at the really top end of my profession
Yeah.
are giving up jobs that pay them literally millions of pounds a year in order to take a job that pays them. I mean, it's no great hardship, but it pays them a few $100,000,
Mhm.
which to us seems like a huge amount, but
Yeah,
it's
but
an enormous
not when
step
you're a
back
hedge
then
fund. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah.
in order to get in on the cryptocurrency thing,
And now
and they're doing that for a reason.
Now here's the question. In order to get in what way? In other words, I can certainly understand. I mean, again, as a software developer, I can definitely understand leaving a big company to go to work for a startup. I could definitely understand that. Because again, I've worked for startups most of my career and I love them, but they're full of shit in one way. And now one of my jobs is with a very large company, and that's kind of okay, but they're full of shit the whole different way. I'm kind of sick of their bullshit. Um, what is it that people, I mean, maybe you don't know, but I'm hoping you do. What is it that people who are getting out of that hedge fund world are doing, or rather, I should say, what are they going into, leaving their jobs to do in the crypto world? That's the question.
Okay, so I mean, it is primarily a tech driven space.
Yes, of course.
it is the ability for people who can add technical value. The guys coming from the hedge fund space, I'd imagine, is the ability to allocate capital and sort of make those sort of calls. I mean, to be honest, I'm less clear on what exactly that they're adding.
Right, because I can see hiring. In other words, I can see hiring a data engineer, for example. If I can see a crypto firm.
The people that I see moving across are typicly the CFO type people. So it's
right. Okay.
Isn't it more like self-preservation as well?
Self-preservation. That's a good point, right?
Yep.
If you think you're gonna,
yeah, self-preservation and incentivization, right? Because what you're saying is it's similar to what we were seeing about the economy now. One system is coming to an end. If you can see that, you think, well, what's the alternative? I'm jumping now. Same point about moving away from Germany before it's too late. It's the exact same thing, isn't it? It's like
fascinating. Man, that's wow. That's a good ass point right there. That puts a whole different spin on it. I mean, this is very interesting. Do you either of you? I mean, open question, right? How can I put this? Because see, I'm skeptical of systems that have kind of purposely written people out of the equation. Certainly, I understand the impulse to write large governments of any kind and central banks out of the equation. But any currency system, even if, let's say, it's only a currency system that applies to Cornwall, let's say, or a complex of villages in the southwest of England, including Cornwall. Okay, but any such system, one would think, has to have some kind of governance. Again, literally, if the consensus algorithm comes down wrong and you just, like this transaction is not cleared. If there is no one, again, I'm thinking about human beings and trust. That's what I'm fundamentally thinking about. Because everything you're saying, especially when you frame it as kind of hurling broadsides at the enemy or asymmetric warfare against the enemy. Everything you're saying there, I love. But I still can't get my head around how you reconcile the lack of a financial system of any kind that doesn't at least recognize that it really is predicated on trust. Non-repudiation is important. Secrecy is important. But all that is important. But
it's not predicated on trust at all. I mean,
but that's my. I know. That's my. Well, no, wait a minute. That's my problem with it. That's my problem. Because the whole idea is that if you and I are part of some financial network and we agree to exchange certain value tokens, then you and I are both in that quote unquote space because we have both agreed to trust and respect that token. And the token, it in a sense, is a kind of a carrier for the indirect trust between us, right?
Okay, so there were multiple layers to that. First of all, which is layer one, which is Bitcoin, which is the ultimate store of value. If we are doing a transaction at that level,
yes,
the fact that I have sent it is the whole process. I have sent it, you receive it. I mean,
excuse me. I receive it if the consensus algorithm says that you've sent it and I've received it. If it doesn't, there's a problem.
Okay, but I mean, it is really, really hard.
Wait. Before you say that, keep in mind that this is, in fact, the water I swim in. Okay, and the fact is that consensus algorithms fail all the time.
Yeah, but
I work in distributed
Bitcoin network. In order to dupe the Bitcoin network,
I'm not. Wait a minute. I'm not talking about duping the network. I'm talking about ordinary failures of networked systems and of distributed networks. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm saying that I live in that world. And I'm saying that distributed consensus algorithms fail all the time. As you scale networks, you find these. You kind of the thundering herd problem. You find the what you call it, the liveness problem. You find heartbeat issues, polling. I mean, in other words, these kinds of systems that kind of as you grow them, they start to exhibit all kinds of weird behaviors you have to account for. And no matter whether I'm a skeptic, whether I'm a booster of Bitcoin or whatever, at the end of the day, it is a networked system. And so my question is, where are the people in the network? See, I've worked in data centers, I've built data centers, I've written and I write software now that runs in data centers. And what I'm saying is, when something goes wrong, at the end of the day, there's someone who you can actually get on the phone with and say, hey, something's going wrong. Okay, let's make it right. And I still don't see where I don't. Maybe I'm old fashioned, but I have a hard time putting a whole lot of trust in a system that seems to think it can automate away the people, because maybe the people can just sit on their hands 90% of the time, but when things go wrong, you really need the people.
Okay, so simply that does not exist on the base layer. So if the base layer being Bitcoin, if you send a transaction, it is sent. You cannot recall it. It's done.
Wait a minute. No. It's non-repudiable. That doesn't necessarily mean that the consensus algorithm will agree that my account, my Bitcoin, my wallet has been.
But it is enormously difficult to get the network to agree a different. I mean, the amount of energy you would need to put in at this point in order to convince the network that a different set of transactions had occurred. I mean, it's monumental.
Why would you need to convince the network of anything? Why couldn't it?
Proof of work requirement.
Why couldn't? No. Excuse me. The proof of work requirement is the thing that makes it difficult to make up new spurious coins or new spurious transactions. That's a separate issue from
talking about transactions.
Yes, but the thing is that yes, but let's say you've in other words, there's some number of machines on the Bitcoin network which is smaller than the total number of nodes, and those consensus nodes must agree on things like transactions. They must agree that this really happened, and that now I have this much money because the audit trail indicates thus and so. And what I'm saying is that failures in consensus algorithms can happen. They are a thing. Okay, they happen with Kafka, they happen with MQ series, they happen with all kind of distributed network systems. So why do we assume that such failures can never happen? And
they can happen. They just require an enormous amount of computing power.
No, they require a failure. In other words, let's say look,
get to that through an enormous amount of computing power.
You can get that through a network. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. You can also get that, in terms of generating a new spurious transaction. Yes, I'm with you there.
What are you worried about then?
Well, for example, the consensus algorithm. If let's say you have 9 machines in the consensus ring, okay, and at least let's say 7 of them some number has to agree, but they can't get a quorum because you have a network partition. Then what?
Whichever chain has the largest proof of work is the chain that works.
But that doesn't answer the question. It's like, what happens if you can't? In other words, a transaction really went down because you and I.
What you're describing is what if a network comes up with 2 different answers to the same challenge? And then the network has a solution to that. Whichever of the 2 network forks have the greatest proof of work, so the greatest amount of energy behind it, is the network that validates.
Okay, so but what if that network happens to be factually wrong?
Well,
I mean, in other words,
the fact that it has the greatest amount of energy behind it, it's not wrong.
I'm definitely not with you there. That's where we part ways.
What you're really talking about here is an infallible system, right? Which doesn't exist.
Which doesn't exist. That's my exactly. Yeah. That's my problem.
No, okay,
it's not infallible, right?
Exactly. But I don't think we're making the case that it's infallible. It's just the fact it's really hard.
Well, I agree. Listen, I agree. I'm not arguing for what if someone forges a transaction. I'm not making that argument. And I'm not making an argument. What if someone forges a coin? I'm not making that argument.
So let me make a far easier argument.
Yes, sir.
What if central government?
Sorry, see, before you do that, Dan, I'm just going to say this is probably going to need to be the last point.
We've been on forever. Sorry about that, guys.
What if central government decides to issue a huge amount of money and they bounce it off Goldman Sachs, and then they bounce that money into the financial system to increase the size of government in the financial system.
That's kind of what happened, didn't it? That's
So
where we are. Yeah.
The system that we have now has an enormous amount of flaws that replicate on a daily basis.
Yes,
I'm not saying the Bitcoin system is perfect. I'm simply saying that it is harder to produce spurious outcomes on the Bitcoin network than it is on the fiat system.
Well,
So
now I see what you mean.
What I'm putting forward is perfect. I'm simply saying that it is less imperfect than any other situation that we have at the moment.
I would only say that I think it is less susceptible to a certain kind of chicanery than the system we are accustomed to, and for that and that by itself is valuable. But I am, again, 26 years in this business, and I write code every day. I'm not like, when people tell me something's infallible, right away my hackles rise. I'm like, no, it's not. and listen, and I want, and here's the thing:
fallible than the alternative.
Well, no, because they're fallible in different ways. We're saying that the system we accept as the system is structurally flawed. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about operational errors. This is a network of computers running software. So if you want to tell me that central banks are full of shit, I'm with you. You want to tell me Goldman Sachs and Morgan Chase are full of shit, I'm with you. If you tell me that somehow simply because this is a network of machines running software, that certain types of errors cannot happen, that's when I back away and I'm like, no. In other words, I want to know about failure modes. So like, guys, I only take a system. That's any system, but even systems that I like and think are awesome.
We've started to get now. It's just the three of us. We've started to get into the real nitty gritty of the technical and the monetary.
Yes.
But I sense that at 6 hours into this particular podcast, we are probably going to not nail it tonight on the simple basis that at least one of us is going to fall asleep in our chairs at some point.
Well, here's the thing. That's right. But you know something, fellas, let's adjourn.
We are going to follow this up on either Dan's or Carbon's stream reasonably soon.
Absolutely.
Maybe not tonight.
Absolutely. Listen,
I agree.
Both of you should DM me on Twitter your email addresses. I'm going to send you invites to the Foundation Society chat room. We'd love to have you in there. And thank you. It's like, this has been such an education. You guys have pierced some of my skepticism. I would say my skepticism now is more informed than it was when I got on. You know what I'm saying? It's like it has more of a shape now, and I understand better the points that crypto advocates make, even though I'm not all the way there yet. But thanks for taking the time to do that, even to just educate me about that stuff. Thank you,
Mike. Everything that you have just said about crypto, I express exactly the same sentiment when it comes to spirituality.
You see, that's right. Well, you know that I think that's I told someone this once, that it's like it's if you come into an argument, with the understanding that your mind can be changed, that's one way I know you're arguing in good faith.
Okay, so the philosophy that I adopt is argue as if you were right, listen as if you were wrong.
Ooh, another t-shirt, another t-shirt line.
Yeah,
that's two motherfuckers coming out with them. This, something, this sneaky bastard trying to go into business. He's trying to sell t-shirts. What is the other one he said that was fire?
Technology is deflationary.
God damn.
Honestly, everything I've said tonight, you could put on a t-shirt. Every single line.
All right, motherfucker, calm down.
While you guys are talking, I was setting up the Teespring store, so you're too late.
You see how? God damn. Fucking
networking.
Evil white.
Anyway, the point is, I think
they're racist bullshit.
I think we're going to follow this up fairly soon. So, whoever's channel it's on, let's follow this up.
No, definitely. It's been a long time since I sat at home and learned this much in a few hours. So, thank you, gentlemen. I really and by the way, thank you for inviting me in the first place. It was amazing.
No, not at all. Yeah, no, thanks to everyone. Yeah, everyone who's listened on the YouTube as well, and obviously the audience and participants. Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. So no, thanks very much.
Oh man,
we'll put a wrap there.
Yeah, DM me on Twitter and we'll talk again soon. Thanks.
Cool. Nice.
All right.
Take care, everybody. Cheers.
Yeah, bye.